Hello there, good morning and welcome to a brand new day here at Sewing Street. Now my name is Hayley West. I don't know if we've met before, but if we've not, I'm Hayley. And you potentially were expecting to see Vix here, bless her, but there's a bit of a change around today. So yes, Vix will be back very, very soon. And if you are watching, much love, Vix. We will see you back here in your rightful place as soon as you're able to. Now, as I say, I love being here at Sewing Street, so it's always a bit of a treat for me when I do get the call to pop in. So here I am with you for the next few hours, and we've got a brilliant morning ahead of us. We've got a lovely hour, which I'm looking forward to showing you all the goodies. But of course, before we do anything, we've got to tell you about our early bird. Now, our early bird this... full of the songs. So yeah, this morning we have got an early bird, which I know you are going to love because it's always a popular item, even when it's not at an early bird price. So this is the perfect opportunity for you to get yourself organised. Now it is kind of deemed as a fat quarter bag, but to be honest, it's not. You can use it for storage for anything that you like. And you've got some fabulous internal elements that allow you to kind of make it to whatever you want it to be. So £11.99 is your usual price for this, and lots of you do stock up on these, I have to say, at that full price, but it is an early bird, so as is the case, we're going to bring you an early bird price. So we're going to drop that price down. Now this £11.99 sells out regularly. We do struggle to keep these in stock, to be fair, but we've just knocked a cheeky little pound off, and those pounds look after themselves, don't they? So this is something that we regularly see at that full price, and you will shop for it, you will buy it, because we all need organisation, don't we? And at the beginning of the month, £11.99, it sold out. So many of you, that might be the first time that you got hold of it. So now you will see having that deal price is definitely worth going for. Now, it's a good size bag to start with, as you can see. You've got your clear window there, so you can see your storage or whatever you've got stored in there very easily. Deemed as a fat quarter bag, but I don't know, I think because you've got that space there, without the dividers, this could be a project bag. Maybe you've got a quilt that's on the go. Maybe it's a case of you wanting to store all sorts of fabrics, because they will fit in there, whether they're fat quarters or not. Now, I'm going to just take those out for you, because what we've actually got are these dividers, and these dividers are really, really solid, as you can see there. So they're going to be perfect with the hook and loop there to actually pop into place for you to separate these up. Now, you might want to use both of them, and then that's kind of when it comes into that fat quarter. Well, you could use one. That's perfect if you've got your 10-inch squares. You could be popping in there, or maybe you're going to use it for your yarns, because you could put your yarn in there if you wanted to. You could put anything you like in there. Zip around means that you've got that support and that kind of stability. Say you know what I mean. It's going to be stable, and you've got that gorgeous kind of gusset area there, which gives you a good base to start with. You've got a little handle there as well, so if you do want to kind of take it from room to room, then you can do. But again, it's a really good size for anything. Stack them up if you're wanting to. Pop them on your shelf, because if you pop them on your shelf, you could actually put a label down the side, couldn't you, if you wanted to. But with that window, if it's a kit, say that you've gone for a quilt kit and you want to keep everything together, your instructions, all the little bits and pieces that you trim away, then you can pop those in there very, very easily. So yeah, there you go. Good morning, Barbara. Just want to say you look absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much, my lovely. Oh, what a way to start the morning. I'll take that one with both hands. Annette as well. Good morning, Annette. Lovely to see you. I love these bags. I use them as underbed storage. That's a good tip. For summer clothes, and also my sewing project bag. Have a great day. You have a great day too, Annette. And thank you for your messages. Don't forget you can message in via the website, and also we've got the tablet up. And yeah, I'll try and do that at the same time. Where are we? Jan, good morning. You sent me a message that way. So I do hope you're taking advantage of these while we've got that discounted price. You need to make sure you check out your basket, because the thing is, we do have a lot of people that will go for these in their multiples. So as many as 5 sometimes people will shop for when they see that price. And it is one of those situations that people check out at the same time. So if you've got, say, 5 of those in there, we only need a couple of people, and straight away that stock is diminishing really, really quickly. You can see we've got these, I think these are half-metre pieces, aren't they, these, Ben? These are all coming up in a little while. It could be that you're actually popping them on their sides. Obviously, they're sticking up a little bit, so you need to kind of fold them. But if you imagine things like your fat quarters or your fabrics, they're going to fit in there very, very easily. These were in an order, weren't they, Ben, before I started? Little space there, maybe if you want to put your threads in there as well. It could be that you've got a pattern in there, tools. Use them as bags to take to your classes, your workshops. Or you could, as we heard, pop them under the bed with your projects in there as well. So a brilliant addition to any sewing room, helping to get you organised, and not necessarily just sewing as well. What you can do, obviously, is take that out and use that as a large square area if you're wanting to. Just pop that down in the bottom there so it's not going to cause any issue. Don't lose it though, because I know what I'm like. I would end up losing that. Good solid sides, but if it's a case of that you do find that you've emptied it, got to the end of your project, then you can literally just zip it up and it will fold flat. And there's little pockets in the side as well. I forgot about those. I discovered those live on air one day. Little pocket at the side there, so I don't know, snacks. Sneaky bar of chocolate maybe that you don't want anybody to know about. You could pop in there quite easily. And as I say, you've got the dividers. Zip it up and then it will actually fold flat. So if you do want to kind of pop it away in a drawer because you finished your project, I can't imagine these ever being empty. Well, they certainly wouldn't in my Minecraft room. But then you can literally, it will come to you flatten down and you can kind of just squeeze out the air a little bit and there you go. Nice and flat. So there you go. If you like the idea of those, dustproof, stacks and stores, great for all your different fibre projects, including your fabrics. Really strong handles as well. And the handles actually go right the way through, so you can kind of see them coming right the way underneath there. Just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And you are shopping for them in your drove. So do not miss out on your early bird. Early birds are available all day if stock permits them to run all day. But of course, people dip in and out of the show during the course of the morning, and we will reference this every so often. So you might find if you're checking out your basket at the end of the day today at 1 o'clock, then the stock won't be there for you to actually get the quantity that you're after. That's why we do suggest you check out your baskets as you go. So don't forget, one person packing for the whole of the day. Regardless of how many times you check out your order, if you're new to a sewing street here, then you will find that everything's batched up at midnight, 1 p.m, but it doesn't matter how many times you complete your orders during the course of the morning. So there you go. That's how it works here. And that is a bargain at that price. Bargain at the full price, to be honest. So there you go. Take advantage while you can, yeah. Pop them into your basket and check out your baskets. Now, it is very early in the morning. It's only 8 minutes past 8. And if everybody checks out their baskets, which I imagine you are going to be doing that, the stock will have gone within 10 minutes. So, yes, do check out your baskets. We usually try to bring you a good quantity of these, but sadly we didn't get as many as we were able to usually. So, yeah, that makes it even more tricky when, as I say, people are shopping in their multiples, as you have been. So I'm going to leave those details with you. If you fancy getting hold of those, please do so. Shall I tempt you with a menu? Oh, now this is a calorie-free menu as well, which is even better. Have a look at what we've got coming up this morning. Well, we have got a beautiful hour of tapestry fabrics that you are going to love. We've got fabrics that are almost kind of inspired, William Morris-esque, shall we say, in that hour. Then the lovely Becky. I've never worked with Becky. She's a lovely lady. You do need to tune in at 9 and 11 to see the fabulous bags. We've actually got the Applebrook bag coming up. This is so cute. Now, this has sold out previously. We've got a fabulous kit for you as well this time round. So you've got all the kind of gubbins that you need, including the pattern, and we will have the pattern available by itself. But yeah, be in and early for that one, because it is one that I can see potentially selling out again. It's been a while since we've seen some of Becky's work. Then we've got sewing room tools with myself. So we'll be having a little bit of chat of all those essentials that make life a little bit easier when we are sewing. And then we have got the cutest little project case. You're going to love this. Well, I say little, it's quite a good size. You can see there somewhere for you to put all your little bits and pieces when you are on your travels. Brilliant for your sewing projects, but to be honest, again, it's a useful little kind of travel pack, I think, for things that you're wanting to go take with you on a journey. So that is coming up at 11, and then at 12 o'clock, we're going to top the day with some quilt kits that we know that you are going to love. So I hope you got your storage bag that we were just looking at, because they are going to be perfect for you to keep your quilt kits in as you progress through the project. So there you go. That's how this morning kind of pans out. But we're going to start on this side, actually. These are gorgeous. Now we don't, well, I don't, I mean, I'm not here that often anyway, but I don't often get the opportunity to show you beautiful tapestry fabrics, and these are perfect, especially if you're into your bag making, because these are going to create the most exquisite bags, classy styles, as I'm sure you'll agree. And of course, tapestry fabric, it's got a good weight to it. It's woven as well. So you can see there you've got a gorgeous, gorgeous design with this one. Absolutely beautiful. And it's got a lovely, lovely chenille feel to it as well. So just to let you know, I'm sure you are aware, but if you are new to us here at Sewing Street, you might not realise that we cut to order for you. So when you actually see fabrics like this, quite often it'll be a ½ metre cut. That is a case of that is the minimum that you can shop for this, but you can go for as many of those as you want. So if you wanted a full metre, just add 2 into your basket, and it is cut as a metre then. So you haven't got kind of lots of pieces. So that is brilliant if you've got a project. That make a lovely bag, as I say, but also upholstery as well. Have you got like a little storage, like a little footstool or something like that? The reason I mention it is that because I had one of those that I covered for my mum, bless her. I did it in a tapestry design of their house, but on this one, that is gorgeous. And it's lovely as well, because although it's a classic style, I think it's got a bit of a contemporary twist to it with these gorgeous kind of green elements coming through, and the gorgeous kind of denim blue there as well. So lovely. Good size width for this one as well. I'm going to hold it up so as you can see. That's the wrong side, but I kind of like the wrong side as well. Very different, isn't it? I always love woven fabrics because when you turn them onto the underside or the wrong side, quite often they look totally different. So good size pieces, as you can see there. So cushion cover wise, maybe you're making cushion covers with this. If I lay that down and kind of do the old square, so you're looking at that's kind of like the front of a cushion. So if you went for a full metre of this, I think you could make, where I might be 1, 2, 3 cushions, or 3 cushion covers, that sort of size. So good square size. I'd probably, yeah, take it into, I'd cut it into thirds probably, and if I was doing cushions and get them that sort of size. So it's reasonable size cushion cover there. You could go smaller if you wanted to, but nice as well if you've kind of got a plain sofa or something like that, and you're wanting to pick out the browns or the blues or the greens, and then add that to it. And I love the kind of white space that you've got in between as well. And I forgot to mention, you guys will have noticed that because I can see how you're shopping for this one, William Morris. So, yeah, nice one. I delayed them because I wasn't sure. There's a show that does anybody watch Gogglebox? I meant to say that. There's a couple who have actually got a William Morris chair. And William Morris wallpaper, and it all looks amazing. So maybe you like the look of William Morris, but maybe you don't want the expense of redecorating a whole room to get that feel. Then this is a very affordable way for you to create some fabulous ideas. And what you could do if you wanted to, just use this on the front, couldn't you? And then use a plainer fabric on the back of your cushion cover, and then that could actually be 3 cushions, and it's well on its own. So that one I'm going to leave with you. That one we're calling, well, we're not calling it. I'm assuming that William Morris called it the bow blue and green willow bough. So there you go. Lovely, like that one. Couple more kind of chenille feel. They've got a lovely kind of warmth to them. This is a nice one. You're going to love this one. Blue strawberry thief. It's got a look of Delft almost about this one, hasn't it? That is beautiful. These are so much better in the flesh, aren't they? If you're looking on the website, oh, that looks very dull. Oh no, oh no, I'm not even going to share you that picture with you. I love this. It's got a freshness about it. And sometimes William Morris fabrics, because you've got lots of different colours in there, sometimes they can be a little bit busy in a good way, but sometimes you don't want that. I mean, this would look beautiful if you've got a bedroom and you're wanting to do a couple of cushions. Absolutely beautiful, gorgeous. And it's got that lovely chenille feel. What's it like on the other side? See again. I know it's the wrong side, but is it wrong to like the wrong side? I don't know. It's your fabric. Your fabric, you use whichever size you like. I love this. This would make a fabulous bag. Maybe teaming it up with some denim. Maybe you're making a bag and you want to make a feature of the Strawberry Thief image there, sort of thing. And you've actually got quite a few repeats of that. So if you canny with your cutting out, you could make a few of those, couldn't you? And then you could actually say it's a William Morris bag, or featuring William Morris. Or Ben's just come up with a nice idea, maybe using it as the back of a jacket. Back of a nice denim jacket, yeah, because you could almost applique that onto the back of a denim jacket. So if you trimmed it and just kind of fold it in, because the back of a jacket kind of goes a bit like that somehow, doesn't it? So that could be along those lines. It's nice. I mean, that's like a back of a bag almost as well. Back of a chair, maybe. That's a good call, Ben. Good call. Isn't it gorgeous? You're liking this one a lot. Don't blame you. Do not blame you. Again, 1/2 metres, which is quite a generous cut when you actually look. I've got 1/2 metre here, and you've got several repeats of the kind of the birds there. And we've kind of got the repeat going from there to there. Sorry, let me turn it around that way to there. So if you are wanting to kind of go for repeats, go for a full metre, and then you'll actually get a couple of repeats of the design then. You're loving this. It's really nice, isn't it? I love these kind of contemporary styles that we've got with the William Morris fabric. So yeah, nice, beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. And it's got a lovely kind of softness to it. Tapestry fabrics can be a bit kind of, not itchy, but a bit kind of, what's the word? Got a coarseness about them, yeah. Good word, Adam, thank you. But you wouldn't want to put them against your skin or anything like that. With these, I think if you wanted to make it into a garment, you'd probably, to be honest, if you were making a jacket, you'd probably line it anyway. But it's gorgeous, absolutely good. I'd be tempted almost to make this into almost like a throw or, like a pashmina style type thing. Because to be honest, oh, actually, I'm off now. Hold on. Because we've got these fabrics coming up a little bit later, which you can actually use almost as a lining with that if you wanted to. Fabulous. Love it. Do like that one. You are loving that one. Keep checking your baskets out, folks, with that one. So, yeah, that is one that has been very, very popular. So do keep checking your baskets out. Now, you might be waiting for the last of those chenilles that I tempted you with. So this is the blue willow bow. Oh, this is lovely. It's got that almost like a turquoise blue in it. Oh, this is nice as well. They're all gorgeous. Have you chosen these for the show, Ben? Oh, good call, mate. Good call. I love it. Again, it's kind of that fusion, maybe if you're very simplistic with regards to your layout of furniture and your style, maybe almost like a Swedish style furniture, shall I say? This is like that pop of colour without it being too much. Too much. Gorgeous. Do like that. So again, I'm going to bring the other one in just to show you how it kind of is in the comparison. So that's more of a greeny one. You still kind of, I mean, you could go for both together, I suppose. You still got the nod to the kind of blue there. But I do like this one with that darker blue. It's nice, isn't it? And it's got that kind of depth to it. And that's true, actually, Ben, when you look at it. It looks more three-dimensional, this one, when you actually look into it. You've got that gorgeous weave there. What have we got on the other side? Oh, okay. Oh, right, okay. I kind of like that. It's got kind of like a grey tone to that. But I think I prefer that side, the right side. So, I love it. Absolutely brilliant. Again, it's a woven fabric, so you've got obviously your weave there, you've got your durability with it being a tapestry, and it's an upholstery grade as well, so that's the thing that you need to remember with this. So it's going to be durable, it's going to be a fabulous one for your upholstery. If you are doing upholstery, I know it's one of those things that sometimes we see a chair and we think, you know what, I'm going to upholster that. And give it a go. Give it a go. Footstools, things like that, you might see one, you can pick them up, can't you, on auction sites and your local kind of recycle groups and things like that. You could make something really gorgeous with that. Could be a bag that you're making. Maybe it's a footstool and you're literally just changing the actual fabric on there. And there you go, William Morris footstool. Thank you very much. So there you go. Do keep an eye on those. So those are our 3 chenilles. We do try to keep them in stock. We're not always able to bring them to you. So do take advantage of that. I must admit, it's the first time I think I've seen those. Is it the first time that we've seen them? Oh, is that the first time we've seen them? So just to recap, we've got all 3 of these. No details on your screen because they're all on the website. So that one is the blue-green. So that's your willow bough. Then we've got your strawberry thief. So if you want your strawberry thief, this is your edge there. I think that wedge, I'd be trimming that off and using that as a ribbon. So that one there, that one has been the most popular of the 3. You're loving that one. So yeah, that's been a popular one. So that's the strawberry thief. And the last one is the willow bough again in the blue. Never been seen before on Sewing Street. So yeah, we've got good quantities of this one. So yeah, just to let you know, that one isn't as vulnerable as the others, but if you have gone for the others, then yeah, do bear that in mind. You need to check your basket out. So there we go. Right, where should we go next? Let's go for this one. So this one, do you remember the story of Elmer the elephant? He didn't want to be a grey elephant, I think, if I remember, and he painted himself with different colours. I think that's the one. This is lovely. Straight away I'm thinking bag making with this one, but maybe small bags as well. £7.49. Oh my goodness, this is not going to last. We're literally clearing out the last of the stock with this one. It's an old one but a good one. And this is probably your last chance to get it, to be honest, because quite often when we get to the smaller quantities, if we do want to bring more, then it means getting a whole bolt. And sometimes we've got to make room for new things. So that's why this is probably your last chance to get hold of this one. So we've only got probably about 10, well, we haven't even got 10 metres, have we? Because it's half metres. So yeah, 5 metres, if that, we've got of this one. So yeah, if you like the idea of it, stock up on it, maybe go for a full metre to give you plenty of scope. But this, I mean, little bags, toiletry bags, makeup bags. This is a nice one to work with. And you've got all those different colours in there, so you could pick out any lining that you like. I mean, we've got some brilliant fabrics that you could use as a lining coming up. I already showed you the little navy one, but there's a little teal one in there that would work with it. We've got red, we've got gorgeous kind of almost like a denim blue in there as well. These are on the show. They're coming up later, but you can jump on and have a little look on the website if you're wanting to kind of team them up. But yeah, do go and check those ones out. But I have to say, this is heading for a sellout now. So well done to everybody. Looking at single figures now, which is a little bit tricky because when we've got single figures, that means that potentially somebody's not going to get the double quantities that they may have wanted to get that full metre. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've got 12 people with this in their baskets, but they might be going for full metres, and if that's the case, some people are going to miss out. So, yeah. There we go. So this one is HXC430. Oh, okay, right. Okay, fair enough. Right, let me bring this one in. Sorry, is that the one that we're looking at? Sorry. Oh, yes, it says more too big. So that one, that is the one that the details are up on the screen for. I do apologise. So there you go. That's that one. So that's the big check. That is now approaching limited stock. So there you go. That is the little. That's the little one. The little one I'm going to bring in now. We've got a little bit more of this one. So there you go. So if you do want the smaller version, little check. Actually, it said big, didn't it, on the screen? And yeah, you probably figured out yourself that those aren't big squares, are they? So yeah, so they are little squares. So that's the big. The big is pretty much gone now. So yeah. This one, healthier stock, but not huge quantities, I have to say. But again, and now it's gone crazy for this one as well. I think maybe we caused a bit of confusion, so maybe you were hovering and hovering, but the website, you may have looked at the picture and thought, oh, I don't know if that's the same one. Well, this one is officially the one that you have got on your screen now. So there you go. That matches with that. So we got it right. There you go. Tapestry fabric. I didn't look at the other side of this one. Oh, okay. Kind of like that as well. If you like that kind of earthiness with it. But that officially is the correct side. But do we follow the rules? I don't know. I don't. I mean, I do follow the rules, like when I'm doing things like driving and stuff like that. I don't randomly drive on the wrong side of the road and things like that. But other times, creativity can sometimes mean that you're breaking the mould or breaking the rules a little bit, aren't you? So there you go. Little chest fabric. Love it. So there you go, £7.49. Very, very popular. Both of those have been very popular, so let's pop those ones out of the way in case we come back to it. Now, this is a nice one. We've got butterflies and birds and all sorts on this one. So this one, oh, where's the sticker on this one? Oh, there you go. Yep, got the right one. They've all got little numbers on there. So this is lovely. Charles Voysey. I can't say I've heard of Charles Voysey. Oh, look at this. Ben's been earning brownie points. Here we go. Look at this. Charles Francis Ansley Voysey. Oh, that's a good name, isn't it? He was an English architecture and furniture and textile designer. Put your teeth in, Hayley. Yeah, you can see the arts and crafts style, can't you, in that? Yeah, absolutely. And recognised as well by the Seminole Studio magazine. He's renowned as the architect of several country houses. Well, there you go. Ooh. One of the first people to understand and appreciate the significance of industrial design. I like the way that certain words are underlined there as well. Considered to be one of the pioneers of modern architecture, and a notion which he rejected. Oh, he's a very humble man. I like that. I think I like Charles. And his English domestic architecture draws heavily on Vernique. Oh my goodness. This wasn't written for a presenter, was it? I love it. But there's one word that stands out there for me, Sanderson wallpaper, my goodness. So the Sanderson wallpaper factory in Chiswick, which he designed. Oh, and he named it Voysey House in his memory. Oh, I love it. So there you go. So yeah, always certificates. He's got certificates. I love that. Oh, I love that. Oh, bless him. Good old, ripe old age of 83 as well. There you go. So there you go. Classic star. So although I don't recognise the name, and you might not recognise the name, he knew his stuff. Knew his stuff. But you can kind of see that arts and crafts feel to it, can't you? So yeah, do like that as well. I love the butterfly there. And you kind of got berries there. I bet they were all mates, actually, in that era. Was Willie? No, Willie Moe was a bit earlier than that, wasn't he, I think? I don't know. Oh, they were doing all sorts. It's like a pub quiz this morning. Oh, excuse me, a bit of a tickle there. So there you go. Anyway, let me carry on telling you about this while Ben's finding out some information now. Oh, so he died well before. I didn't look at the dates properly, so yeah. Yeah. Ah, so there was a crossover for 40-ish years, something like that. So there you go. Inspirational, obviously. So there you go, £8.49. So lovely look to it as well. I thought these were swans at first, but they're not. They're upside down butterflies. I looked at them, I thought, where are their heads? But they're not. Oh, moths, yes, of course. Love it. Beautiful. So gorgeous fabric. Again, that richness for the underside as well, but that is kind of the main feature, and a gorgeous kind of egg element that you've got there as well. So lovely. That particular one, butterflies and birds. Azure deluxe tapestry, if you will. So ½ metre and brilliant quality, and you're going to love that one. Now I'm going to bring in another one, and this particular one, oh, look at this. Now this one, William Morris himself. That Gorgeous. I love that kind of sweep that you've got through that. Would you like that? Beautiful. You've got your gorgeous kind of orange tones here as well. I like the fact that we've got a tapestry hour. Nice fabrics, isn't it? Quite often we see lots of our lighter weight fabrics, but this is, I mean, it's substantial fabric. So if it comes to bag making and creating projects that you need something more substantial, well, tapestries you want to go for. It's woven fabric, so you have got your fibres there. So if you are working with it, sometimes I will overcast the edge on my sewing machine or something like an overlocker, just so as you don't lose too much of the kind of eyelets there as well. Oh, the brother side cutter foot, yes, lots of people invested in that, didn't they? So there you go. That's a nice one. I like that one as well. So a little bit of William Morris again. We like that. We've only got half an hour left. Oh my goodness. Might have to speed up a bit. Now we've gone from something very, very traditional to something very modern. I like this one. That is a good one, isn't it? That is a good one. Oh, now the underside of that one is not dissimilar, to be fair. A bit more muted. So this one, this is called the Twist, brand new. Da, 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 da. I like this. I think this is a nice one if you're doing anything that's quite boxy. £7.49. I mean, do you know what I'd be tempted to use this for as well? To actually get my rotary cutter and almost make this into an edging. Oh, it looks like it's going up and down. Oh, plays tricks on your eyes. Because what you've actually got there is you've got a nice couple of inches wide, I'd say, that you could actually use that almost on the edge of a pocket. Or that there. So a ½ metre is going to go a long way with this, to be honest. Because if you imagine that you've got a pocket on a bag and you just want to use that as a feature, well, you've kind of got, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You've got loads of repeats of that. Again, I'd love it as a bag in its own right, to be honest. Fabulous fabric. Fabulous fabric. And it's got, oh, yes, Technicolor Dreamcoat. You could make a Technicolor Dreamcoat out of this one, Ben. You'd look very dapper in that. We'd certainly see you wandering around Morrison's with that one on, wouldn't we? You can make yourself a matching bag. He's already on it. Now, this is a lovely one. Again, it's a brand new fabric to us, so brand new bolts come into the warehouse, ready for it to be cut up as you need it. So you can go for your multiple lengths with this one. So if you wanted to make a garment, then you can do, just increase your quantities. 4 metre, you need to increase it to 2 and so on. 4 will give you 2 metres and so on. Absolutely gorgeous. The quality of this is phenomenal as well. I mean, look at that. Oh, that's satisfying. I love it. I love it. So gorgeous fabric. You are loving this one. As I say, if you're making anything that's quite boxy, you've kind of got the guidance there with this, haven't you? So that could be the front of like a little bag. I mean, look at that. Just a little crossbody bag with that. You could make the straps actually out of the chevron element, couldn't you? This is one of those fabrics which I might not have a project for at this moment, but I know I need to have it. And then I'll worry about finding the kind of project at a later date. Am I the only one that does that? Or is it a case of that you're a bit like me, that you love a fabric and you think the project will find me at some point? And I've got fabrics that I've had for years. And then all of a sudden I'll see a pattern and I think, that's the pattern for that fabric. So there you go. Just in case. I call them my just-in fabrics, just in case. So there you go, £7.49. If you like the look of that one, as many of you have been. Oh, I can't wait to see what you create with that. Nice fabric, you're going to like that one. You're going to like that one a lot. So we've got that one. Let me move those ones, the checkerboard ones out the way, because we're done with those ones as well. I'm going to bring in another slightly different version. I'm going a bit off-piste here, but I'm seeing these and I'm thinking to myself that these are a good idea as well. So this one's another one, very Aztec. Oh, now, is it a set of stairs? You could be going up the stairs, couldn't you? Oh, that's a good point. It does look like loads of books, doesn't it? Oh, there you go. Licorice all sorts. Oh, I love it. Oh gosh, this could keep me amused for hours. So that's your ½ metre going from the bottom to the top. But See, now it looks like stacks of books, doesn't it? And if you're into your embroidery, potentially you could be embroidering, I don't know, titles. They just look like they're waiting to tumble though, don't they? Those stacks of books. Oh yeah, do move your fabrics around when you get this. Again there. Or there could be loads of sandwiches. Oh, I love a jam sandwich. Not jam and lettuce, no, but jam and cheese is supposed to be nice. I've been told jam and cheese is nice, although it's not one that I've tried, but there you go. But it almost looks a little bit like I don't know, like a Victoria sandwich cake, some of these as well. So yeah, sorry if I'm kind of doing your head in by moving that around, but it morphs into different styles as you rotate it around. I think it's really interesting fabric. So there you go, plays tricks on you a little bit, that one. So £7.49. You like that one? Again, it's one that's brilliant if you use it in its entirety, but again, I'd be tempted to use it as a feature fabric on the edge of a pocket and things like that. So yeah. Don't forget, do check out some of those solids that we've got on the show as well. Did you want to do any of the solids, or should we carry on with the tapestries? Carry on with the tapestries. So we've got, we're going to go back to kind of more of a traditional style. I've seen another one that's quite an Aztec look as well. I might show you that one in a minute as well. So, oh, now this is nice. This is a nice one. So this one has been inspired. Can you guess who it's been inspired by? William Forrest. But look at, joking apart though, look at the price. Love it. Beautiful, kind of like little crocuses in there as well. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Again, the richness of the green that you've got there as well. So New World Tapestry, William Forrest fabric. Again, inspired, I am sure, by the arts and crafts kind of movement and that era, because it's got that style to it. But the price at £7.49, a very, very affordable price for half-metre fabrics, I have to say. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. I've just been distracted. This is gorgeous. I've been distracted by this one. Can we do that? Because I'm keeping an eye on the time. There's so many fabrics here that we're really up against it. So this one, you're going to love this one. Oh, wow. Oh, it's a peacock, Ben. We like a peacock. Now, this is the first time we've ever seen this one, and I know how you love a peacock. Oh, I've got so many impressions going on of peacocks in this. Can you do a peacock, Levi?
Absolutely not.
Oh, no. I love it. Absolutely gorgeous. So you've got the beauty, and I love this because you kind of got the sweep of the tail, rather than kind of the, you know how that like they create that almost like canopy or whatever. I don't know what they call it. Well, it's a tail, isn't it? But they fan it out, don't they? But here, you kind of got the drape. I just love this. Again, a bag in this. This is a conversation starter, isn't it? This is the type of fabric that if you're walking around and you've got a bag with this, people would like to say, oh, I love your bag. Where did you get that from? And then you can say, well, I made it. Again, I think I'd go for a metre of this. And the reason being is, because you've got kind of a long repeat with the bird, if you wanted to, or the peacock, should I say, if you wanted it, it's going to be if you want the full flow of that, because I think this would look fabulous on the back of a denim jacket again. So if we were to bring that back in, I mean, obviously, if you've got a full metre, you can position it a little bit better. But let's just fold that in, just so you can kind of get the idea of what it would look like on the back of a... Can you imagine that on the back of a navy jacket? Or literally, you don't have to be a jacket that you've made, because you could literally cut this, measure your denim jacket and kind of make yourself a paper template and just add on a little bit of a kind of seam allowance to turn it, and then you could applique it in place. Back of a waistcoat, that would look nice as well, wouldn't it? Beautiful. Gorgeous. And again, it's kind of got, I think it's almost got like an oriental inspired feel to it as well. Almost like little cherry blossoms that you've got there as well, but beautifully loving this one. Now again, it's one of those ones that's brand new to us here, so we've got a nice fresh bolt in the warehouse. ready to be cut into whatever length you choose. So ½ metre piece, you'll get a piece the same as I'm showing you here. Go for a full metre though, and as I say, that would be my suggestion if you can stretch to a full metre, because that will give you more scope with the kind of the fabric repeats, the pattern repeats with that. But if you're making a bag, then maybe you don't need to worry so much about it. Now, can I urge you to check your baskets out with that one though, because lots of you are going for multiples of that, which means that if everybody checks out at the same time, those people who are at the kind of the end of the queue, so to speak, are going to find that they're not going to get what they want. So, oh, sorry, Ben, which one did you want to do? Should we do this one first? Now, I know how popular Stuart's Aztec quilt was that he did. So this one here, New Mexico, that was it. Beautiful. See, again, the underside, that's nice as well, isn't it? So this one, again, applique maybe. Wobbly squares, because they're not kind of very angular, they're kind of more diamond shapes though, so what I'd call wobbly squares with those if you wanted to. So again, nice one. Is this a new one to us, Ben? No, we've seen this one before. I've not seen this one, I like it. Again, the blue there, perfect if you're teaming it with denim. Again, make a nice bag. See there, if you look, you've got almost like a V shape there. So you could cut that off and use that triangle maybe to make a flap for a bag. And again, as a feature, not necessarily making your project completely out of it. And can I just say, did you go for the checkerboard earlier on, the small checkerboard? Will work well with that, wouldn't it? Like it, like that one. So we're going to leave that one with you. The details are on your screen. I've got a similar one, have I? Oh, that'll be this one. Oh, Ben, good choice. Oh, wow. Now I've got a larger piece of fabric here. So is it by the ½ metre again? I'm going to leave it folded over like so. I've actually got a full metre here. I like it. Oh, you've got like little faces in here as well. I think you could, Ben. Yeah. Ben's talking about putting some anti-slip on there and actually use it as maybe a floor covering. Now, this is a metre, so this will give you an idea with any of the fabrics. So I will just reiterate, it's ½ metre you're shopping for, so you won't get a piece as big as the piece that I'm about to show you. But if you go for a full metre, oh, look at that. That is very boho, isn't it? You could literally just take that, even if you're the most novice of sewers, just turn over an edge and turn it over again just to hem it. Top stitch it, and there you go, you've got a fabulous throw. Now, this has come literally straight off the bolt, so it's kind of got a bit of what I call starchiness. I don't know if that's the right phrase, but give it a wash and it will kind of go a little bit more fluid with that as well. Adam's new to that kind of... Is it the first time you've directed on Sewing Street? Oh, for quite a while. He's full of all the ideas. He's bitten by the bug. Or should I be courtesying? Courtesying? I didn't realise. Oh, sorry, Adam. Little curtsy there for you. I like that. And as I say, if you're wanting to go full metre, and to be able to kind of turn that into a throw or, oh, what do they used to call it? Oh, I can't think what they used to call it. What's the things that they threw over the back of sofas? Oh, I can't think what the word is. No, it wasn't an anti-word. Oh, you guys at home, help me out with this one. You know what I'm talking about. It's like a funny little word for when you used to have you put things on the back of the sofa, usually where your head would go. Massa or something like that. I can't remember. That's not the right word. No, it's like a throw. They're quite often with like cotton fabric and things like that because you'd wash them. Oh gosh, that's really irritating. John would know the word off the top of his head. Oh, that's going to be... I'll be shouting that at 2 o'clock in the morning then. I think, does it begin with the letter P? Oh, I don't know. I think we might have to rely on the viewers for that one because I'm not giving you much to go on there, Ben. Granted, I'm not giving you a lot on that one. Anti-cluster or something like that. Oh, come on, people. Oh, you know. Oh, like this. Now, Tree of Life is a very popular style in jewellery and home decor and all sorts of different things. So this is lovely. And do you know what I like about this one is you've got the open area with this as well. So you could literally use that as a feature or an applique element if you want to. There you go, Dee, thank you. Oh, you're all there. There we go. See? Oh, we did start with Auntie. Oh, thank you, people. See, I love that. You're brilliant. Thank you. We can't keep up. Don't worry, I couldn't say it, Jennifer, let alone spell it. So thank you. Loads of you have messaged in, so we've brought a few of them up on the screen. We could go for the rest of the hour actually filling that screen with those responses. So thank you so much for that. I'm glad I wasn't losing my marbles. I knew it was a thing. So anyway, back to this fabric. So this one, you've got your focus of your tree. Love this because you've kind of got your left and your right. So you've kind of got a row there where they're all blowing in one direction and a row there where they're all coming in the opposite direction. Lovely kind of tree element, but then you've kind of got like a contemporary look. I love that kind of boho look behind it. What's the underside? Oh, I kind of like the underside as well. I don't know about the stripy bits, that kind of plays havoc with our screens. But there you go, that's a nice one. Like that one as well. So there you go, if you like the look of that one. 1/2 metre pieces, that one as well. So should we go very traditional again with these? Oh, I've just seen another one that I like. Oh, I like this. I like it. I was going to say, Adam's, he knows. He knows now. It's William Morris. He's been on air 45 minutes and he knows his stuff now. Pomegranate. Oh my goodness. 10 minutes left. Oh, I'm not going to close it up. I've been swooning, drooling, Hayley said. There's loads and loads on the website, by the way, folks. So, yeah, do go and have a little look on the website for the ones that we've not been able to bring to you. I wanted to bring that one in, though. Can I bring that one in very quickly as well? Because that's very in keeping with that kind of Aztec-y style that we've been looking at. And a nice one, again, if you wanted to cut it into kind of strips and things like that. So, like this one. Brand new today, again, this one. I like this one. Nice for your braidings, again, your edges of your pockets and things like that. Again, if you, and I know that many of you did go for the shacket pattern, this would be a fabulous one to use for your vertical stripes on your shacket patterns. Maybe applique in that on the top. So like that one a lot. So there you go. Keep checking your basket out for that one. Another brand new one, that one. So again, brand new bolt. Sometimes we just buy one bolt and that's it. So when it's gone, it's gone. But at the moment, we've got reasonable quantities of that one. So do not miss out on that one as well. So, yeah, love it. So there you go. If you want that, I'm going to very speedily go through. I might bring them all in and kind of just flick through them in a second, just to give you an idea. So this one here, we're starting EOC 459. Another William Morris. Honeysuckle. You've got honeysuckle. There you go. I do love honeysuckle. Beautiful smell to it. We've got some in our garden just coming out. And it makes a really nice tapestry, and that is very true. Very true, Ben. Gorgeous. Good for the bumblebees, is it, Adam? Honeysuckle? There you go. Got to look after those bees. We rely on the bees more than we take credit for them, don't we? So, again, nice traditional colour with that green as the backdrop. Gorgeous kind of golden yellows in there that you've got, and these gorgeous kind of almost like a cinnamon tone in there. Really nice, like that one. We've actually got another version of that one which has got more of an injection of colour into it. So let me show you that one as well. So if you do like that style but you want something with a bit more of a pop, then maybe this is the one for you. And isn't it funny when you look at the same fabric but in a different colour tone? Because I didn't even notice that there. Oh, is this a new one? Right, this one's called Woodland Weed. Happy days. Oh, we like this. There's loads of colours in here. Orange and gorgeous. We've had loads of brand new ones. Have we had any brand new ones that I've not shown anybody yet, Ben? Have you been ticking them off? He's doing the I Spy book of tapestry fabrics. Love it. That is a really nice one. Again, cut by the 1/2 metre. You repeat on this one, you're kind of looking from there to there, aren't you? So yeah, just shy of your ½ metre. So if you want to have a bit more scope with your positioning, I like that, it's almost like an upside down heart, isn't it? Then you go for your full metre and it gives you a little bit more scope with your positioning of your fabric pieces. So nice one, that one, we like that one a lot. So if you like the idea, I don't think there's another version of that one, as far as I can see. So there you go, details on your screen for that particular one. What have we got here? We've kind of got this one, that one, this one. I like this. Do you know what? This is nice because it almost looks, I mean, it's brand new fabric, but it almost, you know when you, I don't know, I've never been to Morocco, but I would imagine that you've kind of got rugs and carpets and that have kind of got that, yes, very Marrakesh Baroque, that's the word, isn't it? But it looks like it could tell a story. I like a fabric that could tell you a story. That is gorgeous. And it looks like it's kind of aged and you've kind of got peaks and troughs with the colour. So if you want some, I kind of like the underside as well, but I think I prefer that side. But again, that'd be a lovely one if you wanted to just edge it. If you've got an overlocker and you've got thread that's the same, you could literally just overlock the edge. And if you think to yourself, well, gosh, that's not doing much, you go and have a look on the high street when you're shopping for things out there. It's shocking sometimes the way things are finished. But there we go. I'll get down off my orange box. So there you go. Beautiful. And is that a new one today as well? Yeah. You're liking that one? That'd make a fabulous bag as well. Oh, we've got some good fabrics today. What's this one here? Oh, now is this one by Charles again? Mr. Voisey. So there you go. This is a nice mix because you've kind of got your grey tones and your reds, which always work well together. But then you've got that mustardy tone in there as well. So again, very nice. Love it. Ooh, I didn't expect that. Kind of like got purples in there. Wow, didn't expect that. So there you go. That's a nice one as well. We're liking that one. Next one that we've got for you now, this has kind of got a darker backdrop, so maybe you're thinking more towards your winter projects and your winter decor. We've almost got like little clovers in this one. Oh, there's another Charles one. I don't know if I've got it the right way up. Is it that way around or is it that way around? Could be either, I suppose, really, couldn't it? You've got your Tudor rose featuring in here as well, so very in keeping with that time. And we've got another version of that one here as well, so I'm going to bring that one in as well. And this one's got more of a warmer tone. We've actually got another version which has kind of got a teal backdrop as well. So there you go. I like Charles. I like Charles's work. And it's nice, I feel as if I know him better now. Well, I didn't even know he existed before the show, to be fair, so yeah. Anything's an improvement, isn't it? There you go. So this one's got that gorgeous kind of rose wine backdrop to it, as you can see there, which kind of elevates the leaves, doesn't it? It separates them and brings them out a little bit more. And that gorgeous Tudor rose featuring there again, as you can see. And then the last version that we've got that is kind of with this one is lots of kind of green tones. So this one here is the last variation of it. And again, it's kind of, it looks different with the different fabrics, so much so. So lots of kind of greens and your teals in there. And again, yellow roses featuring on this particular one. So there you go. Nice one, that one, if you like the look of that one. Details are on your screen. Then we've got two coming again, which we have kind of seen this style previously, but I didn't notice these ones. So going back to Charles's, well, I've not got back to because we were chatting about him again. So again, if you like your blues and your greens, then this is the one for you. And apparently he has his own section in the V&A, so there you go. Beautiful. I bet the stuff of his in the gift shop as well, and I bet it's a lot of money. You can make your own, make little bags of that. Again, you could have your feature. That could be your birds that aren't having, they're not getting on at the moment because they've got back to back, and then they've made up. Kind of got like a heart shape there as well, so lovely. So that one, again, azure, because of that gorgeous blue feature in there, but this one is a real kind of contemporary. If you like your monochromatics and you like your drama between your dark and your light, then this is going to be the one for you as well. And there you go, so you've kind of got your backdrop with that, and then you kind of got your more creamy tones and your kind of yellow coming through there as well. So yeah, nice one. So that's the last one of those. So yeah, so we've got on the website literally all of these that I haven't had a chance to show you. But there's loads, and these are brilliant because they're tapestry fabrics that you could actually use as bases for your embroidery, maybe a bit of sashiko work potentially with these as well. So these are all on the website. Too many to go through, but you can see these are going to complement many of those fabrics that we've just been chatting about. But something that you might want to add into your basket if you are into your tapestry are your John James tapestry needles. And John, there you go, established 18 foot. They've all been part of that period of time. So there you go, pack of 6. Oh, a pack. Did he really? Oh, Charles Dickens wrote about it in his memoirs. It's kind of before TripAdvisor existed, I suppose. £1.99, very affordable, brilliant brand, local brand to us here in the Redditch area. Of course, we've got a big history with needle making in the Redditch. Sadly, not made in the area anymore, but still that connection is there. So yeah, £1.99, just a lovely opportunity. Nice, large open eye there, short kind of length to the needle, so easy for you to work with, and perfect if you're looking at doing a little bit of kind of embroidery and you need some of your fabrics there. So yeah, don't forget those fabrics. We've got loads of those. Check them out. So there you go, first hour, boom, boom, gone, just like that. That's how this morning's going to be, especially when we get into the next hour, because I've got a guest in the next hour, and you're going to love what Becky is bringing to us. So stay tuned, grab yourself a brew. I'll see you in around 2.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to an hour that I'm very much looking forward to, for obvious reasons. I mean, this bag is amazing. Lovely Becky is joining me this morning for this hour, and we've got another hour together a little bit later on as well.
We have, yeah. Hi.
I have to say, I love this.
Thank you. Yeah,
It's
I actually
so
quite
adorable.
like it. I wanted to make a round one, but then I always take my bag off when I'm sitting down at a restaurant or
Okay.
something. So I don't want it to topple over, so I flattered it.
Yeah,
off.
it stands up by itself,
Yeah.
which is a really good point. Now, this is very exciting because this particular bag that we're bringing to you, we've not seen in a long time.
No.
Long time.
No.
Sold out,
Yeah.
which you can understand because it's gorgeous. Sold out as a pattern as well, but this is the first time there's been a bit of collaboration gone on here, which is very exciting, because when we bring the details up on the screen, you've actually got everything that you need to create your bag, bar things like your thread and adding in things like your bosal or whatever form you wanting to use in there. And it's the first time we've had this as a printed panel. This is very exciting.
Yeah, and it's my artwork as well.
I love it.
Yeah.
This is amazing. So let me show you the panel, because you're going to have everything that you need on here. Now, we're still going to get the instructions,
Yeah.
which have got a pattern in there as well, have
Yeah.
they? So if you go on and use your own fabric. So this is the exact same one that I've got here. So this is the deer fox. It's like a deer fox.
Dear fox.
Not deer and fox, it's deer fox. Now, this is a big panel.
Yeah, it's 140 centimetres wide by 1 metre.
Gosh, there's a lot of fabric here. Wow. Now, you're going to get all the pieces. So obviously that's the inside, isn't it? Let me just open this up so you can kind of see. So you've got your inside fabric, which are these pieces. Then you've got your outside pieces and your bits that are going to create all your gusset and your strap and everything as well. So there is a lot in here. Wow. Beautiful fabrics. Do like your designs.
Thank you.
If I flip it over, that's the other side. So, and I like this as well, because you've got the square. This is the thing that I love about this, because this fabric is gorgeous and perfect to make the bag, which it looks amazing. But if you thought to yourself, do you know what, I'd like to use that in another way. You haven't printed it so as it's the shape.
No, there is a reason for that on this particular bag, is because you can do quilting. So the two pieces, those grey pieces that are next to you, you can do quilting on it or not quilt it. So I've left it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
That's a good point. Love it.
Because
Love
you get shrinkage, don't you? In
You
quilting?
do, because it kind of pulls in, doesn't it, as it goes. But isn't it lovely? You could do a little bit of free motion with that, couldn't you? If you
You
wanted
could.
to? So everything is detailed really easily, so there's no guesswork.
No.
Not left in the dark at all. Your back outer pocket, your crossbody straps, all of those. And you've got all of the fabric pieces. But it doesn't stop there, because you're actually going to get your haberdashery to work with this as well. So you're going to get that. You're going to get the sellout. You're going to get the panel, first time that we've seen the panel. You're going to get the sellout pattern. Well, it's a book, to be fair. There's a lot of content in here.
Yeah, 24 pages.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna
I'm
stop
a
any-
visual learner, so I like pictures.
Yes,
So,
I'm
yeah.
the same. I don't tend to read. And sometimes when you read things, it can be a bit ambiguous, can't it?
Yeah.
The way that you read it might be different to somebody else. So having the pictures there, I love this as well. All the tapestry fabric that we had earlier.
Yeah, tapestry fabric. I was actually admiring some of the tapestry
Yeah,
fabric and
well,
thinking it'd go
yeah.
really nice with it.
So you're going to get that. You're going to get your zips. Now these are very clever, and we both got a bit kind of duped with these, because when you look at these, they look like metal zips.
Yeah, they did.
But they're not. They're actually, well, I think it's classed as nylon.
It's nylon.
And they've got lovely kind of antique style pullers on there. So you're going to get 2 of those. So one for the outside, one for the internal
Inside,
pocket.
yeah.
Okay, so you're going to get those in there as well. So we're making our little bundle up here. We've got your fabric, which doesn't look as pretty as it did when it was folded neatly before. You're also going to get your buckles and your sliders. So you can get your attachments there. So those are going to sit, obviously, creating the attachment that you've got there in your slider there for adjusting. And we've got, what's this?
Piping. So around the bag on the outer.
Of course, yes. Now, piping was something that you featured in your demonstration when you bought it
Last time,
didn't you?
yeah.
Did we figure out the date of the last show, Ben? Did we figure it out? Oh, he's going to sort it out. He's going to sort that out. So basically, you've got everything bar is it Bosaw that you suggested?
Yeah, Bosaw and interfacing.
Lovely. We've got both of those on the website as well. Well, we've got them on the show, so I'll probably tell you those details. A wee while. So really good size bag. I love it. Now, £39.99 is going to get you all of that, and then obviously you add in your extra bits and pieces to get the stability. And I love that idea that it is a stable bag.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, Ben has gone into the archives the 2nd of March 2022. Gosh, that is a long time ago.
I did say it was a long time ago.
Wow.
That's 2 years.
Wow. My goodness, over 2 years. Oh, yes. Please don't leave it this long next time to finger things, will you? Now, it's proving to be very, very popular. It's one of those items that we print the fabrics, and I'm sure if you've bought any of our printed panels before, then you will know just how popular they are. But we've printed a run of these. So when the stock has gone, the stock has gone until the next time that we bring it to you, which hopefully will be a next time, but sometimes it isn't, because we have new items, and I know you're working on a lot of stuff at the moment.
Yeah, I am,
Becky,
yeah.
So, yeah, but I loved it. Your artwork is beautiful.
Thank you, thanks. I can just easily sit there with an iPad and doodle.
Doodle.
Yeah.
Well, you're very good at it. And is this the first time that we've ever done panels with you, Becky?
No, we've done panels before with some of my old artwork, but they did it for me, but now I'm trained myself to do it, so I can do it for them, so I can do it quicker.
Taken to it like a duck to water, I have to say. Beautiful. I love the style. You've got your little sleepy fox there curled up in the bottom of the tree. Love the nod to autumn with the pumpkins in there. So perfect for this time of year. And then you've got obviously little deer there as well. Now, I will warn you, we're getting to the point now where we've almost got more in baskets than we've got stock available. And I know somebody who is thrilled to bits to see you back on air, and I'm looking on the iPad here, Lynn. Yay, Becky Alexander-Frost back on Sewing Street with great panels and patterns. Lovely to see you, Hayley and Becky together. It's first time.
It is first time.
So far,
it's
so
been
good.
nice.
Oh, Carol. Hello, Carol. How are you doing this morning? Morning, Becky. So looking forward to your shows today. Great to have you back.
Oh, thank you, Carol.
I love it. And we're hopefully going to see more of you, aren't we?
Yeah.
We've got a plan. But let me tell you about this bundle, because it's proven to be incredibly popular. The bag itself, brilliant bag. I've got so many fabrics at home that I'll be reusing that pattern for.
Yeah, the good thing is the templates are in the pattern, and if you don't want to trace off the templates, if you take a photograph of the actual panel pattern itself, send me an email, I can actually just send you the templates through, so you can just print them off.
Oh, bless you.
Yeah.
That's because you don't necessarily want to cut into it.
No, you don't want to cut into it, but also you just don't want to. Sometimes, I know when I've traced things off, they are slightly smaller.
Yes,
Yeah, so you just don't want to do
You
that.
tend to eat away at it, don't you?
Yeah.
The more times that you use it, it gets smaller and smaller. So you're going to get your panel, you're going to get your 2 zips, you're going to get obviously all your haberdashery, your piping cord, and you are going to get your pattern. But I promised you 3 versions. £39.99, that is the version that you're making if you're going for this particular bag. So you've got all the outer fabrics. All you need to do is to get hold of your bow saw and your interfacing. How much bow saw do we need? Do we sell it by half metres? I think we do.
It's half metre.
So our cut would
half
be
metre.
sufficient, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. So if you just want to add in that ½ metre of a single-sided bow saw that we've got and your interfacing, you can shop for everything on the show. And we'll tell you all the bits and pieces as Becky works her way through a demonstration. Now, talking about demonstration, this is the one that you're going to be working with. Like it, pretty and pink. So this one, this is really pretty. So this one, I think we're calling it Bliss Flowers. Is that right?
Bliss flowers.
Lovely. Oh, I love that. That pink's gorgeous.
Folk bliss, yeah.
Beautiful. So again, oh, that's pretty. Oh, I like that. It's one that you've been shopping ahead. I do suggest you jump ahead because once me and Becky start chatting, it takes us ages to go through everything. So yeah, we've got less than 50 available of all of them, and some of them are much less than that now as the show's been going. The pattern sold out back in 2022. We have got the pattern available as well. You will get it with your panel and your haberdashery. So it's the same. You're going to get the same zips. You're going to get the piping cord. You're going to get obviously your gold tone elements, and you're going to get your pattern with that as well. So that is all coming together. So I'm just going to fold that up quite unceremoniously. I'm going to neaten it up afterwards, but I'm keen to get over to the demo. We'll have a proper look at that in a minute. But the pattern itself. What was the information you're going to give me, Ben, on that? I love it there, isn't it so cute? That is so, so cute. Now, we had this back in 2022 at £13.50p. I don't know why Ben's telling me that but okay, right, so that's the pattern by itself. So 13, and actually if you knock that off the price of the kit, because you'd be paying that anyway, that makes it a very affordable way. Last option that we've got for, oh, this is a pretty one. I like my blues.
And me.
Yeah.
I've come, I wear a lot of blue at home.
This is gorgeous. And again, you've got that little bit of pink in there. So, yeah, this ticks all the boxes for me. Bit of blue, bit of pink. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. So, again, you've got your main bag outer, obviously your two sides, and then you've got all of your different components all detailed in there. Again, you're going to get your instructions. Again, you are going to get your two zips. And again, you are going to get your haberdashery, which is all kind of over the place now because Hayley's got her mitts on it. Oh, Caroline, sorry, I do apologise. Becky's patterns are so easy to follow. Her own fabric designs are beautiful. Yes, fabric designer. And the first time a collaboration has been done with the panels, which I think is really exciting.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Many more to come, hopefully, as well. So, yeah. So this is beautiful. The way that we're going with so much interest so early on in, we're going to have sellouts. We're going to have sellouts in this now. So please check your baskets out. We are going to get into a demonstration. So Becky's going to be giving us hints and tips as we go. But get in early, especially if you're going for the panels, because as I say, we didn't have huge quantities really. I'm surprised that we didn't have more of these available to you, but we kind of do a run of them, and that is the key thing. Oh, my ear popped out then. So yeah, check out your baskets, that's the key thing. But before we do that, I'm just going to fold that out of the way because we are going to talk about the pattern by itself, and I don't want you to think that is included. Now, if you want to go for the pattern by itself, we have seen the pattern before, because you bought this back in 2022, and it sold out. So 2 years ago, it was £13.50. 2 years on, we've kept the price the same. Mm-hmm. Wow.
And it's grown as well, so it used to be A5, it's now A4.
Oh, right.
So the pictures are bigger.
Oh, so it's new and improved?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
So it's actually twice as much paper in there than was originally, but we've kept the price the same?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, there you go. So with everything that's gone on, everything's gone up in price, hasn't it? And I know the cost of paper's gone up as well, because I know that from my own personal use. So, yeah. Brilliant value for me. Just to reiterate, the bag that you've got there is the bag that we've just been looking at here that we've got with the panels, but of course you can add your own fabric in if you wanted to. One of the features that Becky said was she wanted it to stand up. I think that's a really good point.
Yeah, I don't like bags toppling over, especially if you've used foam.
Yes.
You don't have to use foam in this, you can use H640 if you want to, if you're total novice. And basically, I know if you use H640 and don't have a flat bottom, it's going to topple over. So,
yes, yeah.
Yeah.
That's good advice, good advice. And we have got the Bosel on the show, so if you want to get hold of your Bosel as well, you can add that in as well. Loads if you've got these in your baskets. Now, it might be that you're waiting for your demonstration. Don't worry, we are going to get into the demonstration in just a few moments. I've just noticed a little message here, and I've just put it on Seymour because it's quite a lengthy one. Morning both, a little bit shocked that the bag was originally on over 2 years ago. I was having a clear out and found the pattern and the original cover fabric in one of my fat quarter bags, knowing how long I have it, knowing now how long I have it. I've had it 2 years and you haven't made it yet. My goodness, Kirsty. And she literally says, I really need to pull my finger out and get it made. Now, talking about getting it made, I mean, when we're actually making this, what sort of length of time should we accommodate? I mean, is it an evening project, a weekend project?
Once you've cut out all the pieces and prepped everything, like all the quilting, if you want to do the quilting, I would say about half a day.
Oh,
yeah,
so quite easy, rainy day project.
Yeah.
Like it, perfect. So there you go. Pattern's proven to be very popular again at the original price, but twice the size with regards to the print there. So yeah, £13.50. If you're wanting that by itself, then please do so. But bear in mind, the kits that we were looking at, they were £39.99. Take £13.50 off those. Makes it a very competitive price for having all of the fabrics and your haberdashery there as well. So weigh up your options. That's all I'm saying then. But details on your screen if you fancy getting hold of these. So, shall we make one?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Do that then.
Right, okay, so with the pattern, like I've already said, you need to trace off your templates because you'll notice on my panels I don't do the shapes because I like to give the templates. It means that they can remake the pattern because I know some designers only do the templates on the panels.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so my panels will have always squares and you have to cut out the shapes.
Fair enough.
So last time I was on, I already showed you how to do piping and stuff like that. I'm just going to go ahead and carry on kind of where I left
Yeah,
off.
because I mean, you were talking about an afternoon project. We're not going to get it all done in one hour. So yeah, do go back. 20th of March 2022. Was that the right date? Oh, 2nd of March 2022.
Okay, so I've gone ahead, done some basic quilting. I say within the pattern, don't quilt anything really close. But if you are going to do some certain areas where you're going to do quite a lot of quilting, just bear in mind when you quilt, it shrinks. So I've just given enough of like an inch either side, top and bottom. So just play with what you've got. Okay, so you're going to, once you've quilted it, I've got my Bosel interfacing and my panel.
Lovely.
And I'm just going to get a friction pen and draw and cut this out.
That's a nice, like you say, simple quilting, but it's nice when if you've got, I always call it the hockey stick that you get, sometimes got in your accessory box with your sewing machine. It's a nice one to actually do those squares. Oh,
I love the fact that you call it a hockey stick.
It's probably got a proper name. I'm one for making up my own names for things. It just look like a hockey stick.
Are you the remote control person that says doofer or
That's
zapper?
it, usually yeah, the zapper, it's usually the zapper. You've got me.
Right, okay, so you just draw around that. Once I've drawn around it, you can go ahead and cut it out. Okay, it's not the best of pens, but...
No, that's fine. Well,
so when you do cut, don't use your actual fabric scissors because cutting foam does blunt your scissors.
it's one of those, it's like do you or don't you, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, so...
A bit like anything that's got a paper backing on the back of it. It's like, do you use your fabric scissors or do you not use your fabric scissors?
Yeah, exactly.
One of life's mysteries.
Okay, so I don't know if I explained this last time, but because we're going to have foam in the seams, we need to actually shrink off the foam. So like I've done here on this one, which I've already prepared, I've zigzagged it so it squashes the foam on the edge. So I'm just going to go round and do a zigzag.
I learnt that at a tip at a retreat that I went to, and it's brilliant.
Yeah, it just basically squashes the foam so it's not in the way, and when we come to do the binding inside, it's just completely
changes it completely. And as I say, if you've battled with bosal in the past or anything that's too thick, then yeah, it's a brilliant tip from Becky, I have to say. One that I've used, and I use it all the time now. So yeah, just a little zigzag. It doesn't take long.
No, it doesn't.
Around the edge,
No.
but it makes it a lot easier, especially for inserting zips and, like you say, the piping and stuff like that as well.
Yeah. So I'm just going round, overlapping the outer edge with a large zigzag, just so it squashes it down, and so it's more easy to use.
Yeah, surprising how much of a difference it makes.
You don't normally have to do this if you cut the foam out of the seams. So like some patterns, if the foam isn't in the seams, you don't really need to do this.
Yeah, sometimes you have a separate pattern piece, don't you?
Yeah.
Do
you do separate pattern pieces?
I don't tend to.
No, I
I'm trying to
don't.
think which one I've got. No, I don't. Quite
I just
often
say
I'll
trim
say
it
trim
off.
it back.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's a hassle to do either way, isn't it?
It is.
I prefer the zigzag method.
So I've zigzagged all the way around, so I squashed the seams. I'm now going to put this one to one side. I haven't put any of the lining on the back because we've got a zipper pocket to put on that lining. So I'm going to go with the outer slip pocket. So the outer slip pocket is one of those pieces where you're going to have to get the template and draw around the template on the area. You will have quite a bit left over at the top, I did notice, so you might want to use that for something else.
Well, when you actually look at it on the bag body, you'd make a nice little purse or something.
Yeah,
like
it would
that,
do.
maybe. Yeah.
So I've got some piping, which I showed you in the last show, and I'm just going to top that onto the main fabric.
And the piping fabric, that's featuring on the panel as well?
It is. The only fabric that you might, so if you have never done piping before and don't want to do piping on the bag, there is a piece on the panel which you can use as a binding inside. But if you're like me and you want to use it as the actual piping, you're going to have to get a fat quarter out of your stash to just do the binding inside.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And if you go to my YouTube channel, there is a video on how to do piping and how to make your own binding as well.
And where do we find that? Do we look for you by name?
Just type in RJAF Makes. Yeah. Right, okay, so I'm just going to sew, but I'm going to sew like 1/8 away from where that actual stitching is already, because when we come to attach that side, I will stitch the other side, the 1/8.
Go a bit closer.
Yeah. So I'm just going over to my zipper foot.
I love that, and I love the way that you positioned your pattern piece as well, so your fabric is just in the right position. So that's something sometimes you don't think of, but
No.
yeah, be mindful of doing that. So
Just sew that.
do you use a different foot when it comes to doing that?
Yeah, I just use my zipper foot.
Okay,
So because you've got the edge of the zipper foot, it lines up next to the actual where the piping is.
perfect.
So I'm doing it, still on zigzag, need to take that off. There you go. I should have thought about that.
Oh, that's easily done. I've done that myself. In fact, I only did it yesterday. So yes.
There you go. Right, okay, so number one. There you go. Okay, so I'm about 1/8 of an inch away from where I've already previously sewn on the actual piping.
So more towards the outer edge.
Outer edge, the raw edge, yeah.
And quilt clips as well. You tend to use quilt clips more so than pins?
Yeah, and quilter's tape.
Yes.
My best friend, quilter's tape.
Like pins on a roll, isn't it? Though?
Yeah, it is. So I've just gone ahead and done that. And then I'm just going to pop this side, right side down. And I have got interfacing on both of these pieces. The only thing that I don't interface is the binding and the piping.
Okay.
So
And again, we've got a pack of interfacing, hemline interfacing, which will have sufficient.
two packs of-
you need 2
yeah.
packs. Okay.
Okay, so if I flip this over, you'll see where you've already stitched. So you know you need to go the other side. So, and then that will mean you're getting close to the actual piping. So So I know I'm approximately 1/8 of an inch away from that stitch line. Okay. And then you're just going to go ahead, because we've got a curved edge, just snip along that edge.
Lovely. Oh, that's very satisfying, isn't it? Level-wise, with the actual bag, I mean, I'm looking at it, and I suppose a little bit of sewing know-how, because you're working with zips and piping.
Yeah, I was going to say, I do say it's aimed for intermediates, but I've got beginners that have sewn it.
And I have to say, your instructions are very comprehensive. There's loads of photos in there. So I think even if you're, shall we say, confident beginner, you've made a few things before and you fancy kind of trying something different, then I don't think you'll struggle.
The only thing I could say is if you're a beginner and you just don't want to do the piping, then just go ahead. Don't do
Fair
the
point,
piping.
yeah. Does add a feature though, doesn't it? I do like a bit of piping in something. I think it gives it
It does.
nice.
So I'm just rolling that to make sure the piping's nice and sticking out nice. It's an awkward shaped pocket, so just take your time.
I was just looking across at the iPad. A bit of a random question, not a question, comment come up. Good morning, Fred. Lovely to see you.
Yeah, that's my nickname because
Oh, okay.
so you know, spoiler for red.
Fred.
I can't say it.
Oh,
I can't say
call it
Fred.
Fred.
I call it Fred.
I don't know if someone's watching a different channel.
No. That's what my club's called, Fred's Gang.
I'm glad I read it out.
Right, so I'm just going to top stitch 1/8 of an inch away from there.
Lovely. Now, while you're doing your top stitching, I'm going to tempt you guys at home with more variations. And this is a bag that's just crying out to be used for those feature fabrics. Helen, I love this Tula pink. How amazing does that gorgeous
That
hat
looks
look?
amazing, that does.
I love it. And a bit of Kaif as well. Kaif fabric's perfect for these.
It is, yeah, because the flowers are quite big, aren't they? So you could use just one flower on the actual main focal part.
I love that. Incidentally, if you are a fan of Kaif's fabric, we've got his brand new autumn collection launching here tomorrow. Be myself again tomorrow morning. I think it's bright and early at 8 a.m. I think we're having a look at that. So we've got 2 hours special. Gorgeous, gorgeous fabrics. I'm going to be making a shopping list of my own probably during that hour. But yeah, and it shows that any fabrics that you've got like a feature element to them, perfect to showcase these.
Right, okay, so I've just top stitched 1/8 of an inch away from the actual folded edge, not the piping. And then I'm just going to pop this on top and make sure it's kind of level. And we're just going to sew that into place.
See that? I love that as almost like a pocket for, I don't know.
Yeah, even if...
You could use it for all sorts, like a little gift pocket or something if you're making a little bundle of something up.
Well, even if you're a beginner and you just want to try a little bit of piping, you can just do that pocket and then just leave off the rest of the piping.
That's a good point, actually, yeah.
So I'm just going to base stitch all the way around. I'm going to base stitch from this side because you might have cut your panel a bit big, your pocket a bit bigger.
Okay.
So I'm base stitching within 1/4 inch once I've moved my needle back into position. There you go.
Lovely, so that's just bringing it
Back into
all
the centre.
together.
There you go.
So is this a basting stitch that will stay in? You're not going to need to...
Yeah, no, it's in the seam allowance anyway, so...
Perfect. And it's all detailed in the instructions as well.
It is, yeah. So when I say base stitch, I normally say if it's a 3/8 of an inch normal seam allowance, I say around about 1/4 inch in when base stitching.
Got you.
Okay, and then there's nothing stopping you if you accidentally do go over and you've made the bag and you see a stitch and you can always rip it out with the seam ripper.
There's going to be plenty of other stitches keeping it together. So yeah, just snip them away.
Right, if your panel does go over, just basically snip it back.
Okay.
I only cut that out this morning. I was in a bit of a rush, so.
I know you've been busy beating since the moment you arrived, bless you.
Right, okay, so
Lovely.
I'm going to add the pipe in. So what I tend to tell you to do is you don't want piping to overlap at the bottom, and because you've got 2 mil here and 2 mil there, when it overlaps you've got 4 mil there plus all the mil that you've got here.
Yes, yeah.
So you just don't want to have the bulk. So I tell you to rip off about 4 or 5 stitches, peel that back, and cut some away the piping cord.
That's a really good tip.
Okay, and then you're just going to fold it over so it's nice and finished.
Lovely.
So I'm just going to pop that on.
And good tip to do it at the bottom of the bag as well.
Yep. So it's, if you do mess up, then it's hidden near enough. Okay, so you've got quite a steep angle here. So where the steep angle is, you're just going to snip into the piping seam allowance. Just so it goes around neater. And you don't have to snip in because, like I've explained in the pattern, you're going to have to do the cutting of the fabric for the piping on the 45 degrees. So it's already got a stretch to it.
Perfect. Everything's been thought about, hasn't it? We've popped the details for the quilters clips up on your screen. You're actually going to get a pack of 100 of those. And this is the kind of project that you need to have a lot of clips.
Yeah.
Don't be too stingy with your quilt clips. Oh, I've also had a follow-on from our Fred message because it was from O&P Silver, which didn't mean anything to me, but then underneath it said, it's from Lo.
Yeah, Lo, yeah. She makes the jewellery, like what John wears, the rings.
Oh,
yeah. And I haven't got mine on today, but she's got button earrings and that.
Has she? Oh.
Yeah, all sewing themed.
Oh, okay. Noted.
So you're going to need your zipper foot back on,
Okay.
but we're going to be doing a straight stitch, and like before, you're going to just sew 1/8 of an inch away from your previous stitching, which is on your piping.
So if you're stitching that in place, I mean, is it now a good time for me to kind of recap on the
Yeah, go for it, yeah. Yep.
Because what you're doing here is kind of similar to what you did on the edge of the
Yeah.
pocket, isn't it? So
Yeah.
we're not going to miss too much, I don't think.
No.
Don't go too far ahead, though.
All right.
I'll
All
be
right.
with you. I'll be back with you in a moment. So this hour, I mean, we are so busy. This is what we are seeing come together. So very, very quick recap, and then we're going to go back over to the demo afterwards, because we are rapidly approaching limited stock with regards to the panel, allowing you to create the Applebrook bag, which is what we've got here. It's called the Applebrook Bag across all the different designs, but this particular fabric is available because it's one of the first over panels that we've had from our lovely Becky. All the fabric that you need, so the outer panels, the lining panels, your zips, both the outside and the internal zip, as well as your bag hardware is included within the kit, and it all comes to you alongside the instructions. So you can see on your screen there, you're getting a lot for your money with this one. £13.50 is what you'd pay for the pattern in its own right anyway. So if you take that off the price of, well, let's call it £40, you can see you really have got a lot contained within that actual kit. First time we've ever had that collaboration, so I'm just going to move the elements out of the way. This is not a metal zip, which I think is brilliant. The quality of these is phenomenal. It's a nylon zip with a metal kind of runner on it, but it gives you the illusion of an antique metal zip, so don't be afraid of those. They're ones that you're going to be able to cut off with your sharp scissors in the same way as previously, which is good as well. Oh, my goodness. Now, we're doing this recap just as a little bit of piping is being stitched in place, so we're not missing anything, but we will go back to Becky in a few moments. But because the stock is proving to be so vulnerable, I wanted to make sure that I got to this sooner rather than later. So this is the panel. The panel itself, I'm just going to hold it very quickly so you can kind of see, because there's too much for me to show in one there. So the panel itself has got all, I'm up on my tippy toes, it's got all of the components there, and what Becky has done is she's actually made them into square panels so you can utilise the pattern that's included in your booklet, and that's really good because if you're wanting to quilt it, as Becky has done, you can do the quilting before you cut out your pattern pieces. So brilliant quality, beautiful fabrics, designed by Becky herself, and we've actually got more people shopping for this now than we actually started with the quantity of panels, or kits should I say. So please check your baskets out. As I say, you run the risk of not getting it. And you'll only have yourself to blame if that is the case. So sorry to be brutally frank with you, but that is the case. Now, the one that Becky's making at the moment is the beautiful blossoms, and you're loving this one. So if you like the idea of those gorgeous kind of teal greens and that lovely stripy pink, then that is what you're going to get with this one. So I'm not going to open the whole panel out again, purely because of time. We want to get back to the demo. But you can see you've got those square panels. So if you are wanting to quilt it, you can do exactly as we saw earlier on at the beginning of the demonstration. Get it all quilted up with whatever pattern you want to do, free motion or your parallel lines and squares, whatever you choose. And then you cut your pattern piece out. And your pattern pieces are on the inside of your booklet. So they're all there ready for you to work with. And then the last one that we've got for you, which I'm going to very quickly move that one out of the way. I'm bringing this one, which I can't decide which is my favourite, to be fair, because they're all beautiful for different reasons. I think this one potentially is my favourite, mainly because I wear a lot of denim, and I know this one's going to look perfect alongside it. So again, you've got your square there, which is going to be your main body of your bag, and that is going to be the area that you're kind of cutting out. One of them will become the back part of your bag, and one part will become the front. Maybe you're going to play around with the design. I mean, if people have got extra fabrics that they wanted to incorporate, could they actually do a pocket on both sides?
They could, yeah.
Yeah. So you can make it your own. So there you go, everything that you need there, your zip fabric, even your piping fabric, it's all included in there. And of course, you're going to get your pattern, you're going to get your 2 zips across whichever of those you go for, and you are going to get your haberdashery as well as your piping cord, all for $39.99. Now, you will obviously be able to go on and create your own using the pattern by itself, but if you're wanting to just shop for the pattern by itself, last time we saw this was back in March, 2nd of March 2022, and it sold out. And we have sold more today than we did way back then. And you know what? The pattern, we've got a bigger stock to start with. It's running at a situation that we're heading towards a limited stock. The pattern itself is actually larger than we saw before. It was an A5 booklet previously, and it's an A4 booklet now, so it's kind of double the size paper-wise. Cost of paper has gone up, certainly over the last 2 years, but the price has remained exactly the same. So at £13.50, if you want your pattern by itself, then the details are on your screen if you're wanting to shop for that. But it is included within your bundle that we've been chatting about as well. So there we go. I think I've covered everything. Other bits and pieces, if you do want to get hold of your interfacing, if you want to get hold of your bow saw, if you want to get hold of your quilt clips, all of those are available on the website. But I'm not going to bore you with the details because we've got much better things to be doing because we want to see where we're getting up to with the demonstration. So Becky, back to you.
Okay, so I've just attached the piping. When you touch the piping, it does actually squash it down even more. So just make sure it's actually properly squashed down, because when it comes to sewing all the panels together, it does get quite thick. I was going to say fat, but that's the wrong word to use. Right, okay, so I've got my lining piece, and obviously I've cut the template out of it. I found the centre and given it a good press. I'm going to measure down from that centre by 2 inches. And we're going to make the inside zip pocket. Okay, so I've also got my lining piece with interfacing. Every piece that I will be showing you has got interfacing on. I found the vertical and given that a press. And I'm just going to pop those right sides together, matching up those centres. And we're going to pin that into place. There you go.
I like the stripes as well. Stripes make it nice and easy, don't they, for lining things up?
I'm attracted to stripes.
Okay.
Yeah, that you might find quite a lot
all of them, aren't they? When I look, yeah.
Yeah. Right, okay, so from the top edge of the lining of the pocket, you're going to measure down 1 inch and you're going to draw a 6-inch line. So 3 inches one way and 3 inches the other way from the centre.
Perfect.
Then from that line, you're going to measure down another 3/8 of an inch and draw another 6-inch. Okay. So from there, you're just going to join up those there.
Okay.
And then, shouldn't move that. You're going to find the centre. Just eyeball the centre, basically. Then from the 2 shorter edges, you're going to measure into that little cutout box by 3/8 or 1/2 inch, doesn't matter as long as you've measured in. And then from that corner to that peak there, you're going to make a triangle. Okay, so the outer line of the box is where we're going to sew now. We're going to reverse our stitch at the start and at the end. I'm just going to pop another pin on. And then basically, when we come back to the table, we're going to cut on those lines in the centre. So I'm just going to get my standard stitch length, which is a 2.4 on this machine.
Okay. Quite often that's what, when you turn it on, it comes on at that, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. On one of my machines, it's 2.6.
Oh, that's quite long.
I think it's how they programmed it, basically. Yeah. It must be something to do with the tension or something. Okay, so make sure you reverse your stitch at the start and at the end, and you're just going around that outer edge. And when it comes to the corners, make sure your needle is fully down. I like to twist the, what do they call this?
The flywheel.
That's it, that's the word. I was thinking of a butterfly, but then I thought, no, it's not the butterfly wheel. And I just like to give the flywheel just a little...
I've no idea why it's called a flywheel and not just a wheel, but there you go.
Maybe it's something like fishing, isn't it, or something?
I don't know,
'Cause that's
sure.
like a...
Answers on a postcard.
Yeah.
So just work all your way around.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, Susan, my lovely, you've messaged in apparently, and then you've messaged asking us to pass the message on. We haven't received your first message, if that makes sense, so we can't see it. So I'm not quite sure, but we can't pass it on because we don't know what it was in the first place. Does that make sense? So if you can send it through again.
I'm laughing, that's something I would do.
So yeah.
Right, so I've sewed all the way around on the outer edge, and then I'm just going to fold it in half, and where that centre line is, I'm just going to give that a snip. And then we're going to cut all the way through, so your scissors come out to the other side. You're going to cut to that first peak of that triangle.
Yeah.
Twist around, do the other side. And then you're going to cut down to the triangle, but not into your stitches, but as close as your stitches you can get. I'm going to go with these are better.
Lovely. 4 little snips.
This technique you can use on any bag. So any bag that you make, you can use.
You're learning lots of little different things that are very useful going forward, I have to say, like doing the pockets and things like that, and this as well.
Yeah.
It's something that you can add into other patterns when you're making things.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So before I pass this through that hole, I'm going to just give it a press. So pressing it helps it.
Perfectly coordinated iron, I have to say.
It is. Do you know what? I've got the yellow one of this, and I've got the mint, like the little mini version.
Yeah.
When this came out, I was gutted because I only just bought the mint one.
No, I must admit, I've been a bit greedy. I've gone for both.
No, I have been thinking about it. But I know my husband's watching, so I'm not thinking about it.
No.
Right, so you're just going to pass that line in through to the other side. Can be fiddly. This is one of the most fiddliest bits of any bag making. But once you take your time, you're just going to finger press just to start helping you out.
Have you stabilised this fabric as well?
Yeah, everything's got interfacing on. Even my lining pieces I put interfacing on.
And I have to say, you've designed fabric of your own as well. I know you sell this on your own website, and you've got a real eye for the designs, I have to say.
Art has been in my blood since I was a child. I think my dad's still got a picture of when I used to draw. I used to draw these, this choir, but it was ghosts. Okay. Ever since I've just drawn. I just like doodling and stuff and drawing.
Oh, well, I'm looking forward to seeing a lot more as time goes.
Thank you. Just make sure there's no creases. If you do got some horrible creases, like I think I got one there, if it doesn't come out, you can pass the fabric back through and snip more into those corners. But that's quite gone actually.
Could you spray it with a bit of water or something?
You can, but you do want them out because you just don't like the look of it. Oh, well, I don't anyway. Yeah. Right, okay. So you flip that over, so you got your lining. If you got creases at the back, I'm not bothered because it's going to be inside pocket anyway.
Okay, it's true.
Quilter's tape. Mine's larger because I use a lot more, but you're going to need the quilter's tape.
Yeah, quilter's tape is brilliant, I have to say. If you've not used it before, oh. And people get a little bit nervous because using sticky stuff around a sewing machine where your needle's going through, it is one that is designed to be used with a sewing machine. So if you're a crafter, don't get the one out of your paper crafting box because it's totally different. But the wash away quilter's tape is brilliant. It says what it is. I mean, it's there. You stitch through it. If it's a project that you're not going to wash, then don't worry about it. It doesn't matter, but it's invaluable.
You can use it for binding. I use it for quilt binding.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so I still hand sew at the end, but I don't like having all the clips.
Yes.
And that, so.
And sometimes it doesn't give you a smooth finish, does it, when you've got clips?
No, exactly.
So, yeah. Okay.
So I've put quilter's tape on the top and the bottom. I'm just going to peel those off. If you're struggling, you can burnish the top. And that helps peel off the... Should do. There you go. Should help you because I struggle.
And yeah, if you're tempted to use something like a pin, just be careful because you don't want to cause any damage to the actual fabrics underneath it as well, or yourself, more importantly.
As you can see, it's quite low tack. So A, the glue doesn't go on your needle, and B, it does wash away. So if you actually zoom, well, obviously you can't zoom in, but if you actually get quite close to it, you'll see like there's a crosshatch.
Oh, our Adam likes a challenge. Don't tell him he can't do anything because he's there.
You won't see it. It's quite faded. Actually, you can quite see it, actually. Yeah. So the crosshatch is what you're left with.
Got you.
So it's like a woven. Okay, so you've got your... There, the camera's coming back. Right, okay, so you've got your actual zip right side facing up. You're going to get your...
Now you've chosen one from your stash for this
Yeah,
one.
so you do get a number 5 in the pack. I'm thinking, if you've got number 3s, when I say number 3, that's the coil size.
That's it, yeah, because it's kind of the chunkiness, as I call it.
Yeah, so if you've got number 3s in your stash, use your number 3. Keep that number 5 for a makeup pouch.
Yes, yeah.
Because it means that you've got an extra zip and you don't want a number 5 inside if you...
It's too nice.
It's too nice to be in the inside. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
So, especially that one. It looks metal, but
well,
it
on the
also
inside,
is.
I mean, to be fair, you could almost get away with any colour, can't you? Because it's only you, theoretically, that's going to see that inside zip. But I'm totally with you on that one. Use that for a complementary project to work with. It might be that you're incorporating some from your stash and you kind of got extra of the fabrics left over from the panel because you're doing that from your stash. So.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Right, okay, so I've just flipped that over and stuck that on. Yeah, I've got a bit of zipper over there. So if you've actually got some number 3 zip pulls or number 5 zip pulls, you can add one on and make a smaller pouch.
I bought a bag of those because I never thought of it until somebody had mentioned it. Yeah.
So I'm just going to go and stitch all the way around on the outer edge of 1/8 of an inch away. And I'm going to put it on a top stitch around about a 3.5.
Okay. And would you use a normal foot for that or would you use a zipper foot?
I'm a normal foot person.
Yeah, because it's not that close to the teeth, is it? Really?
No, you will have to lift up the foot to move the zipper out of the way.
Yeah. Fair point.
And where's my... I'll need that to move the zipper. So...
Just take your time so it's nice and even.
So I'm just going to move...
Oh, that's a good tip as well.
Yeah, but I think this... Oh, there you go, it does. It lifts up.
Yeah,
so this has got an extra position,
further,
doesn't it? Yeah.
It's useful in situations.
Mine doesn't at home, so... Make sure your needle is fully down, so just give it a twist on the corner.
Oh, Lynn's, good tip. Lynn's just given us a tip on the quilter's tape that we were chatting about. You can also fold back the end of the tape, so it gives you, like you do with sellotape, so it gives you an end to pull back on. I suppose that's when you're kind of trying to find the end on the roll. I think that's what you're talking about there, Lynn. So, yeah, good tip.
No, that is a good tip, actually. Also, if you quilter's tape, if you're one of those quilter's tapes, if you don't put it back in the packaging, quilter's tape actually dries out.
Oh,
So if you get a
okay.
Ziploc bag,
Yes.
put a baby wipe in it with your quilter's tape, it stays sticky.
Ah.
That's why I haven't done it, and that's why mine isn't actually sticky.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're doing things on TV as well, and you probably when you're at home, you almost burnish it a bit more.
Yeah.
But when you're doing any project on TV, it feels like you're doing it for forever when you're doing it on camera. So,
It does, and you feel, oh no, I should be on the next step.
Everybody's watching it.
Right,
That
okay.
looks fabulous.
And then because we've used a nylon zip, even with the number 5s, if you just get your scissors like you use to cut your foam, you can just trim that off because it's nylon.
Perfect.
Okay, so
Oh, I like that. Looks
pop your
good.
zip in the centre, and we're going to flip that over and attach the other lining piece, right side facing down. We're just going to match that up.
Oh, I'm glad that you're showing us how to do this because it's a really useful technique.
I don't normally show us the inside zip pocket because I don't normally get that far, but this pattern's got it quite early on.
Got you.
So and you're sewing all the way around. You can use 3/8 of an inch or 1/4 of an inch, totally up to you on this. Because it's the inside, you're not going to see it, and it doesn't mess around with the shape of the bag either.
Lovely. Just to give you a time check, we've probably got 5-7 minutes, something like that left.
Yep,
I think.
okay. So I'm just going to sew all the way around.
Lovely. Don't forget, just as stitching around the pocket, the actual pattern itself is included. So all the pattern pieces, they're all there. So they're all in the actual booklet itself. So when you get this home, you've got them in there. Becky was kind enough to say that if you don't want to cut into this and you're not into tracing off your patterns, send her a photo from your phone, message her through with that, and she'll actually send those through so you can print them off from your computer. But you've got literally step-by-step instructions taking you from the initial construction right the way through to the final finishing. Obviously, when we got live out here at Sewing Street, we don't manage to complete every single step of the process, but we have seen Becky with this bag previously, way back in 2022, the 2nd of March 2022. So you can go back on our YouTube channel. You could search for the Applebrook bag, and it'll probably find it anyway. But if you're going back chronologically, go right the way back 2 years, over 2 years since we've seen this. And the price hasn't changed with regards to the pattern by itself, but what has changed is that we've got 3 fabulous panels which feature the fabrics that Becky is working with on hers as well. So and the only place you can get the panels for these, so these gorgeous fabrics you can see, is here. You can't get them anywhere else.
No. Right, okay, so I've got the zip pocket attached, and you're just going to flip the panel that you actually previously done with the slip pocket, and you're just going to pop that on and clip that all the way around.
And any tips on where, I mean, you're going for the centre there, is that
The
a good place to
centre,
start?
yeah, kind of eyeball in the centre.
I can see this being one of those bags that you make yourself loads and loads of it, and other people ask you to make them, you'll be making them for gifts. Is that okay? Are we all
Yeah, no,
okay to sell?
it says at the front, at the bottom.
Oh, there you
make
go.
to sell.
In big writing.
Yeah, because I used to be that person
Yeah.
at the craft fairs,
Yeah.
you know. So I'm all for that.
And with these, once you actually made maybe your first couple, I bet you don't need to refer back to the instructions.
No. And some of the techniques repeat within all your
Yeah.
patterns, don't they? Right, okay, so I'm just going to go and top stitch, base stitch all the way around. I'm going to do it from this side because obviously I can see where my piping cord is.
So this is between the stitch that you've already laid down
Yeah.
and the raw edge.
Yeah, I'm just going to use standard foot, and I'm using quite a large length stitch.
Well, if it's basting, you don't need it. You're not going to see this. It's going to be hidden away.
Yeah.
Oh, we've had another few messages come through. So just as you're stitching that, Pam, I find if you tear the quilter's tape rather than cutting it, it's easier to remove the paper. Good tip. Thank you, Pam. I'll try that one as well. And Karen as well. Hi, Becky. Lovely to see you back on Sewing Street.
Thank you.
With such a lovely bag. And we've got lots more coming in the future. We've got another hour with you later on, so we'll have a little chat about what's going to be happening in the future as well. So, yeah.
Right, okay, so that's attached. And then you're just going to kind of repeat the same for the next one. You can add the slip pocket, an extra slip pocket if you want to, or you can just leave it as blank, and you're going to do exactly the same and pop those to one side. Now, how much time have I got?
We've only got a couple of minutes, so it might be... Do you want the original bag to talk
Yeah,
around?
I'll talk it through.
There you
Yeah.
go. Let me pass that to you.
Okay.
Oh, Susan, you sent your message in. Hi, Hayley and Becky. Fab show this AM. Told you, Becky, you will do well. And look at you now. Oh, so this
Thank
is
you,
somebody that you've worked or known previously. Ordered your project bag kit in the second... Oh, you've jumped ahead, Sue. So, yeah.
Right, okay, so you've got your base and your... The good thing about this is the base, lining and the outer are exactly the same shape. So what I can suggest is if you want a contrast, you could actually do the lining for the outer if you want to.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, so for this part here, the gusset, you can go for the pink
Got
and
you.
then obviously do the green inside for your lining.
That's a good
Just
point,
obviously
yeah.
to give you an extra element if you want to. So you've got your base and your sides, and all you do is get your outer base and your sides, join them together and top stitch. And then you repeat the same process with your lining pieces as well. So you join them together, right sides together, so 3/8 of an inch. Open them up. But what you want to do is when you're actually doing that, make sure the seam on the lining is going the one way.
Okay.
And then when you do it for the outer, it's going the other way. So basically like you nest the
They nest
seams.
together nicely.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And then with the zip, it's basically, your zip is a bit longer. So if you are like me, I don't like, when I'm doing my zip gussets, I don't like lifting up the presser foot because
Okay.
it means that sometimes your needle can do this
Yes.
and you get like not a straight line of
Yeah.
stitching. So I always make my zips longer and I always pull the zip off.
Out the way, yeah.
Out the
Good
way.
tip, yeah.
So you basically add your zipper, and once you've put the zipper panels together and sewed them together, they should be the same width as
Oh,
the
okay,
base.
yeah.
And that. Once you've done that, you add all the pieces together. So you've got a tube, as I call it. But before you go that far, you're going to have to do your D-rings. So you not your D-rings, your rectangle rings. So you're just going to fold those pieces in half and then bring the two long sides into the centre. Bring your rectangle ring onto there. So I think I've got one here, yeah. Obviously yours are going to be the gold, is it?
That's right, it's like a gold tone, yeah.
Yeah, so you pop the rectangle ring on. Now, my advice is sew as close as you can to the actual rectangle ring, because if you don't do that, this is going to keep falling down.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
And it might get
Good
into your
advice.
seam when you're actually sewing. Once you've done your zipper and sewed on your zipper, you're going to pop the two tabs on each side and then add your main gusset.
I love it. And the beauty is, I'm literally looking at the booklet as you're explaining it, and all of those steps are detailed within the booklet itself. So although we're not going to have time to go through it on the show, sadly, because we're coming to the end of the hour, you have got all of the illustrations. So the bit that we saw there with the bag, the zip, going on to the gusset, it's all
Yep.
detailed there.
And then it just basically says refer back to the section at the front. At the section at the front, there is actually 3 sections. So there is how to make your piping, how to make your crossbody strap, and how to make your binding and attach binding.
Perfect.
Yeah, so it's
all
all
there?
there. Yeah.
Fabulous. And you've got a YouTube channel as well?
Yeah, this isn't on the YouTube channel,
Okay.
but this
But a
will be
piping
filmed
tutorial.
next month. Yeah.
Perfect. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Becky.
You're welcome.
Lovely hour. Thoroughly enjoyed myself then. Very quickly, a message popped up here from Yvonne. Congratulations to the photographer this morning who shows sewing very clear. Oh, that'll be Adam, our director. So, he's up there. He's not up there. He's out,
He's out there.
But he's up there in the rankings. So there you go. Thank you, Yvonne. Do appreciate that as well. So, yeah. And you've got a lovely boy, I have to say, Yvonne. Nice of you, messaging in for your son. Only joking. We're going to see you in about an hour's time. I'm going to see you straight after the break, so I hope I can count on your company. So yeah, grab yourself a cup of tea, and I'll see you in a little while.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Thank you, Becky, for that last hour. I had a lovely hour, and she's going to be back again in about an hour's time. But in this hour, we're talking about all sorts of little kind of bits and pieces that are going to really help you on your sewing journey and make it very, very easy for you to get professional results. All sorts of things that we're going to be covering. So your contribution is gratefully received in this hour. I've gone and left the tablet over there, but we'll sort that out. But message in things that you've used, suggestions, tips, I love it. Oh, bless. There you go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. He's there. He's honestly, he's hanging on every word. So, yeah, do get involved. Love to have your company during this hour. And I know lots of you will be getting in touch because I know that you have shopped for these previously. And these are brilliant. So these are something that sadly we're down to the last of the stock with regards to these, I believe. So I think that will be it. Once the stock has gone, we shan't be seeing any more of them. So if you've missed out on them previously, then make sure you're taking advantage of them during this hour. Now, these are from We Are Makers. And they're electronic scissors, should I say. They're rechargeable, so you can just literally plug those in. We had them charging up this morning. And they come with this little kind of silicone cover, which means that it keeps it protected. So make sure that you don't lose that, keep that intact. And these are brilliant because what actually happens is when you press down on the button, you can see that that little blade there vibrates. So what that means is when you actually come to work with your fabrics, you can literally take that blade, pop your fabric underneath, and this is literally on your job training, and you will run your scissors through like that. Look at that for a clean cut. A bit wobbly, but that's me. And they're brilliant because you can use them if you're wanting to cut things like your trim off cardboard, if you want to cut your threads, even smaller pieces like that you can do so. And I think you can actually lock them into position if you want to do so. You can put them one way where you're just literally pressing the button or push it forward. Oh, it locks it. That's it. And there's like a little padlock thing on there. So, yeah, you've got your little padlock there. So that's if you want to stop little fingers getting in there, isn't it? When I say little fingers, I mean young sewers and children, or if you have got little fingers. But, of course, when you're not working with them, keep them locked like so, and also pop that cover on there as well, because that means that they're kind of... have I got it the right way around? Hold on. I don't know why I'm doing it that way around, because I'm not actually left-handed, but there you go. So, yeah. And also, as well, beauty of it, I guess, is left or right-handed with them, when you think about it. So, yeah. So, brilliant to use. Great if you're wanting to follow a pattern, whether it's paper, whether it's fabric, then obviously you can use that. And just lovely for you to kind of break down your fabrics, cut your fabrics. Ben was using them with cardboard to break down boxes. You can get really kind of fluid with the design. Let me just pull that out. So the cut line that you've got. So it could be just a straight edge. What about if you're doing things like little nicks? So if you're doing things like your notches, if you're doing things like your curves. Now, I should be telling you about the price, but I'm a little bit distracted. Give the girl a gadget and that's it, you've lost her for an hour. So yeah, $39.99, that is your regular price on these. But as I said, we're looking at clearing out stock. We're making way for lots more things to come in the future. So the price has come down to just £14.99. Wow. These are not going to hang around at that price. They're rechargeable, so you haven't got to worry about things like your batteries on these. You can cut the smallest of amounts, as you can see there. I mean, it's literally just almost like a thread that's been cut away there. And you can do your kind of your fluid lines if you're wanting to. If you're wanting to dissect your fabric up, maybe you're wanting to cut your large pieces into smaller pieces and you're wanting to double over. I don't know whether it'll work doubled over. Should have tested that first. Oh, yeah. Doubled over as well. Do we know how many layers it'll cut through? I've got 4 now, so it's... You can almost hear it change, can't you? So it has cut 4. I mean, it's trickier to actually hold 4 layers of fabrics together than actually cut them, but it has cut 4. I don't know if it'll go anymore. I'm not going to push it. Not going to push it just in case. That is a really good point, Judith. Didn't even consider that, but if you've got dexterity issues, or maybe it can be like, sometimes it can be your knuckles, isn't it? And sometimes just cutting lots of fabric, you can end up with like little blisters and things, can't you, on your hands? No, I certainly do. So, got 4 layers again there, so I'm just starting it off, literally just press down the button, hold on, press down the button, and then off you go. There you go. That is a dream. That is a dream. So Very, very satisfying. What have I got? Have I got anything else? I'm looking around, see what else can I cut up? What have we got in the bin? Got anything in the bin? No, they've emptied the bins out, so there's no cards. There's no cardstock. Literally, I'm like, what's his name? Scissorhands, just cutting at all sorts. Anything that's available, snipping everything up. Right. So again, 4 layers without an issue, as we saw earlier on. What about if you're doing things like, because you can use paper and card with them. So you can just kind of just go in little ways with these as well. Thanks, Levi. He's just done that spaghetti western style, you know how they do with the beers along the counter. He's done that before, I can tell. So we've got cardstock now. So even if you're into your cardstock, oh, it's a different tone. Oh, gosh. That is so, and now I'm holding it up in the air, but what you have actually got is you've got the ability that if you wanted to put it down on a surface, so if I show you like that, there we go. So it'll sit on the surface like so, which is back to front for me, but you can actually rest that. So if you are a case that you're wanting to cut and you're wanting to have some, like a stable surface rather than having it up in the air, then you can literally just feed it through. There you go. So you've got the stability. You don't have to hold it freehand. But yeah, again. I love that. Look how smooth that is there. Oh, so satisfying. Oh, that is so satisfying. But yeah, I can imagine if you're kind of emptying boxes and things like that. I'm just trying to see how... Now, obviously, be mindful of that they are blades, so keep your fingers away. But look at that. Gone quite fine detail with that with the cardstock. So look at that. Fine detail with that as well. Now, I've just glanced up at the screen. We're literally down to single figures. Last few people to get hold of these now. Ben, who is our producer for the day, he's been told that when the stock's gone, that's it. We're not going to see any more of these. So, yeah, we can only reiterate that. If you're wanting to get hold of these, please get hold of those. Oh, I've got to stop doing this now. Oh, I'm having a lovely time. So, yeah, when things go, they sell out. That means I have to stop playing with them. It's like a knife through butter. Wow. Amazing. I could spend an hour doing that. But I'm not allowed to because we're down to the last opportunity by the looks of it. So, yeah, do check out your baskets. Don't forget, when you are popping them away, you have got the ability to lock them. So when you lock, that button no longer will work. So you can press on it, but nothing will happen. So that's useful as a safety feature. And, of course, you have got your little cover. So we do suggest that you pop the cover on there as well and then pop them away. Comes with a cable. So you're rechargeable, you don't need to worry about putting batteries in or whatever. And does it come with the plug as well, or is it a USB cable? So you just come with the bit that goes in the wall as well? Yeah, so perfect. That's even better. Because quite often it's just the cable, isn't it? So there you go. So there you go. If you like the idea of that and it's in your basket, you really do need to be checking your basket out. And yeah, well done, well done. Right, move those out the way. So, this is a handy little gadget as well. So this is designed to help you fill your bobbins. So quite often a sewing machine will have a bobbin winder and you can do a bobbin at a time, but it's not easily transportable. So it might be a case of that you're wanting to have these ready to kind of fill your bobbins when you start watching the TV, maybe in the kitchen, you're in the lounge, you don't want to keep doing it on your sewing machine. What I often do is when I've got an embroidery machine, so when the machine is stitching out its design, it's kind of doing its own thing. I don't like to walk away and leave the machine just in case anything happens, but I kind of get itchy fingers. I want to be doing something while it's stitching out those designs. So that's the perfect opportunity for you to kind of build up a stash of your pre-wound bobbins. And that's exactly what this is going to do. So you've got, it folds down. So this part here basically will push down into, it folds in, folds in that particular piece. And then you pop this top bit in, and the top bit is this kind of guide. So you can see you'll use this for passing your thread through. And then you'll follow. And it's really easy because what you've actually got is all the arrows there on in the plastic, so to speak. So you can see there, follow the arrows. take it through the tensioning guide, which is here, and then back over to your bobbin. And then all you need to do is put the blue button on off, press on that, and off it goes, winding your bobbin. And it creates a lovely smooth bobbin. As you can see, the bobbin itself, it just did, oh, I love that. Good choice of thread, I have to say. So I love that variegated thread. We have got some threads coming up now. Oh, it's a full bobbin. Automatically stop, so it won't do any more with that. Keep it pressed down, it won't go any further. So you can literally take the bobbin off now. Have we got a little thread cutter? I'm not sure if it's got a thread cutter on or not. Not entirely sure, I can't see it from here. Don't think there is, but just, yeah, give it a little snip and then off you go again. But what a brilliant idea. It's a universal size, so it doesn't matter which machine that you've got. You can pop your bobbins on there, and then once they're filled, pop them into your bobbin case, ready to go. So, yeah, nice little tool. Always very popular. But there's something about that price that I've not told you yet, so I'm just going to cut those. It's going down. Going down. So let me just dismantle this so you can see how it kind of folds down. So £19.99. My goodness, that is brilliant value for money. That is brilliant value for money. Now that top bit comes off, so the guide will come off, and you've actually got a little kind of handy place for that to sit in there like so. I think you've got a little adapter there as well, so if you have got bobbins that have got a different kind of fitting to them, then you can pop that on there. This piece here pushes down. So all you do is push it down, going down. Oh, I'm going to do that again. Going down. There you go. That will lock in place. This piece folds down like so, and then the lid closes up, and there you go. So if you're wanting to make your own pre-wound bobbins, and there you go. Good morning, Hayley. Good morning, Kirsty. I love my bobbin winder, and I think it gives me better tension than my sewing machine does. To be honest, I can totally understand what you're saying when you say that, Kirsty, because when you have a look at this little bobbin here, you can see it's completely smooth. Sometimes they kind of go in at an angle, don't they? And you kind of play around with the flow of the thread to get the tension right. And it does make a difference when you're sewing if you've got an unbalanced bobbin. And Ben, it makes perfect sense. As Ben said, this has been designed and made with purpose in mind. It's a bobbin winder. It doesn't do anything else. It's a bobbin winder. A sewing machine sews. So although you can wind your bobbins on there, that's not the kind of the original reason for you getting a sewing machine or the sewing machine having been designed. It's almost like an extra job that it does for you. And as is the case, because it's not a kind of specialised bobbin winder, then the bobbin won't wind exactly the same way. So there you go. So yeah, really good point. Do like that. And it is certainly true. It's the first time I've actually used this and filled a bobbin completely. And I have to say, I am very, very impressed with it. It's one of those things that I like and I want. Do I want to pay $37.99 for? It'd be something I'd have to consider. I can see the benefit of it, and right time, right month, payday, definitely one that I'd go for. But if it's something that I'm thinking, oh, I don't know, and I'll hiver and hover, £19.99, I'd be saying, like, take my money. Take my money because I need one. It's not battery operated, so you have got, or can it be battery operated? Yes, it can. I'm fibbing. It can be battery operated if you want it to. So you've got your battery compartment on the bottom there, so that will literally just pull out. Oh, we have got batteries in there. So we're running it on batteries. It has also got a little kind of, oh, I don't even know, is it a USB-C? I don't know. It'll tell you on the box, the cable. So it's like one of the ones that you use on your mobile phone and things like that, isn't it? So you can use that and wind it up if you don't have bobbins there. Sorry, should I say batteries there. Little feet on there, so that's going to mean that it's stable. It's not going to be vibrating as it's working on your surface. And I just think it's a jolly good little tool to have here, and literally sits in the palm of your hand. Now, let's talk about quantities. We've got 27 people that have popped this into their basket, so congratulations. Yeah, you're on the way to getting hold of yours. However, we only have, 17 left? Oh, 15 left now. I was too slow. Too slow talking. There were 17. So it's flying out. this potentially is one of the lowest prices that we've brought it to you at $19.99. Certainly it's a considerable drop from the original price, and I have to say it's a brilliant idea. You've got all of the components there for you to actually create the right amount of tension, which means that it's doing the job that it's intended for. You've got your guides there, which will give you the flow. Pop your spool on here. The spool kind of, what do you call it? Spool holder. Is retractable, so it'll pop down as you can see there. So pull it up, pop your spool on there as we saw earlier on. I haven't got another bobbin to wind, but then you just kind of follow the flow. So you've got the little arrows there, so if you're not too sure, then just follow the flow through the little guides that are there, like so. So that would feed through under through there. There we go. Then it'll go around the tension. It is adjustable tension as well, so if you do need to alter the tension for any reason, you can do. And then it would literally go across, following the arrows, wind it around the bobbin, and then you press the button and it will kick into action. If you didn't see earlier on, we just wound a lovely little bobbin there, very balanced and very even. And once the bobbin was full, it stopped. So you can't overwind them, and it just gives you a fabulous starting torque when you come to sewing. And I've just glanced up and literally these are flying out. We're down to single figures. So thank you to everybody that's taken advantage of that. You've bagged yourself a bargain, I have to say, and I'm a little bit envious of you to get in that. So absolutely beautiful. Let's pop that back in there so everything is in place. And I'm going to move that over there. I've just had a delivery. So now the scissors that we saw earlier on were brilliant. But sometimes they were designed, I was using lighter weight fabric, I was using some paper. If you've got heavier weight fabrics, if it's a case of that you're going to be using them for more cutting out your pieces for your patterns, these are definitely worth considering. Now these I've seen before, they're brilliant. They're cordless, rechargeable again, so you've kind of got your cable that is going to plug in there to recharge them. These are, listen to that, absolutely brilliant, as you can see there. So again, this is where you're probably going to be able to ramp up the layers of fabric, because I think we did 4, didn't we? So let's just fold up our fabric. So we've got, where am I, 2, we've got 4 there. Should we try 8? I've not worked with these. Now, the previous ones that we had, they would have definitely struggled at that. 4 was probably the sweet spot, probably wouldn't go much further than that, but ow. Hello. Wow. Now, obviously, be mindful of where your fingers are. I've got the wrong colour dress on, really, haven't I, for this? But have a look at that. Talk about being able to cut thin strands with this. That is brilliant. So whether it's you're dissecting your fabrics up, 8 layers we did there. Now, accuracy-wise, it's quite tricky to actually cut 8 layers because the fabric moves itself. I don't know if I'd like to try any more than that. I'm gonna quit while I'm ahead. But you can still cut multiple layers, and you've still got the ability. Do you remember me talking about the fact that you've got the base there that can sit on your surface? So if you are working, say, with a larger piece of fabric, sometimes you're wanting to dissect your fabric down because it's too big. Maybe something like a bit of tapestry. So, say if you've got a big piece of fabric like so, and you're wanting to cut it up. Now, I'm not going to cut straight down the middle because I'm a bit nervous about doing that. Not because it won't cut, but because I might get into trouble for chopping up fabric. So, literally, you could take this. So, it might be that I wanted to cut this, imagine it halfway down or across, whichever direction that you want. So, you hold the trigger button that you've got underneath. You hold it comfortably in your hand, and then you literally... In fact, I can hold it and move the fabric. So I wasn't even moving that, I was moving the fabric. Now, excuse me, just go down to the basement and bring it back up again. There we go. Look at that. Can I do it again? Can I? What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to keep the scissors still because I've only got short arms, so I can't go very far. So I'm going to hold the scissors still. And to be honest, this might be more of an accurate cut. I'll try not to look at the monitor this time because I went a bit wobbly when I looked up. So if we just go... I wasn't even holding the fabric and it went then. These are almost like an industrial style, aren't they? They are electric, they are rechargeable, but you've seen just how smoothly that cuts. That is just beautiful, beautiful. Potentially you could do multiple layers, I don't know. Should we try it? I mean, it's tapestry fabric. Shall I try it? I mean, it's quite a thin, but I mean, tapestry fabric, it's on par with canvas and denim and things like that. So again, just mind your fingers as you go. Wow. So 2 layers. Is that 4 layers? Let's try 4 layers. Wow. So that's where am I? 1, 2, 3, 4 layers. To be honest, it looked tricky, but that's only because I'm using a small piece of fabric. I mean, it wasn't tricky, to be fair, but it's more me holding and managing the fabric that might have made it look a little bit trickier. I'm actually going to get, there's not going to be any of this left. This is almost criminal, I have to say. I'm not happy about cutting it up, but you need to know, I mean, the substantial price, considered purchase, so you need to make sure that it's going to do the job. Dare I? 2, 4, do you think it does 6? 6 or 8? Well, if it does 8, I mean, why you wouldn't even, I wouldn't even attempt doing 8. Now, I don't know if it is going to do 8. No, that's a bit too much, but I bet 6 would go. So that's a little bit thick, but it's thick of this fabric though. So where am I? Where am I? Where am I? 3, 5. And if I fold that one back, that would make that 6, wouldn't it? So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, oh no, 5. So, hold on. Let me try, if I fold that under, that makes it 6, doesn't it? I like even numbers. What can I say? I know I'm not on my own with that. No. So at that point, it's gone through 6. Now we're looking at, I think it's 4. Easy. Easy. That is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So yeah, you've got a little, is that a lock on there? I'm not sure what that button is. Not sure what it is. I haven't got the instructions, so I don't know. But yeah, it will come boxed with the instructions. I mean, it just shows you, as you saw there, single layer, no issue whatsoever. And of course, the thing is you can kind of do your shape to it as well. So there you go. Complete control. Brilliant tool. So if you did miss out on the other We Are Makers one, then yeah, do consider that particular one. If it's not the right time for you now, just make a note of the item number and you can pop back and get those whenever you need to. So, well, I say when we've got stock, and that is. So there we go. I love it. I wonder if I can do toenails with them as well, but there you go. That's another conversation. Right, where are we going next? Sash in a dash. Now, sash in a dash, I've not seen this in the flesh, I have to say. I've heard of it and kind of seen it online, but I think it's a brilliant idea. So we've actually got a variety of different colours. So this is something that we don't see that often, I don't believe anyway, and it is cut to order. So we've got this on rolls and we're selling it by the ½ metre. So what you've actually got is, if I hold it to the overhead camera, hopefully you'll be able to see, you've almost got a fabric that it's actually, if I do it that way, you'll see it's binding, but what's happened is it's been stitched together down the middle. So the idea being is that you will use this alongside fabrics that you will have. So if I bring in some of the fabrics that we've just trimmed off, and this will hopefully illustrate it, that will sit in there. So imagine that's a quilt block, very narrow one, but it's a quilt block. And then you would have, let's bring in the other side. Oh gosh, caught up the tablet there. And then that other quilt block that you've created will sit in the other side, like so. And then you would top stitch it in place. And there you go. Stitch it down like so. And the beauty is with this is sometimes when you do sashing and you're actually doing the sewing together of the sashing, because quite often you'd have your fabric and then you do right sides together and then you fold it back, wouldn't you? If you've got a bit of a wibbly wobbly stitch, then it is going to be a case that it's a bit tricky to actually make it look accurate. But with this, you have got completely pressed, completely stitched, ready for you to bring your fabrics in either side of it. So if you imagine, it wouldn't sit on top like so, but that would be one quilt block coming in from one side. That is your other quilt block coming in from the other side. And there you go, absolutely perfect sashing every single time. Now, obviously I'm using the white and I've got an orange or a coral type of fabric, so probably not the best to show, but because you can see obviously the fabric coming through. That's why we've got loads of different colours for you. Oops, bobbin coming through. So that is the white one, always a popular one. It's only £2.99, ½ metre. You can cut it as whatever length, we will cut it for you at whatever length you choose. So just increase your quantities. So if you want a full metre, add 2 into your basket. If you want 2 metres, add 4 into your basket and so on. So that one is the white. Navy is always a popular one, maybe if you're working with a darker project. So if you want it in the navy, then you can do. So there you go. Similar sort of idea. So you've kind of got your insert element there. So that's one side and you've got it on both sides there, obviously folding. Very clever design, clever idea. June Taylor comes up with some amazing ideas, doesn't she? So there you go. If you wanted to get your navy, then again, £2.99 ½ metre, but different item numbers. Grey is always a popular one when we look at quilting, because obviously it's quite a forgiving colour. So it is something that you could be using as well. So there you go. If you're wanting to go for your grey, then you can do. Details are on your screen. Now, I've not worked with it before. I think that's how it works. You pop it in and then you top stitch it in place. You could potentially, I don't know. There might be alternative methods, but when you actually go onto June Taylor's website, I'm sure you'll be able to get loads of tuition and ideas, but there you go. That's the way that I would use it with the top stitching. So £2.99, ½ metre in your soft grey, if you're wanting to go for the soft grey. Neutral tones, what about a nice beige tone? Maybe if you're doing a cream kind of project. We've called this one Camel. So there you go. So if you fancy getting hold of this one, £2.99 again for your ½ metre. So again, brilliant idea. Perfect. I mean, sashing, we straight away think of quilting, don't we? But I'm sure there's lots of other ways you could use that as well. So there you go, if you want that one. Then we've got this lovely kind of teal colour, which is lovely. What are we calling this one? Oh, teal. We're on the same wavelength. So there you go. If you like the idea of the teal, then there you go. Details are on your screen for that one. Different item number. So QPYV35 for that particular one. And then the last one we've got is that beautiful kind of red tone. Almost looks a bit coral on your screen, but it is red. We've called this one Vibrant Pink, have we? Oh, no. Oh! They're playing with me. See, that is proof that I'm just saying what I'm told. So there you go. So that is my get out clause. I'm going to keep that one on my show reel just in case I need it in any defence situations. So there you go. If you want your red sashing, there you go. ½ metre, cut to order, increase your quantities if you need a longer run of it. Keep a note of the item numbers as well, because I think these are things that you'll come back to as time goes on. And as I say, we don't always see them on the show, so I've got like a little book of me, or it's almost like a wish list. I think, can we do a wish list on our website? I'm not sure. So if you're wanting to pop it on your wish list and then it's there and you've got a record. So there we go. Right, what should we go for next? Lovely bottom. I thought you said lovely bottoms then. I was going to say lovely bottoms. What was I saying? You said lovely buttons. Almost like a lovely bottom, but there we go. So, buttons. These are so cute. Now, they're all individual items, so we're going to go through them one by one. So let's start off with the Tilda ones, and we've got these beautiful, beautiful. Now, these ones I've got here, oh, I don't know which ones these ones are. The Winters, lots of Valentine reds in. Oh, it's first day at presenter training, just say what you see. And I didn't notice it said winter. So there you go. These are so sweet. They're like little fabric buttons. They've got little metal eyelets there. And you can see how cute are they? Perfect if you just want a little, and these buttons, all of these buttons I think are what I'd call feature buttons. So we've got a lovely bag coming up in the next hour. In fact, I'm going to grab it and show it to you, because I think this is the sort of project that these ideas are perfect for. So Becky's going to be back in a minute, about half an hour or so with this project. But if you're wanting to add little buttons as decoration, not necessarily these ones, but they're kind of like little feature buttons, aren't they? They're just like a cute little detail. Cute little detail. So with these, you're going to get all of those fabric cover buttons, all from the winter reds and greens range. Nice for your card making, maybe if you're into card making as well. And at £6.49, brilliant value for money. Beautiful. And Tilda, I mean, what more can we say about Tilda? But ahead of winter, we have autumn. So perfect if you're currently working with those autumnal tones, your russets, your kind of pumpkin colours and things like that. Beautiful again there. So, yeah, there you go. So suggestions there, autumn, Thanksgiving, and also Halloween. So there might be ranges of fabric from Tilda that coordinate with these, I'm not sure. So there you go. Autumnal with, colours like those. Next one that we've got for you, we're going in reverse now, we'll go to spring. No, we won't, summer. That's where we're at the moment, isn't it? Just hanging on. Have we got one more day of summer and then suddenly we become autumn? I think technically, is it the 21st of September, I think, is that the autumnal change? I don't know. Has any of you put the heating on yet? That's usually the thing, isn't it? We're like, not until October. So, these are beautiful. If you're into your denim tones, perfect. Love a little bit gingham in there as well. And they're different sizes, these as well. Just notice on this one, I think on all of them they're the same. There's little dinky buttons and larger ones as well. So those ones are called Summer and Ocean Blues. Ocean Blues, beautiful. So there we go. Last one that we've got is your Spring. Spring's a nice one. Spring one is kind of it's almost like it hits all of the different colour tones, because you've got your pastels in there, you've got your greens in there as well. Nice as well for you like your feature projects, so nice. And again, £6.49, you've got 10 of them in there. Smaller ones are 10 mil, so centimetre, and then you've got 12 mil, which is just over. Cute. Really pretty. And they're not necessarily designed, I mean, you could use them on a garment. And I do like it, actually, when I see garments where they've got misshaped or different size buttons. I think it looks nice. Now, these are cute. I've not seen these in a long time. And this is a fabulous, it's a craft company, actually, called Dress It Up. And they have often done featured buttons. And these are brilliant. Can I open these up to get them out? Because if we take, I was trying to do it so as you can kind of reseal them, but I don't think I can. Not without breaking a nail, anyway. Sometimes you can kind of take it so as the staples will close up afterwards. So, with these are so cute. Again, these are what I would call feature buttons. They are fully operating as buttons, you know what I mean? So they've got like the little button shank on the back. If you wanted to, you could actually take a little pair of nail clippers or pliers and cut that away if you wanted for it to sit flat. So that one is your little tape measure. Isn't that sweet? You've got your fabulous needle. You've got gorgeous little pair of scissors. And again, this is where I'm saying, if you've got a project, like the project that we've got coming up, you might want to just add, there you go. You've got hook and loop on this one, but you could, if you wanted to, just add a little pair of scissors. So that's where I would be using these. You could have them dotted around. I mean, you don't have to just use one. I'm a bit stingy. So I would probably only use one. Maybe you've got one for your little sewing machine accessories. Maybe you want to do a little mixture, so you've got your needle there and a little thimble. Isn't that cute? Or it might be that you're using a few of them. Maybe you're actually using them to, I don't know, be a closure or, You've got your imagination. I know that you'll use them different ways. So there you go. You've got those. So all of those, that's the beauty of this. All of them, if you like the look of this, stay tuned for the next hour. So all of these come in that bundle, £3.49. These are worth getting. If you've already shopped today and you've got your post and packing covered, I'd just be adding these in. Because these are they're just cute. They're little finishing touches. But they are practical. They are actual buttons as well. So if you did want to use them, maybe you've got a shirt that you actually want to use it as a button, or put a little brooch back on it or something like that, you could do. But £3.49. Anything sewing related. Oh, that's an idea. I wonder if you could do little cufflinks with them. I bet you could. Where do your cufflinks go? Is it on the inside or no? It's the outside, isn't it? Yeah, they go on the outside. Oh, John Scott needs a pair of cufflinks with those on, doesn't he? So there you go. Aren't they cute? Love it. All of those, £3.49. Don't know if we've seen them before on Sewing Street, but we have today. Pop those away. So if you like the look of those, pop those into your basket. Make sure you've got all the bits and pieces together. Put the little card in there as well. Right, so talking about twiddly bits, finishing off projects, what about the foundation of making and constructing? Well, that's where your quilt rules come into play, because these are brilliant. Now, we've got a whole selection. I'll bring them all in to show you. You've got all of these that we're going to have a little chat about. I'm not going to be demonstrating them, but the thing is, you will find that they've each got a QR code. And if you actually go online, scan the QR code, it will take you off to the website that you can actually go and have a little look. I've got a camera on here. Should we do it? Did it work? Oh, okay, so let me just move this up so you can see. So QR code, all you need to do with your QR code is to literally just put it onto camera, and then it will find it, and then when you click on it, it will give you the link. Oh, there it is at the top on this one, it's slightly different to mine. It'll take you off to the website. And there it is, that's that ruler. And then you literally just click to watch. I don't know if I've got the volume on, so I'll turn the volume down just in case. But you click to watch, and there you go. And off you go. So if it is a brand new ruler to you and you're not sure how to work with it, creative grids take a lot of time, not only creating fabulous rules for us to work with, but also to giving you that support so you'll learn how to use it as well. So there you go. So you're not left on your own at all. So that's those. So let's start off with this cutesy little one here. And this is a ruler that's 2.5 inches by 6 inches. So nice, handy little size. It's a nice one, I would say, for you to actually have near your sewing machine, maybe in your accessory box. Because the size of it would mean that potentially it would fit in there. I think, yeah, especially sometimes you've got a large one at the back, haven't you? So potentially you could do that. I think I've lost our Facebook connection, so never mind. So yeah. Creative grids have this kind of little grippy system as well. So this obviously has got the cellophane wrapped around it, but you can just about see that you've kind of got the grippy bits on the back of the hearts there. So this is a useful one because what you've actually got here, you've got your 1/4 inch seam allowance down the side there with that dotted line. So that's going to help you if you're wanting to mark a seam allowance. So you could literally just take a piece of fabric, pop that on there. So that's where that little line is. And then you could draw or cut if you wanted to. The other way around, if you've got that as your raw edge and you need to do a 1/4 inch, you could literally pull that in that way, like so, and draw a line. And then you've got your seam allowance there, so it takes away the guesswork. But what you've actually got inbuilt as well is the squares. Now you've got your 1 inch squares, as you can see here, going through to 6 inches. You've also got the breakdown of your 1/4 inch, so with the grid there, which makes it nice and easy, nice and visual. And you've also got your 1/8 of an inch featuring here as well. So there's a lot of information actually in that little rule. And it's the beauty is it can literally go in your pocket, in your sewing bag. So there you go. Having such a good time. I just realised the time. Right, where are we going next? The heart of, I always have to look at these and read the labels because I'm skinny curve, wonky cabin, half rectangle. There we go. So half rectangle again. Don't forget QR code, as we mentioned. Scan that. And the beauty is as well, obviously it's on the packaging, but it's actually on your ruler as well, so you're not going to lose it. So when you've taken your packaging off, months, years down the line, you can literally scan that on the ruler as well, so you don't have to worry. But they do include instructions on there as well. You can't see because the paper cover's on there, and I'm not going to dismantle it all. But you have got basic information on there as well. So it gives you your finished size of your half rectangle trims, and it also tells you your cutting size. So you have both of those on there. And you can see here, it's got your dimensions here as to what you're using. 7 different sizes of your half rectangles. And your half rectangles, you can see, it's a bit like your half square triangles, but longer, because they're rectangles. And there you go. You can see you've got those there. QR code on your scanner there. Go and have a little look for your full tutorial. You might even find on our YouTube channel that one of our crafting experts has used them on the show as well. So, yeah, always worth going and having a little look. So that one is for your half rectangles, if you wanted those. Which one are we going to next? The non-slip ovals. Oh, that'll be this one. I thought they were circles, but they're not, they're ovals. Ah, now that's a tricky shape to cut, isn't it, an oval? Very tricky shape. Now the beauty is with this one, you fold your fabric up, you place it where you kind of got the right angle, so you can see your straight line and your straight line there. And then you'll follow the curve at wherever it needs to be. And that will allow you to create your fabulous oval. It could be that you're cutting it from a square or a rectangle. It could be that you're folding your fabric in half. But it gives you the opportunity to get that lovely smooth curve. And again, QR code, invaluable, aren't they? Not seen this one before, I have to say. And then you've got your markings there as well, as you can see there down the side with regards to your sizes. So your cut sizes and your stitch sizes and things like that, they're all detailed in there. So there you go. This has been a popular one. Creative Grids come up with such amazing intuitive rulers, things for situations that you didn't even think that you needed to have them, but it can just kind of give you something, another creative side to your sewing. So all done with a ruler, which is brilliant. So that's that one. Where are we going next? The 10-inch curvy log cabin. Now, who'd have thought there was such a thing? Because log cabins are quite angular, aren't they? Well, with this one, it's slightly different because you're actually going to be using the cuts to make them kind of smaller. So rather than them kind of meeting in the middle, you've actually got another cut that you're doing with these as well. So it gives the illusion of curves, but you're not actually doing anything that is curvy. It's actually done with the kind of, it's almost like a pixelated curve, isn't it, I suppose you could say. So, yep, nice little one there. Gives you a nice little result there. Now, when you actually go off and do a little bit of research, look at this, my goodness. There's loads you can do with this. What a brilliant idea. So once you've kind of learnt the concept, maybe go and have a little look at the video tutorial again. Play around with the colours that you're working with. You'll get some brilliant results as well there. So really, really good. Like the idea of that one. So there you go. They do come up with brilliant ideas, brilliant ideas. So that one's a curvy log cabin, but then you've got a wonky one. Wonky one. Ah, who remembers Wonky Donkeys? But there we go. It's one of the kids' programmes, wasn't it? Yeah, Saturday morning, I think it was. There's like a little tune and a dance, wasn't there? Anyway, 10-inch wonky log cabin trim tool. So this is where, because usually you'll start off with a log cabin and it's all very angular. Your square is right in the centre and then you're building up the edges with this. With this one, you've got more of a quirky look with it. So, yeah. And it's brilliant because it actually shows you where you need to lay it down to kind of do your trimming and things like that. So, and again, QR code. Give that a scan. and that'll take you off to the website. And the beauty is with your rules that you buy or your templates or however you want to call them, as long as you look after them, they're going to be with you for your journey of sewing and maybe being passed on to other people as well. Some of the things that you'll see familiarly from Creative Grids is they've got this kind of grippy system. So you've got these little kind of discs, and they appear on, sometimes they're discs, sometimes they're strips, but the idea is it grips onto your fabric, obviously once you've taken the cellophane away. And they're the original people that incorporated that. And it's not things that you're sticking on, it's things that are already a part of it. Little holes in things as well, so you can store them on your wall if you're needing to. But really clever idea. And again, that one is your wonky log cabin. So maybe you've done a traditional and you fancy something, or mixing them up, because as long as you make the overall block size the same, whether it's a straight or a wonky or a curved one, they'll all come together. So you could actually make a really nice quilt, couldn't you? If you use a couple of these and get the same size blocks, all on that similar sort of concept. So I like the idea of that. Right, where are we going next? Oops, gosh, let me pull these in. The kitty corner. Kitty corner. Make 11 different sizes of the kitty cornered block. And you make 2 at a time. Well, that's going to save time, isn't it? All the cutting and angles are printed on the tool. So everything that you need to know, so you've got your cutting marks there. So dependent on which size that you're wanting to go for, you've got 1 inch, 2 inches, 1.5, all of those increments going right the way down. I think it goes as far as 7 by the look of it. And then you're making 2 at a time, so it's kind of the top and tail, aren't they, I suppose, as you're working with them. So nice little time saver. Again, QR code. That will take you to the website. And at the website, you are presented with something along the lines of this, which will show you how you can use it. So let me bring the camera back in and show you. I've lost social media now, so sorry if you're messaging me and I'm ignoring you. Oh, no, we don't need that. Don't allow. Right, go to the website. So on the website, after you scan the QR code, it takes you to Creative Grids USA. First thing that you'll see is an image just to make sure that you're on the right page, because this QR code will change dependent on which of the rulers you're working with. And then all you need to do, it's got all the dimensions, everything that you need to know is on there, so all your kind of your block sizes and everything that are printed on there. But if you click, it will take you to a video tutorial. So here you go, you can see, shows you step by step, and you can refer back to this at any time that you like. So if you've got a ruler that you've not used for some time, and you just want to familiarise yourself, then you can go back and watch the tutorials, and it will show you everything that you need to create 2 kitty corners at the same time. Brilliant idea. And as you can see there, I mean, it's very creative, using small pieces of fabric, larger pieces of fabric. Maybe you've got things like your 5-inch squares. Nice way of using up your scraps. And the beauty is you're actually making 2 of these little blocks at the same time. So it could be that you're making several of those that you stitch together to make a larger block, or you might be starting off with larger ones to do something that's quite time saving, should I say. But there you go. So there you go, like that. Clever idea, very clever idea. So there you go. So there you go. Got a couple of other little bits and pieces as well. So jump onto the website and check out those ones if you're wanting to use those. So we've got the dressed and plate ruler, and we've also got the non-slip scrap crazy. Gosh, I have to say that slowly because that could have been come out completely wrong. So it's scrap crazy. So you're going to make 6-inch pieces. These are clever actually. I've seen this one used before. So this one is your scrap crazy. And the scrap crazy, oh, they're all sealed up. They're all sealed up, but never mind. Now this is brilliant because what you've actually got, can I open this up or am I not allowed to open? Can I? Because it is key, I think, to this. And if you can only go for one of the sets today, I would suggest you go for this because this is a proper scrap buster. And it means that you can make things out of leftovers that you've got. And I'm a big advocate for that because if you've made a bag and you've got fabrics that are left, you could be making something that then a charity could benefit from, or it could be a prize gift or something like that. So what you've got is you've got a series of these pieces. They're almost like jigsaw pieces, as you can see here. And the idea being is when you put them together, they will create a little block. So all you need for your fabric scraps to be is that size for D piece. You could be cutting out loads of those, have a load of those in your stash. Your E, cutting out those triangles, that's going to sit in the middle. Your letter A, that's the larger one. Oh no, it's not, sorry, it's that one there, from the solid line across there. So have these all pre-cut out of your scraps, go through your scrap bucket, we've all got one at home. And then you've got the components for you to actually put them together and make your blocks up. And then once you've got the uniformity of those blocks, you can put those blocks together and you've made a piece of fabric that could become a bag, it could become a quilt. It's a brilliant idea. And it's just something that if you're wanting to utilise what you've already got, then use those scraps. You've got the grippy bit on the back there as well as a dot there, which is going to have the grip. And you've also got your QR code there, as you can see. So you can take yourself off to the website and actually watch a tutorial. But I think it's a really clever design, really clever idea. And it's one that you'll find yourself going back to time and time again. It does actually come with a leaflet as well. I should have showed you that to start with. So it will show you how you stitch them together, because there's kind of different ways that you might want to put them together. And if you do put them together in different ways, you do get different blocks. So you could be making hexagons using the letter A. So if you like your hexagons, then it's worth going for it straight away, isn't it? And also, this is clever. If you've got a 6-inch strip of fabric, then it shows you how you can cut it the easiest way to cut all those pieces out. So yeah, like that one a lot. Highly recommend that one. So there we go. And then the last one that we've got, classic Dresden. And we love a Dresden plate. Always a tricky one to cut. But there you go, some little illustrations there giving you some ideas of how that can come together. So there you go. And again, QR code to take you through the tuition on that one. So that is they. Now, once you've got your bits of fabric, you need to sew them all together again. So you'll need thread. We haven't got a huge amount of time, so I'm just going to quickly bring these. Oh, that one's gone. That's one less to look at then, isn't it? So should we go Hawaiian blue ginger? I'm intrigued. Oh, very nice. So we've got 3 large spools here. You've got, I don't know if I've seen the ginger, I must admit. I suppose it's in there, isn't it? Yeah, it's in that variegated one. Oh, I don't know. Is it a cocktail? I don't know. Hawaiian blue ginger. It does sound a bit like a cocktail, doesn't it? So with these, you've got cotton. Perfect. Beautiful for so many different scenarios. 3 large spools. You've got your variegated, you've got your ombre, and you've got your solid, all working beautifully together. Aurifil, we love our Aurifil, don't we? You've got 1,300 metres on those, so yeah, and that's on each spool. So you've got a lot of thread there. I haven't got huge quantities of these. They come beautifully packaged up in a little box. My suggestion would be, especially if you've gone down buying, if there's a fabric range for this, I don't know, quite often there's collaborations. Yeah, beautiful. I'm just looking at the connection. It says there, Hawaiian blue ginger, Hawaii. Well, perhaps it's named after a place. I'm more than happy to go and do a bit of research on that sewing street. It's on my list of places to go, Hawaii. I'd love to go to Hawaii. It looks amazing. So there we go. If you like the idea of that one, then the details are on your screen. Now, we have a really good relationship with Aurifil. And they do collaborations with us, so they do requests for us. Now, this one is actually, it's a set of 3, but somebody has run off with the 3rd one. So a set of 3, although it could be like that one as well. I don't know if it's the same as that one. I don't know. I don't think it is. So, yeah, it's gone. It's gone. How rude. So you do get 3. And, yeah, 50 weight again. It's kind of like a go-to, isn't it, a 50 weight? Perfect for your hand sewing, perfect for your quilting on your machine as well. 3 1,300 metre spools. And as you can see, the benefits of your 50 weight featuring there. 2-ply, so 2-ply kind of twisted together. Perfect for things like your needle turn. Use it in your bobbin if you need to, but to be honest, I wouldn't use it. Oh, there we go. As if by magic. So there you go. Love it. as I say, this is something that we've requested. You can't get it anywhere else, so save yourself the time and trouble of doing a research to try and get hold of it. It's exclusive to us here. And there you go. Love it. So there you go. Loads of others as well. We've got Sashiko threads as well on the website, and a perfect opportunity for you to stock up on your best press as well. Now, I'm very much looking forward to the next hour because Becky is back and she's going to be making up that fabulous project that I showed with you a little bit earlier on. So make sure you do come back and join us after the break.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hello there and welcome back to Sewing Street. As you can see, my name is Hayley West and I am very pleased to be spending this morning with you. Even more so because I've made a new friend. Our lovely Becky is back again, and I have to say, Becky, earlier on we were incredibly busy, not only with your kits but also your patterns as well.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, everybody.
And also as well, we had a message come through, which I think it came through towards the end of the hour and didn't have a chance to message, but Karen was saying that she had the pleasure of meeting Becky at the Stitches Festival with John and the very naughty Elisa Lamb and Jenny Jackson. Sounds like you're up to mischief.
Yeah, we were. Yeah.
Guilty as charged, she's saying. I'm not even going to deny it. Now, we were here earlier on with a fabulous bag that many of you shopped for, not only as a kit, but also as the pattern itself. And this is celebrating a collaboration that we've got going with our lovely Becky, because Becky's bought us fabulous patterns in the past, but what she has not done before is actually design us a panel that means that we can actually make up the project that she's designed. So this is your mini project case.
Yeah, it's not mini, but I call it mini because I've got a larger version.
Oh, fair enough.
Well.
Now this is brilliant. I'm going to open this one up and show you, because let me just move the tablet out of the way so as you can see it. I think this is ingenious because perfect if you're on the go, sewing, genius. But equally so, I can see a use for this in so many different ways. I could do with one of these in like a travel bag.
I've got 6 of them at home, and they're in one of the cubes on the IKEA. Other brands are available.
Yeah.
And they've got individual projects that I'm working on.
That's a really good idea.
Yeah, so I can just grab one and go wherever I'm going and know where I am on the project.
Got everything in there, and it's brilliant because you've got little pockets. As you can see there, you've got like your PVC, clear PVC zips. Now this one has been made up using some of your own components, hasn't it? So things like the binding that we've got in here in our kit is slightly different, and the zips are slightly different, but the concept is the same with these. And of course you might incorporate other things that you've got from your own stash if you're wanting to, but ultimately the actual case itself is created utilising this fabulous panel that we've got. And I think I have picked up the right one, haven't I? This is proven to be one of the most popular ones already on pre-order. So this one is Funky House. This is your own design fabric.
It is, yeah. I did it while I was at art school as one of my projects. And
Love
I brought
it
it into fabric, basically.
This is brilliant. So when you originally designed this, was this done digitally, or was this getting hands dirty?
It's hands dirty. All these 2 are all hands dirty. So, and then I scan them in and then do all the digital work.
You've got a real flair for it. It looks amazing.
I had blue hands by the end of it. Let's put it that way.
But what a story those blue hands told. I love it. And it's lovely because it's kind of taking a step back to when you were learning all about, obviously, art and creativity, which I love. Now, the panel itself, it's got all the different pieces that we need, all here. But these aren't the pattern pieces?
Yeah, right. So there is 2 pattern pieces.
Okay.
Like I said in the last hour, all my panels have squares, and then you just have to use the template. So the same rule applies. If you don't want to actually print off or cut into your pattern, message me a picture of your photo of your pattern,
like
and I will and then basically I will send you the link to
Love
the
it.
pattern
Love that
itself.
idea. So you've got all the different fabrics. So when you look at, and you've got your outer fabric, as you can see there, you've got your inner fabric, you can see the line in there, you've got your stripy fabric that's featuring. So all of the pieces that we need, bar the zips, bar the PVC, bar the wadding, I suppose, what are you using?
Yeah, so there is exactly the same. It's sewing, bosal and interfacing.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
fair enough. So,
then.
yeah, that's all right, don't worry. But all there, follow the instructions with regards to actually cutting out. But in addition to that, you're going to get, I have to say, these are funky zips.
They're nice.
I like these. So that's going to be able to do your zip on the outside, and then you've got a zip on the inside as well. Oh, there's 2 zips. Oh, there you go.
3
Get 3.
zips.
Sorry. I was keeping one back for myself, but I've been rumbled. Also as well, your webbing. So yeah, you might have some webbing from your own stash that you're wanting to use, but you have got, so I love that. That is perfect.
That's a nice colour, actually. That's a really nice contrast. And
like that. You're also going to get your PVC. So we've got a plain PVC. It might be that you've got some that's got a bit of glitter in it. It might be that you've got some that's got a different colour to it. It's not always clear, is it? But we have got that included as well. sizable piece in there, and you've also got your instructions there. So yeah. Now, we have seen this before, not in this kind of panel set,
no,
because this is new.
Yeah.
But the pattern itself we have seen previously, haven't we?
Yeah.
So brilliant idea. I love this. You've got little embroidery projects going on here. You've got a little hoop there. You've got your threads in one of the pockets there, needles in another. So many different things you could use this for.
Yeah, one of my testers actually made it for taking just an art set in the car for the kids in the back.
It's a nice idea, yeah.
And she put a board on the back, so it made it stiffer.
Okay.
So it's like harder, so they could lean on it and draw on it.
Almost like a portable little desk there as well.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
And I love it because if you've shopped for Becky's patterns in the past, you'll know there's loads of photos. You mentioned being a visual learner. I'm the same. I love to follow a picture rather than the actual text. It's kind of almost like a reinforcing that you've done it right, isn't it, when you've got something to compare it to. So you're going to have all of those in there, taking step by step through, and you've also got your templates in the back there. Now, the last time that we saw the pattern, the pattern booklet, was the 29th of June, 2022.
I think it was the same day, wasn't it? Or was it the week
No, the other one was March, wasn't
yeah,
it?
no.
Yeah.
I knew it was quite close.
So every 3 months, that's probably what the cycle was. But what that means is you can actually go back and watch anything that was done demonstration-wise with this. We are going to see a demonstration, but within an hour, you can't cover everything.
No, I can't, no.
Yeah. So, yeah, do go back and watch that. But as you can see there, from that image there, you've got your panel with all of the different elements there. You will need to use the pattern. The pattern is included. You've got your 3 fabulous zips as well, and your PVC and the webbing for $39.99. That is phenomenal value for money, I have to say, because of course you'll go on and create more of those as well. Now, so that is that particular one. I'm going to hang on to these bits because, no, not that bit, that bit, that bit and that bit, because that is the kind of consistent element. What changes though is the panel. Now the panel will change dependent, and the webbing will change on this one. So this time you've got pink webbing. You're going to get the 3 zips that we spoke of previously, so they're included, and you've got your clear PVC, that's included. But this time we've got the panel that Becky is going to be demonstrating, and it's all clouds. Oh, this is a lovely happy fabric. Oh, I like this. Oh, I love that green. Oh, see, now you've caused me a dilemma, because you've got that beautiful bright green. So now I want to use the green from the previous kit.
Yeah.
And maybe use the pink. So now I've got to buy both. Oh dear. I've got to remember which way around it was. That was over there, wasn't it? But to be honest though, the pink does look nice against the green, doesn't it? Yeah, I can understand why it's been done that way. And again, is there a story behind this fabric design?
It's just basically we got given a quote and it said storm, and I picked storm as in storm and colourful, so I did basically a colourful storm. But if you actually look at the background, it's actually got like elements of like snow, rain, like wind and stuff.
Let me just leave that there so you can see, yes. And within the clouds as well as the backdrop there. So is this another one from when you were at art college?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Love the use of colours. Love the use of colours. So again, the panel all there. You've got everything that you need. Your webbing, just to warn you, on the image there, it shows a kind of a reel of webbing. You're going to get a cut piece with this one. So just in case anybody thinks, oh, I'm going to get a whole reel of that. I like to make sure that, you know, I think it's the image that's on the website, so it's just the way that they've done it. So yeah, but somebody, I love these zips. Now these ones, the teeth again are nylon on this, aren't they?
You can sew for them.
They're brilliant. Love it, love it. Webbing is in there. You're going to get your PVC. You are also going to get your book with your instructions, full colour, and you are going to get your template in there for the pieces that you need to cut and all your construction. Brilliant value again, as I said, $39.99. Definitely worth going for. So you've got that as your second option. That is your first option if you're wanting to go onto the website. But I know lots of you will want to shop for the pattern by itself. So we have got the ability for you to get hold of the pattern by itself. So you're not getting any of the gubbins that we've got on the desk here, just the pattern to create, I say just the pattern, I mean, what a pattern to have. £13. Now I've got a feeling, because we saw that price point come up in the last show. So is it a similar story with this? Was this originally a smaller booklet?
All my paper patterns are £13.50.
And this was originally an A5 pattern
Yeah,
back in
A5.
2022?
Yep.
So it's double the size.
And the pictures have got bigger, obviously. Yeah, inside.
Price has stayed the same.
Yep.
That is phenomenal. And then, yeah, like you say, good size pictures. Because if you imagine those were all half the size that they are, although you would be able to see, it's not as easy, is it?
No.
Yeah. That is brilliant. Everything's gone up in price, hasn't it? So to keep that consistency with the price-wise, I think it's brilliant. So thank you for that. And there you go. If you fancy getting hold of the pattern by itself, as you can see there at the bottom there, following that journey that Becky has gone on herself, you may want to make bags that you've created and sell them. And that is lovely because, I mean, within a couple of these, you've more than covered the cost, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I love it. And it's a nice one to use fabrics from your own stash as well, especially because you've kind of got relatively large areas with these. So if you've got a feature fabric, you're really going to be able to see.
You know the embroidery machines, like the front pocket?
Yes.
You can put your name on it or what project
That's a
should
nice
go into it
idea,
and stuff.
yeah.
Or you can embroider, or if you've got like a sewing machine that types out typing.
Yeah, because
You can
sometimes
do it on the
inbuilt, aren't
binding,
they?
can't you?
Yeah.
Like I store mine as folders on a cabinet.
Yeah.
So you can just have like what's in it, like embroidery, FPP or
Yeah.
whatever, so on.
I think it's, for the kids, I think it's a brilliant idea. 'Cause
Yeah.
literally, you could be going on a plane, couldn't you? And they've got everything there. They've got a pencil case potentially on the outside there.
Yeah.
You can see there. And that is a good sized pocket that you've got. You could put a little book in there if you wanted to.
Yeah,
couldn't you?
definitely.
Love it.
And you can fit up
absolutely
to
love
a
it.
size 10 hoop in the main
On the
pocket
inside.
side.
Yeah. So again, and I suppose if you wanted to, you could stitch dividers in there as you,
Yeah.
you go through, and you do all sorts. I'd have little spools actually threaded on potentially on there as well.
Yeah,
So,
exactly, yeah.
Or tie ribbons
You can
on.
put clips along that. So
Good
yeah,
idea,
so-
quilt clips, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not taking up any other pocket space.
Yeah, brilliant idea. Love it. So the pattern itself, if you want to shop for the pattern by itself, there you go, £13.50. But do consider what you are getting for the £39.99 if you're going for the bundle, because you're going to get that, which is £13.50 anyway. Knock that off the price of the bundle. You have got a lot for a small amount of money, in my opinion. So yeah, do consider that. But we need to know what we need to do when we get it all home. So Becky, what do we need to know first?
Well, first of all, read the instructions. Because this has got binding, I've told you to use a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And the reason why I've done that is it just means that you can get extra out of the pockets. You've got 1/2 inch if you use, if you go for a bigger seam allowance. What I have got is the cutting out, the panels themselves on the actual panels, the actual panel sections. They actually do measure the actual panel sections themselves, but where it says template, you need to go to the back section, either trace them out or ask me, and I will actually send them over to you in an email.
Perfect.
Right, okay, so like the last pattern, I've got 2 sections at the front where it tells you how to make your own bias binding and how to basically install bias binding. So I will eventually say you need to go back to those particular sections. Like in the section here, I'll tell you to go back to this section here on how to actually install the bias binding.
And they're all skills that you'll use in many other projects.
Yeah,
as well,
exactly, yeah. So I've got the outer flap lining piece, and we're going to install the Velcro. Now you can do a button if you want to, you can do some buttonholes, totally up to you on the finished product. I just like the Velcro. So you've got a rough side and a soft side. We're going to need the soft side first, and then you're going to put some tape on the back.
Or the quilting tape we were chatting
Yeah.
about earlier.
Yeah. And then find the centre of the curve, and then you're going to measure in 1.5 inches. And you're going to peel off that backing tape. Now you can get sticky Velcro, but I don't like using it because it's quite gummy.
It really grabs, doesn't it?
It does, and
Yeah.
it can clog up your actual sewing machine. So
Yeah.
just go ahead, use the sewing glue or wash away tape.
No, I think that's good advice actually, because yeah, I bought some by mistake the once, and it was like, my goodness, you put it in. Once you put it down, that's it. You couldn't shift it.
Yeah, and then once it's on your sewing needle, you're going to have to clean your sewing machine. So I've just folded that in half to find where the centre was, and then just stick that down.
Lovely.
And then I'm just going to sew all the way around, about 1/8 of an inch away. Now let me just turn this.
So is that just to kind of reinforce
it? Obviously, wash away tape isn't a permanent stick, so
Yeah.
you must always sew it back on.
Yeah, it's, as we said before, it's almost like pins on a roll, really. It just makes it a little bit easier for you. Had some lovely messages come in again. Thank you for tuning in. Patricia is saying that she loves this, that she made it in dark cloud material. Does suggest watching video. Is there a video to follow this one, though?
No, but there is minor instructions.
Oh, I see. Fair enough. And she's made the bigger one as well. So yeah, love that. Love them both. And Christine Cummings, thank you, my lovely. Good morning, gorgeous girl. She said. Yeah.
Thank you.
I got to meet Christine at the Festival of Quilts, and I didn't realise it was Christine at the time. My head was all over the place, and I kind of bumped into Stuart, and it was only after the event that I realised.
It's quite erratic weekend, isn't it?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I was on my way somewhere. I was with David, and I can't remember. We'd got to go somewhere or be somewhere, and yeah, crazy. I was only there the one day, but anyway.
Were you? I didn't go this year. I'm going next year, but not this year.
Oh, it's fabulous.
Right, so we've got the right side and wrong side, the lining and the main fabric. We're just going to pop those wrong sides together, shall I say? And just pop some clips all the way around.
Lovely. And quilt clips, again, we've got those on the website if you need to get hold of those.
I have interfaced these two pieces as well. There's a couple of pieces that we don't interface in this pattern, but I will mention those when we get to them. Okay, so we're going to base stitch. Now, this width of the seam allowance is 1/4 of an inch, so you're going to do it like 1/8 of an inch away. So it's within the seam allowance.
So we won't see that because you've got the. I'm just referring back to the original. So you'll have your binding that will cover this.
Yeah.
So yeah, that makes sense. So it's just to stop everything moving around, I guess.
It is, yeah.
And I don't baste as much as I should do because it really does save.
It saves you a lot of hassle.
Yeah.
And also, if you're going to make a mistake, if it slips or moves, which it can do, most fabrics do move.
Yeah.
With basting, you can just unpick it and because they're larger stitches, you're
That's
not
nice and
unpicking
easy,
for
yeah.
a longer time, are you?
Yeah, I need to think about it more because watching you do it made me think, yeah, I need to do more basting.
Right, okay, so the straight edge, we're going to measure in and down by 1/2 inch. So I just like to draw a box, and we're doing this to round off the section.
Okay.
So just in that bit.
That's me opening the flap.
Right, okay, so use whatever you got, like your quilter's tape or something, and just mark up where those marks are and just round it off. And you're doing that because the binding goes around easier.
Yeah, that's a good tip actually,
smoother.
yeah.
Okay, and you're not losing that much off those. So you're just going to trim on those drawn lines.
I'm finding the part on the one that I've got here as you're doing it, and I can see, yeah, it's a really good idea, that.
Right, so we're just going to attach the binding. Now, on the panel, you've got two really large sections. One of the large sections will be your main outer fabric, and then one will be like a stripy.
Okay.
The main outer fabric panel bit is spare.
Oh.
So I needed to make up the panel.
Yeah.
So basically, just use whatever you want and do whatever you want with it.
Okay.
Or you can do it as binding.
Nice.
So there's enough to choose whichever type of binding you want.
Like that idea. And the panel itself, is it another one that's a metre size? It's a good size piece, yeah?
Yeah. Right, okay, so using the binding instructions with your square that you've got with the binding that I say on the panel, follow the instructions, cut it on the bias, so you've got the stretch. You're going to need to fold it so it's into the centre, two long edges into the centre, and you should have quite a large wheel of it, and some left over basically. Straighten off the tip.
That's really funky binding, I like that.
I know, it's going to be nice and stripy. And then what I'm just going to do is open up the one side and
Okay.
fold it on the 45-degree angle,
Yeah.
like that. So you've got a nice, neat finish.
See, these are all tips, all useful tips to go in the old bank when you come to doing all your other projects.
Okay, so the first thing you're going to do is on the right side, you're just going to open this up and you're going to pop clips all the way around. And when it comes to the corners, the two sharp corners, you're going to have to snip into them.
Okay.
So just bear with me, let me just...
Lovely. And again, don't be too stingy on your quilt clips. It's always good to have a good stash of those.
Yeah, it is, yeah. And when it comes to the large curve, you can stretch it a tad, so it basically goes on the curve a nice...
Ah, okay.
I'm doing this a bit caggy-handed. I normally start off that way.
Oh, bless you. You're doing a brilliant job. Now, while you do now, let's have a little chat, because we were talking about, I mean, was it 2022 the last time you were here, or have you been here
No,
since
no, no.
then?
I come quite a lot,
was
but
gonna
I've got
say.
so many patterns now. I've been doing this 10 years now, so I've got so many patterns coming on TV. There's just too many.
Well,
if you
when it comes, I
understand.
mean, you design your own fabrics, and I know you kind of get those manufactured and sell those yourself as well. But I love this collaboration with the panels.
Yeah, I like
You're
this
doing
as
with
well.
us here, because I mean, this is the first time that we've ever seen these panels with fabrics designed by the lovely Becky, and she really has got an eye for design, as I'm sure you'll agree. I mean, these look amazing, and it's having the panel that has got all of the components that you need to create a project. I think is brilliant, and the panel's got all the pieces. You've got a couple of pattern pieces in the instructions, which come alongside it as well. And it is a panel that's exclusive to us here at Hobby Maker. I forgot, put my other head on for a moment then. At Sewing Street. I've just seriously offended everybody in the gallery. I do apologise. we're all friends under one roof. So that's this afternoon. That's where I'll be later on. So yeah, everything is included. And as I say, it's exclusive to us here at Sewing Street.
Are you on this afternoon?
I am, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, Vix, bless her, and I'll mention just in case anybody's tuned in wondering where Vix is. Bless her, she's had an allergic reaction to something. She's come out in a bit of a rash. Well, I say she's had an allergic reaction. This is Dr. Hayley. I mean, late last night we didn't have a doctor to consult, but it looks like she's picked up an allergy somewhere along the line. So hopefully she's dosed up on antihistamines and it's all kind of getting
Flaring
back.
off.
So she'll be back with us soon.
Right, okay, so I've gone all the way around. Where the sharp curves are at the bottom, I've snipped into those just so it goes around neater. And then the two sides here that you should need to snip into those. I've overlapped it by 1 inch and a bit. So the first fold, we're just going to sew right into that ditch all the way around.
Okie dokie.
And make sure it's a standard stitch length.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes people do much smaller stitch, don't they? But I tend to sometimes have to unpick, so I don't like to go
Yeah,
too
no, that's
small.
me.
Depends how confident I am.
I have a couple of best friends. That's the bulky seam aid, the quilter's tape, and the unpicker.
Always on first name terms. So have we got dates for when you're due back in again? Have we already got that organised?
End of October, end of
okay.
November.
Lovely.
So, one is a new project, and I don't know what the other projects are.
Oh, exciting.
Haven't figured that one out yet. I haven't got
And it's
that
nice.
far.
It's because it's kind of on the run up to Christmas, so ideal for Christmas presents and things like that. So,
Yeah.
And your sewing background, because it's the first time that we've worked together, and I know probably the viewers are like, why on earth are you asking that question, Hayley? It was because I don't know the answer. So how did you get into sewing in the first place?
My mum.
Oh.
So basically, my mum was making some bridesmaids dresses for my sisters when I was 5. I asked if I could help her, and she was there going, no, you're not touching my big machine.
Which we can all resonate now.
Yeah, so she started me hand sewing when I was about 7.
Oh.
And then by the age of 11, I had my very first sewing machine. And I advise to teach hand sewing first because it's a dream, because I know a load of people that only know how to use a sewing machine and don't know properly how to hand sew.
And it's not taught so much now at school, is it? Sometimes they do
No.
after school clubs where they'll do a little bit of embroidery or something like that. Usually with is it the Aida fabric with the holes in and they
Yeah, or the tapestry plastic that you get, the plastic canvases.
But they're life skills, aren't they? So
They are.
pass them on.
Right, okay. I'm not going to really show you much because I've done this plenty of times, but you're going to fold this over. I prefer hand stitching this bit, but some people don't. You're going to fold that over. Fold it over again, all the way around, and then you're going to top stitch, but I like to top stitch from that side because that's the side that's going to be seen.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, and then you just top stitch all the way around on the binding so it catches the binding. I want to get onto the pockets, if that's all right. Yeah.
And that's why it's important to actually cut it on the bias, because you're going to have that curve that you just spoke
and it's
of.
going to be a nice finish
Sit
as
much
well.
nicer, so do pay attention with that cutting out. Right, so the pockets.
Okay, so we're working on the outer part of the bag first. So you've got a top outer bag pocket. Watch where the diagonal, the print goes. So the clouds, they're facing, the peak of the clouds will be higher up. So when you do the fold, make sure it's on this side and the clouds are pointing upwards.
Okay.
So you're going to fold onto the wrong side 1/4 inch in. And you're going to run on the raw side, which isn't the folded side, quilter's tape. You're going to get used to that.
You will find yourself going for this time and time again. Once you use it, and I think that's the thing, once you first use it, it's like, oh, why haven't I used this before?
Yeah, exactly. And it's, where has that been all my life?
Yeah, it's just everything sits so beautifully.
Right, okay, and then you're just going to peel that off. You're going to get one of your zips. Now, my zip's slightly different because we didn't have those in stock at the time.
Okay.
So what I advise you is to pull the zip as far as it will go on the end, and then work on this end. Then your zip's out the way when you're sewing on a zip.
So that's a really good tip, that.
So you don't have to lift up your pedal.
Yeah, because it's a bit tricky, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sometimes you go a bit wobbly as well when you're having to do that. So
Yeah, exactly.
Good advice.
No, the reason why I'm doing it.
And that's the other thing that's advantage with the tape, because if you'd actually pinned that and stitched it, you'd be unpicking now, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Right, so the reason why I swapped that over is I want the zip pull on the top of the case, so it's easier, and the clouds are at the top.
So the one I'm working
Yeah,
at...
so I'm working on the pocket on the outside.
Sweetheart. I don't know why I'm holding it up when you can...
So I'm working on this pocket on the outside. I want the zip pull at the top. So before where I installed it, the zip pull will be at the bottom.
Yes.
So if you're carrying it around, it'll drag on the floor, especially if a child's got it.
Yeah, makes sense.
So we're now just going to sew 3/8 of an inch away from the edge and reverse stitch at the start and at the end. And we're not going to put any lining on this top bit.
Okay.
Where's my zipper foot? There it is. Just change over to your zipper foot, just to make sure you're not a lazy person. Because normally I would sew a zip without a zipper foot on.
I've done it before now, especially the chunkier ones, the kind of like the number 5s that we've got. You can kind of get away with it a little bit.
Yeah, because the foot rides on top, doesn't it, properly?
Lovely message from Lynn again. I think, Lynn, you messaged in the last hour as well. Big fan of yours. This is a great bag. I've made one and it's so useful and holds so much. Becky's patterns are so comprehensive, clear and concise with masses of pictures. And I do have to say, there's loads of photos in these, so you're not left on your own at all.
No, not at all. Okay, so... And then you're just going to do 1 row of top stitching along there, which is around about 1/8 of an inch away from the edge.
And the zip that you can see being used, it's got a similar sort of variegation to the colour.
Yeah, I knew they were getting the white rainbow one in, but I just didn't know what the pull was like.
Yeah. No, that's fair enough.
Before you go any further, just make sure your zipper opens and your slider runs neatly, because it might get caught in the actual the panel.
Okay.
I'm going to pop that to one side, and we're going to work on the bottom section.
Lovely.
So the bottom section, same again. Watch where your pattern goes of your front main outer fabric. So when you got it, you just want to make sure the clouds are going the same direction as that. Let me just move that out of the way so you guys can see. There you go. So going to run quilter's tape along this edge here.
Mm-hmm.
And this time we've got lining fabric which we have to implement onto it. So peel that backing off. Making sure it's still in the right direction before we flip it. Right side facing down, but what you want to do is make sure these edges match up these side edges.
Okay. So you're going to the other side of the
The other
zip
side
now,
of the
right?
zip
Got
now,
you?
yeah.
Okay.
Just make sure they match up.
Lovely. And see, it just sits so flat, doesn't it?
It does.
Do you treat yourself today? If you've already shopped for something today, do add in a spool of that quilter's tape. It's so affordable, but just try it.
Yeah.
Honestly, you won't look back.
Right, okay, so I've flipped it over and we're just going to run quilter's tape along that edge there on the wrong side. So that's the same edge we've just worked on. And peel off the backing tape.
Lovely.
And then obviously get your lining piece right side facing down, match up the edges. So, and then we're just going to sew 3/8 of an inch seam allowance there and reverse our stitch.
Wonderful. And again, all the dimensions, all of the seam allowances are details in there. So. It's one of those projects, I mean, with this one, we're looking at a beginner sewer. So I think any sewer, whether you're a beginner or not, is going to be so satisfied when you've actually got this bag made together. And it'll be one that you make more and more of them.
Well, you can leave off some of the zip pockets if you want to. You can make them into slip pockets if you want to, because the binding's there. You just got to be prepared, stuff might fall out.
Yeah, yeah. I think if you can do the zips, it is a good idea because it keeps everything secure.
But it is a good thing to learn zips rather than going a zip on a curve, which you can get some bags that have got on a curve. It means that you're one step ahead before you come to that curved bag zip.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so we're just going to do 2 rows of top stitching on this one here. So 1/8 of an inch away and then probably around about 1/4 of an inch away.
Lovely. It's these little kind of finishing touches that give it that professional finish as well. Makes everything sit nicely as well. So,
it does, yeah. And you're probably wondering why we haven't done 2 rows of top stitching at the top, because we will come to that once we attach this to the actual main outer bag.
Okay.
So
could you use a decorative stitch at this stage?
You can, yeah.
Could you do that on the other side as well? The construction means you just have it on the one side?
Yeah, so the more you sew in a foam, the less padding that will be in that area.
Okay.
So you've got to bear in mind it might want to fold on that area.
Right.
So if you're going to do a decorative stitch, make sure it's within like 1/4 of an inch or something. Yeah, width.
So maybe the first one
The
following the
decorative stitch.
instructions exactly as it says, and then maybe kind of think about the next one with a decorative stitch, or just do it on the one side where you're stitching now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or if you, like I said before, if you've got a embroidery machine, you can do their name.
Nice, yeah.
There. But make sure you just leave a gap down here, because that's where your next Velcro piece is going to go.
I'm a big fan of pom-pom trim, so I'd be putting pom-pom trim.
Are you? And my friend is a rick rack. Is it rick rack?
Yes,
Yeah. She loves a rick rack.
Any occasion for me to put pom-poms on something, I will.
Right, I just need to find the measurement. I always get this bit wrong, so just bear with me.
No, that's fine. Beauty is everything's in there. So yeah, I mean, this is the instruction book. I'll very, very quickly mention the booklet to you, which does include the pattern as well, because this is a similar situation to how popular it has been. We'll go back over to Becky in just a few moments, but very, very quickly, I mean, this is a comprehensive book. It's bigger than the previous size that we saw, because we have seen this book before. It's been a couple of years, and it was A5 in size. So being A5, what it meant was everything was reduced down in size. First of all, the quantity of paper that has been used was smaller 2 years ago, but that had a knock-on effect, so it meant the images were smaller as well. So that's why it's such a brilliant idea. And the beauty is the price is exactly the same as it was 2 years ago. So yeah, everything's gone up in price, but this pattern hasn't. £13.50 today, as it was 2 years ago, but as an A5 size. So yeah, I think that's brilliant. And we've actually, if we've got the same stock that we had as when we saw it last time, we would have sold out by now. Is that what you said, Ben? Yeah. It's been a popular one.
Yeah.
Very popular.
Right, okay, so I found the centre of the long edge, and that's the bottom part of the pocket, not the top where the fold is. You're going to measure in by 1 inch, and you're going to get the rough side of the Velcro that you should have left over from the flap. Just make sure, and peel off the backing. Okay, and then you're going to fold that in half, and then stick that half on that centre. I'll stick that down, and once again we're going to top stitch all the way around, 1/8 of an inch all the way. Make sure you reverse your stitch as well on this one. Okay. And you will be going through to the pocket lining, which is good because it just means that it stays as one piece.
Do you need to make sure that your bobbin thread is in keeping with that fabric, or does it matter?
I don't do that because I haven't got time for that.
Yeah,
but
some people do, don't they?
Yeah, no, I must admit, I used to, when I used to sell bags and that, I used to match the bobbin, and if because sometimes people would want, oh, I want a mix match of lining pieces. I used to have several bobbins on the go.
And to be honest, because it's on the inside, you don't really see it, do you?
No.
It's only the top bit, I suppose. Oh, I love this. We've got everybody helping out each other in the chat on Facebook.
Oh, that's good.
Somebody's asking about the scissors, the snipper scissors that you use in Maureen.
Yeah.
And then Lynn's answered. So thank
They're
you.
Fiscus ones.
They are, yeah.
You do sell them.
Oh, okay. Got them on the website, have you?
I think you might have had them in the past. I'm not 100% sure if you've got them in stock still, but I suffer from arthritis in this hand.
Okay.
So in the winter, I get it, and I can't use scissors properly, so just the press of the palm.
Okay. Yeah, use your palm. So yeah, I don't know if you heard that, Ben. The Fiskars snips. I don't know if we've got them on the website or not. So he's going to have a look.
Right,
Let's
so
keep him out of trouble.
I've just pulled the zip down. I'm just going to sew across that bit and at the bottom there, just so the zipper pull doesn't fall off. And because it's nylon, you can sew through it just up your stitch length.
Okay.
So I've just gone up to stitch length number 5. Twist that around. Do that
So
side.
is that in the seam allowance that you're stitching
Yeah.
at?
Knock the stitch length down because I'm one of those people that forgets to knock it down and then I start sewing.
Yeah, do it there and then.
Right, okay, and then obviously because it's nylon, you can just cut through it. Use not your fabric scissors, obviously. And if you want to, you can go ahead and singe the end if you want to with your lighter or something, but no need because we're going to be covering it up with binding anyway eventually. So you're going to get your main outer piece. And it doesn't matter which piece you go for because they're both the same size. So if you want the lining out and you don't like the clouds, you can use the clouds inside. You're going to get this, make sure the clouds are pointing up on your main outer, and you're going to match up the edges and clip down the 2 sides and down the bottom, and then we're going to, I might actually put some Wonder Tape on that, or you can pin it.
Why not? If there's an occasion, we like to use it, don't we?
Right, okay, so you can clip it if you want to, or you pin it, or you can the FPP glue.
Yes. Yeah.
EPP, sorry. Or I use it in FPP as well, so.
It's a brilliant tape. Again, I can only reiterate, as Becky has said, if you've never tried it, treat yourself to it. $6.99. If you've already ordered with us today, your post and packing's been taken care of. And if you've not ordered with us today, why not? We've had some fabulous things. But no, in addition, take a note of the item number because, yeah, when you do next order, add it in because it's just a really useful thing to have. Top tips as well from Becky, she was chatting about earlier on. If you leave it out, it will dry out.
Yeah.
So if you want to kind of regain or keep that tackiness, pop it in a little grip seal bag with a little baby wipe in there for the moisture, and that will keep it in tip-top condition for you to use over and over again.
So I've just clipped down the two sides and I'm just going to peel off that backing tape so it sticks down. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and first of all, we're going to do a row of top stitching 1/4 inch away, so that will finish off the top of the pocket.
Right, I see what you meant
yeah,
earlier.
and then we're going to do 2 rows of stitches here, and then we're just going to base stitch around those.
Perfect.
Oh, that's a clip.
Yeah, they can spring off, can't they?
They can.
Now, we've got 2 different options of the actual kits because this is the first time that we've seen the collaboration between Becky and Sewing Street with regards to the actual fabrics themselves. So the pattern that is being used at the moment is a fabulous panel that we have. So just to reiterate, just while Becky's doing that little bit of top stitch in there, the panel itself has got all of the components that you need. So some of them are going to be the actual fabric pieces. Some of them you're going to put your pattern pieces on top and cut them down. So this is the one with the cloud. The cloud, well, both of the patterns actually originate from original artwork that Becky did when she was learning all about the elements of art and colour and design. Absolutely beautiful fabric, I have to say. So that is the clouds one. Comes alongside you your kind of citrusy lime lining. Of course, if you wanted to, you could swap them around. It's entirely up to you. It comes with the pattern. So, of course, the pattern has got full instructions and everything in there, should you want to take advantage of that. That's in the bundle as well. £13.50 you'd pay for that by itself. You can get your PVC in there for you making your pockets. You're going to get 3 of these fabulous zips. Number 5 size zips, so they've got a chunkier kind of coil on them. They are still nylon though, so you don't have to worry about your sewing machine. They do look like they're metal, but they're not, so you can still stitch with those. And you're also going to get your webbing as well. So all of that coming together for £39.99. So that one is called the Colourful Storm. I can hear Becky still stitching, so while she's stitching, I'll very quickly lay the other fabric on top. Similar sort of scenario, you're going to get your pattern, you're going to get your zips, which are exactly the same, but the fabric is different with this one. So this one has been a very popular one. So if you're wanting this one, it's called Funky House. Again, artwork originally created by Becky. This time it comes with a lovely kind of lime green webbing, but everything else is exactly the same as we saw previously. So you're going to get all the same zips, the same PVC. And again, you are going to get your project case pattern. And do, when you get this, if you want to send a photo of your pattern, just to kind of proof of purchase, it means that you don't have to trace or cut out the pattern because Becky kindly has said that she will email you those so you can print them off. So £39.99, whichever option you go for, you're going to be in very good company because they've been very, very popular.
Yeah.
Lovely. So where are we up to now then, Becky?
Right, okay, so I've just sewed the pocket on. Pull your zipper down, your zipper pull, and you're going to get your sewing foam, Bosal or Vaseline, whichever one you want to use. And you can spray base this on if you want to, but I don't like using spray base, and so I'm just going to pin mine on.
Okay.
Recently, I've started coming out in rashes when using it, so I try my hardest not to use.
Sometimes, I mean, we're talking about Vicks with allergies, bless them. I'd love to know what's triggered it off, but they can suddenly come out of nowhere, can't they?
They can, yeah. Just get rid of that pin that's just snapped.
Oh gosh, we've only got about 10 minutes left. Is that okay?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll show you this bit and then I'll go on from there. Right, okay, so before I go any further, Okay, so you'll base stitch this. So I know the seam allowance is 1/4 inch, so I would base stitch it 1/4 inch all the way around. So I'll base stitch it all the way around using a long stitch length. And then you need to find the centre. So generally, I normally fold it in half, snip the top and the bottom, and then get a line and draw a line. And then you're going to stitch in that line. That will basically help your, it helps the fold. Even though we're putting the binding on, it just helps the fold.
Right.
And the reason why I've done that also, it helps you with the next few steps.
Ah, okay.
So once you've base stitched that on and done the actual line, you're going to trim off the excess all the way around to the actual raw edge of the actual panel. And then you're going to flip this over and work on this side. And this, obviously you will have finished binding on this. You're going to attach this to here. And you're going to sew an inch in and all the way around. So you've got an inch. So if I show you on this one, I've sewed all the way around here and then across there. So there's an inch. Just means because if you're like me and you overfill it, sometimes I'm yanking this. I am yanking this to like close it up sometimes. So it just means that it's extra reinforcements. But what you want to do is make sure once you've curved the edges, where I tell you in the pattern later on, you need at least 3/8 of an inch either side. So make sure you actually stick to the seam allowance that I've told you with this here.
Okay.
Okay, so once you've done that bit, I'll move on to the PVC part.
Now, PVC, this is something that I know a lot of people will be kind of interested in because it's something, it's an area that sometimes we haven't sewn with it. And it's one of those fabric, I mean, is it a tricky one to stitch with?
Yeah, so I advise a walking foot. Or, because we've got binding on, you can use your standard foot.
Right.
If you don't have binding on it or another piece of fabric, you need to change over to your walking foot or a Teflon foot. So,
Yeah, some machines have those, so
yeah.
a Teflon foot.
I know the Elners like the walking foot.
Yeah.
With the walking foot, it doesn't push down, it grabs and then just brings it through, which means then you're not going to get indentations, it's not going to rip it or anything. Once you've sewed it though, I'm going to say don't unpick it, because once the holes are in, unfortunately.
Yeah, it creates perforations because it's not a fabric, they can't close up, can they?
No, exactly.
But this is something that the quilter's tape is invaluable for.
This is what I was going back to say. No, quilter's tape will become your best friend when it comes to it. So I'm one of these people that if I've got PVC in my patterns, there will be binding on the edge, just so it helps the domestic sewers, because I've got an industrial sewing machine at home, so it helps the domestic sewers.
Yeah, and it's a good way of stitching with it because it makes it easier, doesn't it?
It does.
Binding on there.
Right, so you're going to get one of your zips, and you're going to find your top piece now, one of your top pieces. So that's up there. Okay.
And all of the fabric pieces that Becky's working with, they've all come from the panel, so you don't have to go off and find anything, it's all there.
No, exactly. Right, so you're going to run quilter's tape along the top edge. Now, it depends on where you want the zips. I prefer my zips to end on this side, because they're inside in the flap once done.
Okay.
But it's personal choice if you're lefty-righty, righty-tighty or whatever it's called. Right, okay, so you're just going to run quilter's tape along that edge there, but not all of it, obviously, because my zips are longer. And your zips will be longer, so you can just keep your zip pulls out of the way. Okay, you're going to peel off that backing tape. Then you're going to open up the binding. So in the pattern, I tell you to fold the two long edges into the centre. And this is the top binding piece of the inside zip pockets.
Okay.
So you're going to fold those bits, but you're going to then open one up and stick that down, like so. Okay, and then you're going to, you can basically put some more quilter's tape on top if you want to, or you can sew along that area if you want to. I'm just going to put some quilt tape on.
I love it. Brilliant stuff. I think I've raved enough about it today. Couldn't be without it.
Okay, so then you can go and top stitch once you've folded this up. Oh, that's peeled off wrong. There you go. Okay, so you're going to then fold that up, and then you can go ahead and top stitch.
so neat, isn't it?
So you can just top stitch 1/8 of an inch away from that edge. So
Lovely.
You do that. Change my zip up foot.
Wonderful. Time-wise, where are we up to time-wise, Mr. Director? 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes. Okay, cool. So good timing.
I love it.
At least get the zip attached to some of the PVC, so that's the main thing.
So you're kind of creating a fabric almost grabber really for the PVC to go into, yeah.
Okay, so then you're going to get one of the bottom pieces, kind of repeat the same process with the folds, but you'll find the bottom piece is slightly slimmer.
Okay.
Okay, so they are slightly slimmer once folded, so you can't really get them mixed up.
Yep.
You're going to bring the edges into the centre, and this time with one PVC. They do stick together. Sometimes PVC comes with like a tissue.
Yeah.
You can use tissue to sew.
Yes.
So if you're finding it's getting stuck on your sewing machine, if you've got like the, when you get shoes, and you've got the tissue, if you put it on top and then put it underneath your sewing machine, it doesn't stick.
Sticking to the bed of the machine.
Yeah, and then you can just rip off the tissue. Okay, so you're going to put quilter's tape on both of those edges, so both of those raw edges along there. So.
Oh, now I've had a question from Philippa. Please, can you explain the difference between a 5 and a 3 zip? Now, I'm mindful of the time that we've got, so I'm going to let Becky carry on if you want. But it's basically to do with the thickness.
It's
so the
coil in the middle.
Yeah, so it's the kind of the chunkiness, shall we say? And quite often, I mean, a lot of the patterns that we have, I think they've got number 3 zips. Number 3 zips tend to be more of a kind of like dressmaking style, aren't they?
Or inside zip pockets. Yeah. So that's 5mm. A number 5 is 5mm. You will find the tape slightly wider as well.
Yes, yeah.
But a number 3 is always an inch tape and a 3mm coil in the middle.
Oh, bless you. I didn't want to detract from what you were doing.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
You were brilliant. You did both.
Okay, so I've just peeled the backing tape off the one. Gonna get the binding will be bigger than your actual PVC. You're just gonna stick that down. So you don't want to overlap it too much, but you want to stick it in the centre.
I like this because you've used some glittery PVC from your stash.
I did, yeah. It's only because you guys didn't have it in time for when I was to make my samples. And then you're going to peel off the top bit and fold that over. So you've got no raw edge of the PVC. Also gives a nice finish.
And you couldn't pin that and get that kind of result.
No, you couldn't, no. Then you're going to flip it over, and on the wrong side, whichever you want to class as the wrong side, I'm going to class that as my wrong side because it's a bit bendy at the end. You're going to run quilter's tape along that edge. And this is going to stick on top of that zip.
Okay.
So peel off the backing. Match up the raw edge of the PVC to the raw edge of that. And you want to stick it around about 1/8 of an inch away from that coil.
And I have to say, you've lined it up stripe-wise with the opposite side to
that
perfection.
on the computer purposely. I really did, but that took me the most time actually.
It'd drive you mad if it didn't
does.
match up, wouldn't it?
Yeah, especially stripes. And then you're going to run 2 rows of top stitch in there. That just basically 2 rows basically helps it basically. Okay. And then you're going to repeat the same process for the down bit. So where we've got the fold over here at the bottom, this will be opened up and you will sew it on top of that, so then you can line up the
Could you show us in the finished one where it sits? Just so I can get my head... Oh, I see, yes.
So as you can see, it's wider there. So once you've done this one and you've got the binding on, you will open that binding up, right side facing down on top of this right side of this zip. Sew along in that crease and then bring it back down, do the top stitch in there.
Yep.
And then basically you will notice that this pocket and this pocket are the same size, but once it goes onto the bag, it will make this smaller because you've got to trim some off.
Got you.
So it just basically saved me writing out a new measurement in the pattern of cutting out section.
No, that makes
but
sense.
obviously it just means, but make sure you've always got a large pocket at the top as well.
Perfect.
Then you're going to sew some vertical binding. So underneath here, the vertical binding is actually about 2 fingers width.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're going to sew that on, but by the time this goes on, it will actually be half the amount.
Got you. Yep.
And then this bit is easy. There is no interfacing in this actual flap because
Lovely.
it just means that it can fold up a bit when
Yeah.
you've got stuff underneath it. You're going to fold this over 4 times, do 2 rows of top stitching, fold that over, sew that on. It's pretty simple.
I love it. And the
It's
beauty
easy.
is, as I said, there's no way we were going to manage to get one completely finished in the show, which is why all of the photos, and I think, was it Lynn that was saying about there's loads of photos, so no guesswork. So even though we haven't managed to complete it, please don't think it's a project that you won't be able to complete yourself. The level that has been given to this is a beginner, and it's because you've kind of got little sections, and those little sections all come together to create the overall project. So it's a very manageable project, and you've got everything, loads of pictures in there, as Lynn said, loads of words and pictures, loads of illustrations. The measurements are there. There's kind of references for how to do things like your binding. So these are skills that you'll go on and you'll use for many, many years to come, I'm sure. And then you've also got your templates there. If you don't want to trace them off, send a photograph of the pattern to Becky, and she'll actually send you a digital version of this so you don't have to trace it and you can cut it out. But I have to say, brilliant instructions through and through for the 2 projects that we've had today. And you're back again in October.
Yeah.
Refresh my memory, what was the date again? I forgot what the date was that we
I
said.
have no idea.
Oh, we didn't say a
The last week of October.
Last week. We will look
Just
out
to let you
for
know,
it.
in my Facebook sewing pattern support group, I will be demonstrating this.
Okay.
So if you want to come on and join, I'm doing it mid next
And
month.
where do we find you? Is it RJF Makes?
Yeah. Or if you just type in RGF Makes Pattern Support Group on Facebook, it's on there.
Lovely. And when you get your pattern home, it's actually detailed on the front there.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Becky, thank you. It's
No,
been a
thank you. It's
pleasure. I've
nice to
really
meet you.
enjoyed working with you.
Yeah, and you.
Very knowledgeable
Thanks,
lady.
everyone.
Yeah. So
Cheers.
thank you. And thank you for your purchases. I will see you just after the break, where we've got an hour. We're going to be chatting about quilt kits and some extra wide fabrics, which are beautiful. I've already started making a list. See you in a bit.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hello there, hello and welcome. How beautiful does the set look? Levi, thank you so much for hanging this quilt up behind us. And this is one of the quilt kits that we're going to be featuring in this last hour of the day. I've had such a lovely day. Thank you for your company throughout. So, what can I tell you? Well, we've got a whole array of different quilt kits. We've got some extra wide backings, which I'm very much looking forward to. My opinion, too pretty to go on the back of a quilt. But there you go, what am I to say? Lots of these are kind of your last opportunities to get hold of things as well. So that is the key thing. Now, when we're having a little look here, what have we got? We have got this particular one here, I think. Now, we've got a whole array of different styles for you. So this is very different to the one that we've got behind us. But I know from this morning when we had those with William Morris tapestry fabrics, how much you're into your William Morris today. So it's only right and proper that I show you this fabulous kit. Now, this is a beautiful one. Big quilt, so you can see there on the size wise with regards to this one, you're looking at 163 centimetres by 133. And so the illustration shows you that it's more of a rectangle than a square, this particular one. But saying that, if you wanted to play around with the design, you've kind of got a 3x4 block formation with this one. You could make it just a square 9 block if you wanted to and utilise the other blocks in other ways. But it's kind of the foundation for creating that fabulous quilt that you're seeing on your illustration. Now, you've actually got 7 different types of fabric in here, which gives you an overall total of in excess of 6 metres of fabric. And the beauty is it comes with the instructions as well. So you don't have to go off and find the instructions or a pattern or download anything. It is all there within the box. Now, we appreciate that it's a considered purchase. So that's why we've got the ability for you to spread the cost. And on this occasion, you are looking at 3 split pay payments. Except those split pay payments will change because the price is coming down. So let's have a little look at where we're going with the price wise. Oh my goodness. £70 saving. Wow, that is a huge saving. Now this is brilliant. So I'm going to bring the box towards me because part of the beauty is when you actually get these boxes home is opening it and seeing. They're always beautifully packaged. Got your outer sleeve, so take your sleeve off like so. Do keep that because it's a useful reference. I must admit, I probably wouldn't put it back on the box. I'd keep it inside. Did you go for our early bird this morning, incidentally, with the bag? Because the fat quarter bag that we had as an early bird is perfect when you're working on something like this because you'll have somewhere for everything to go. So you're going to get your quilt pattern. Now this one is classed as an advanced beginner. It's difficult to kind of gauge yourself when it comes to sewing, but ultimately it's one of those situations. If you've got a little bit of sewing knowledge, I personally feel a bit of sewing knowledge, comprehensive instructions, even if you are a beginner and you love the look of that quilt, persevere with it. Do it block by block and away you go. Because what you'll actually find is quite often you've only got 2 or 3 maybe blocks that you're going to complete, and then that's it. So on this one I think you've got 2 blocks, block 1, block 2. So once you've created those a couple of times, it's not going to be an issue, and you can see how you alternate those throughout. All of the fabrics are detailed as well, so if you do want to go off and shop for additional fabrics to make cushions or whatever it is that you're wanting to do, then you can do. So that is all your instructions in them. And then you will have beautifully packaged in your box your gorgeous tissue paper wrapped fabrics. Now don't forget, you've got over 6 metres worth of fabric in this one. So as we open this up, I'm trying to do it as neat as I can. I always feel like I'm being very naughty when I'm opening these up. Sorry, Levi, he's not glaring at me much. Now look at these. Oh, isn't that gorgeous? But wait for this. Oh, you are getting all of these fabrics. So these are beautiful fabrics, as you can see in here. And the beauty is, what you're actually getting is the requirements of fabric. So sometimes, for instance, one of these fabrics that you're looking at here, you might only need, I don't know, 40 centimetres worth. But you might be going somewhere where, well, a bit like us, where your minimum cut is ½ a metre. Well, you're actually buying more fabric than you actually need. So that's why it's nice that you've actually got exactly what you need. But saying that, you will have, when I say exactly, you'll have some fabric left over, so you don't have to panic when you're actually putting this together. And the beauty is, the actual instructions will tell you how you're going to be cutting these, so you don't make any mistakes. It's all there, laid out in the instructions with all of your beautiful fabrics. Now, your fabrics are going to help you create the top of your quilt. Oh, it's gone. Oh, I just about got to the bottom of the box there. Oh, it got all juicy then with that. So we didn't have very many of those. We don't hold huge stocks of a lot of these quilt kits because it's a substantial price, obviously, for us to keep stock of as well. So that's why you need to be quick as you can. So let me just move that one. I'm going to pop that one down there as my done pile over there. Neighbouring fields. Let's have a look at this one. So, oh, this is a nice one. So this is Cafe, so a lot brighter. Love Cafe's fabrics. Sometimes they can look quite powerful just in their own right, but when you actually start diluting them down with other fabrics, then they really do have a clever way of coming together beautifully. So not one to be afraid of. Nice square quilt this time. So you're looking at 165 centimetres square. So it's a 9 block quilt. If you want to make it as a quilt, you might decide that you actually want to use it for something else. Maybe do a rectangle one as a table topper, or make lots of cushions with it. It's entirely up to you. But what you are getting is over 4.5 metres worth of fabric. 4 different fabrics featuring in here, and you've got a total of 4.5 metres of fabric. Now, obviously, I'm going to open the box up in a few moments to show you, but I have got the quilt here to share with you. So, oh, it's a big one. This is nice. This is where I wish I was about 6.5 foot tall, because I'm not the right height to show a quilt off to its beauty, but I will do my best. I will do my best. It is beautiful. Now, we've got some extra wide backings as well, so if you do want to shop for your backing as well, you can do, but have a look at that. Isn't that beautiful? That is gorgeous. Do like that one. Now this one, I'll have a look at the instructions to see what it says, what level we're looking at. Personally, I think this is going to be one for a beginner, maybe your first ever quilt. Details on the screen, so if you do want to get involved from the offset, you can do. But the price on this one is going to be coming down, and I've been told that I will not believe the price. So it's going to be a surprise for us. So here we go. What have we got? We've got your box with your goodies in, your box of goodies. I thought so. Classed as a beginner. Less than £100. Wow. And it's still on split pay as well. 3 split pays. I didn't expect that. I thought it was going to be 2. So for as little as £33.33, you could be making your first ever quilt. How exciting is that? Not just your first ever quilt, but your first ever kind of K-facet quilt, potentially. Now, obviously, you're getting a lot of fabrics in here. You've got all the instructions. You've got the layout of those 4 different fabrics that you've got in here. Very popular fabrics that we've seen from Kaffe as well. Many of which we will have on the website, I am sure. But we have got beautiful fabrics. Now, obviously, it's a gorgeous quilt, but you don't have to make it up as a quilt if you don't want to, should I say. Has it gone? Oh, panicked then. Look at that. That's one of my favourites that he brings to us. Absolutely beautiful. But the quilt kits that we've bought, in fact, some of them we haven't even managed to get onto the counter here because they sold out before we even started. So if you jumped onto the website earlier on and you were thinking, oh, I'm going to have a look to see what we've got coming up, you can see there, sold out, sold out, sold out. So quite often we've only got a handful of these available. So that's the thing, you have to get in early. Now, you've got sizable pieces of fabric with these, so I'm going to tell you the sizes of the fabrics because you might choose that you want to use it in a different way. So every single one of them is at least 90 centimetres. At least 90 centimetres. So this one on the top, that's the smallest cut. So you've got 90 centimetres worth of that one. You've got this gorgeous, almost like a crackle that you've got with that one. That's called Duck Egg Coral. That one, you've actually got 1 metre and 20 centimetres. This one's a beautiful one. This one here, your turquoise, that one you've got 1 metre 20. And the bottom one that we've got here, which is my favourite, the gorgeous chrysanthemums that we've got here, not chrysanthemums, water lilies, I mean, you have got 1 metre and 65 centimetres. So you've got a lot of fabric in here. You might want to use them in other ways. And that's entirely up to you. Obviously, it all comes together to make the quilt. Let me move that out of the way so you can get an idea of what the quilt looks like. But can I just suggest that you do check your baskets out when you're shopping for this one? We've got a lot of people shopping for this one at the moment. And when you see this, it's beautiful. Beautiful. Lovely modern look to it, but it's also got that kind of nod to nature with the florals in there. Really nice look to it. 4.5 metres worth of fabric, 4 different fabrics. So it's not an overly complex cut, this one, when you're working with 4 fabrics. And I just love it. And I love it because it kind of also interlocks, isn't it? That's a pattern that you'll use over and over again, I think, because it's going to be a nice, easy one. So, yeah. And if you like your Kaffe, don't forget tomorrow we are launching his autumn collection at 8 o'clock in the morning. So, yeah. Tune in for that one. Looking forward to that. So, yeah. So, now, we've got 20 people looking at shopping for this one. So, you've got it in your baskets, but we don't have that many opportunities. So, if you like the look of this one, then there you go. You can take advantage of it. Also, as well, if you fancy going for a couple of sets, you can make it even bigger because, obviously, you can double it up. So, let me just fold that up. Oh, Levi, bless you. I've got all of this all over the place. Let me get this quilt out of the way because you'll need that back as well. That's nice. Lovely. There we go. So, this quilt, isn't it lovely? Love it, love it. Really pretty, pretty happy colour, shall we say. Now, this one again, it's a Kaffe. Okay, it's a big quilt, this one. The last one we were looking at, I think it was 165 square, wasn't it? This one is just shy of 2 metres, so it's a big quilt. So obviously we were looking at around £100 for the previous one. So this one, £199.99. I know the price is coming down, but it's not going to come down as much, is it? Because obviously it's a bigger quilt. So that's the thing. We've got to kind of price them because of the actual quantities of fabric. And it's come down to less than £100 again. Okay, fair enough. Bang goes my theory out the window. So what are we getting in this one? Well, again, you're going to get your box kit. This time, you're looking at 6 metres worth of fabric. My goodness, a lot of fabric. And 6 different fabrics with those. Now, it's not necessarily a metre of each of those. It just depends on what the pattern needs. So let's just open this out and have a little look to see what we've got inside here. It reminds me of almost like fields. When I first looked at it, it looked like an aerial shot. You know when you're in the plane and you're looking down on fields and you can see like that patchwork effect. It just reminded me of it. So, whoops, pull that out. Everything is boxed up, so you can keep it all in the project box if you wanted to, but if you did get our early bird, then you've got a project bag. Now, this one is classed as a beginner again. And again, you've got your 6 fabrics, smallest of which is 30 centimetres. Again, if you were shopping for these fabrics and going off and getting them, you'd have to get a ½ metre piece, so you're wasting some there, aren't you? Same with some of these as well, 80 centimetres, 180. You've actually got the exact right amount that you need for your project, and it's all detailed through as well. So it's nice to have a kit where you've got the illustrations for exactly the same as what you're making up. It's so much easier to follow. So the fabrics themselves, again, the tissue paper is there. Oh gosh, again, I hate doing this. But you need to see the fabric, so we need to open it up. I wonder if we've got a stash of tissue. We've got a big stash of tissue paper for wrapping these back up again. We should have, shouldn't we? So, as I open this up, beautifully packaged again. Gorgeous red ribbon around this one, nice red satin ribbon. But look at these, oh, look at these. See, this might be one again. You're looking at, what, 6 metres worth of fabric? 6 metres worth of fabric, all these different beautiful fabrics featured in here. If you want to make it as a quilt, then great. Make it as you put, oh, I love those big zebra flowers. And this is where you can see them actually in the quilt. They kind of almost create a sashing in between the blocks. They're absolutely beautiful. You've got your stripes there as well. And then you've got your gorgeous like pansy flowers there and little, what are they called? Pinks, carnations featuring there as well. So that particular fabric, you know, I was just showing you that one a few moments ago. Do you want to see where it sits within the quilt? Well, here you go. Oh, we had it all lined up on the screen then. Where's it gone? The camera was on it. There you go. So that's your zebra flower. So it's lovely because this area that's been created, this is kind of like the sashing. So the sashing tends to be between your quilt blocks, and quite often it will just be a piece of fabric, but this has been pieced together. So you haven't got the complete flowers, but the complete flowers could be appliqued if you prefer to use them in a different way. But within the quilt pattern, there you go. It's designed to create your gorgeous sashing. So there you go. That's £3.33p. That is your one of your 3 split pays. First one today, along with your post and packing if you've not placed an order with us today already. But obviously if you have, then you've already done it. You've already paid your post and packing, so you don't have to think about it. It's all been done. So I'm going to leave the details with you of that one. If you fancy getting hold of that one, please do so. Now, this is a nice one. I've seen this one made up. This is lovely. Now, this is made up of 3 different fabrics. Thanks, Levi. Did you see that? I love it. Now, I might need a couple of team members to help me with this one. Have I got any? Oh, I haven't even got to the end of the sentence and Ben's there. Keen as mustard. No, I hear you did a bit of presenting as well the other week.
Yeah, if you can call it that.
You were very good from all accounts.
I did a bit of trying.
You did a very good job of it. So yeah, I know everybody loves seeing you. You know Levi as well. Levi's here. Thank you. So here you go. Oh, beautifully done.
Come on in.
Shuffly. He's like, I don't want to do it. Don't make me do it. So this one is a brilliant quilt. So again, this one is, I turn the box over, we are looking at over 3 metres of fabric. Oh, I did say that, didn't I? 135 centimetres square. Lovely, bold design, this one. And it's funny because when you actually look at a quilt pattern close up, it almost looks like a windmill effect that you've got there. But when you actually pull out and you see it in its entirety, it's almost like a Celtic feel to it. Mm. So there you go. Thanks, guys. You can see why we have so much fun, can't you? Beautiful. So, yeah, fields and fences. This particular one, again, you're going to get all your... Now, Ben's got to run because I think he's got to drop the price on this one as well. So, he's off. Though he didn't run in the studio. Health and safety at all times. So this one, classed as beginners. So beginner level, 53 inches wide. or square, should I say. And it's a mixture of strip piecing, piecing, and sewing on the bias. So maybe you are, maybe you're a confident quilter, and you think, do you know, it's beginners. I'm way beyond that level now. Not necessarily, because think about the different techniques you're going to learn in the process. So let's have a look at that price as I open up the instructions. 149.99. We've been looking at some of them dropping down. So 89.99. Oh, right. Now I'm going to open this up. Let's have a look at some of these fabrics. Oops. Ooh. Have a look at these beauties. I love this. That's pretty. Ooh, nice. Look at that cobalt blue. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Cobalt blue is the one that you're going to be using almost like your separation. It's almost like your grid work, isn't it, that you've got there. Gorgeous florals, as you can see, sitting as those rectangles, and then you've got your little squares. Now, let me think. These are the fields, if I remember rightly, the rectangles. And then the fences, now the fences are the blue bits, I think, because they're going around the fields, aren't they? It's got to be, yeah. I think we might have done different variations of this one as well. Unless, I don't know, maybe not. I remember the pattern, but I was just thinking that it looked differently, but maybe not. So yeah, fields and fences, classed as a beginner, but again, you might be learning skills that you've not done before, so not necessarily just as a beginner as well. And it might be that you just love the style, you love the fabrics that are being used. Sometimes it can be that you've got something that's quite a complex project that you're working on at the moment. Quilts can take a long time to come together when they're complex, so you might want just a breakaway one. One that you can do a bit of sewing without too much thinking about it. Now, this is proving to be a very, very popular one. So can I urge you, if you are considering this one, to check out your baskets as soon as you possibly can? That is the key thing. It's a brilliant kit, brilliant value for money, been a very, very popular one. So I'm going to give you the opportunity for you to check out your baskets on this one as we kind of regroup and get everything ready for our next amazing deal. Details on your screen. Check your baskets out with this one while you've got the opportunity, and I'll see you at the other side of this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Oh, I'm having a lovely day. It's all fairy tales and flowers. That's what we've got here. And this is a brilliant quilt, literally full of fairy tales and flowers. Lovely colour concept with this particular one. We might actually have a second version of this one, but this one is your blue themed. And this is a gorgeous quilt. Price is coming down nice and early on this one. 8 fabrics. You've got a total of over 4.5 metres worth of fabric, coming down to less than £100. Now, it's a square quilt, so you're looking at 117 centimetres square, which is a really good size. And I've got a feeling that this is going to be one that's going to be classed as kind of like a beginner's project. Now, I'm amazed that we're able to bring this price to you, because this was only released in February. So it's kind of less than 6 months old, so it's a new collection. So for us to be dropping that price so much, we've got a brand new autumn collection being released tomorrow, so we'll be telling you about that in the morning. Seems autumn. Have we had summer? Did I blink? Did I miss it? Oh, this is lovely. Look at that. I've not seen this one before. I like it. I love that. That is a brilliant price. For less than £100, that's a brilliant price. I beg your pardon, Ben. You're not. These as well. Oh, that is really pretty. We need to make room, don't we? I know, but it just doesn't seem right that something that's still so fresh and new is coming down to £89.99. Now, this could be your first ever quilt again at that price. How much fabric did I say you were getting with this one? It's 4.5 metres worth of fabric as well. Good size quilt. So there we go. Obviously the sleeve, keep the sleeve because it's got your illustration on there. In the box, you're going to get your quilt instructions. So your instructions there. Now we're saying advanced beginner with this one. It's a pieced quilt. So we've got, where am I? 8 different fabrics featuring here. So all the fabrics detailed here, and this is a brilliant way. If you've never made a quilt before, this price and this quilt is a perfect one to go for. You've got a lovely quilt to start with, so you're going to be learning lots of fundamentals like half square, triangles and piecing in general, which is brilliant. You've got this gorgeous kind of star that you're going to be creating as well. But what you've actually got is a kit that relates to the different fabrics. So the fabrics that you're seeing here are little swatches of the fabrics that we've got in the pack. And that's one of the simplest ways for you to actually get your head around quilting. Because if you're using different fabrics, say if you've got yellows and greens and purples, it's kind of like you've got to do that translation of swapping that fabric for that fabric and that fabric for that fabric, and then being able to kind of follow it through. So with this one, you have got beautiful fabrics. Cave fabrics always are beautiful. The quality is incredible. So satin ribbon wrapped around all of those as well. And you've got enough fabric for the different sections. So for instance, this particular one here, there's 40 centimetres of. So quite often when you're shopping for fabrics, we do it ourselves. It's a minimum cut of 50 centimetres. So you would be shopping for more fabric than you actually need. What you've got in this kit are all the fabrics in the fabric requirements that is needed. So you've not got too much excess. There will be more than enough for what you need. So you don't have to worry about kind of like being nervous about cutting it wrong and things like that. The instructions will tell you how to cut, how to maximise the different fabrics that you've got. And also, if you like the look of a fabric, like we love this one with the pansies on there, you can actually shop for more of that because you have got the details of those featuring in there as well. So lovely fabrics, brilliant quality, all coming together in a beautiful box with a lovely project for you to get your teeth stuck into. And you've got your two-way split on this one, so a very affordable price at £44.99 for each of those split pays. So there you go. If you like the look of that one, I'm going to leave those details with you. And just as I move the bag out, the box out the way, should I say, not the bag, the box, that is the quilt that you're going to be creating. Isn't it a corker? Absolutely beautiful. Like that one a lot. But we have got a pink version, I think, have we? We've got the pink version. So the pink version, if you like the idea of the pink version, I don't know if we've got the finished quilt with this one, but we are going to match the price on that one. So illustration there shows you. So that is quite a drop, isn't it? It's about £50, something like that. Oh dear. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to say that out loud. Let's lean in on those buttons again. So again, similar, but this is where I love it because it's not the same instructions. You've got different instructions now. So the fabrics are all changed. So again, everything is relatable and everything makes it a very easy project for a beginner. So you've got your fabrics in there. Again, all your tissue. We must get through so much tissue paper. And there you go, all your beautiful fabrics. So again, the satin ribbon there, keeping everything together. Absolutely beautiful. And of course, you've got your quilt project. The minute it arrives, see, this is the thing, I mean, it can take you weeks to get the right fabrics for a quilt. But when you actually got a quilt kit, it's already there. So the minute it arrives, get your instructions out, familiarise yourself with your instructions and your fabrics. Grab yourself a cup of tea or coffee and have a little read. And then, yeah, get into it. So there you go. Lovely project for you to work with. Brilliant quilt. Fabulous kit. See, again, I didn't notice that kind of up and downy bit that you've got there. Oh, love it. Plays tricks on your eyes, that one. So there you go. $89.99 if you like the look of that one. I'm going to say goodbye to that one for the time being. We've got another one to share with you. What am I going to share with you next? Oh, one of that. Oh. There's only one of those left. You better be quick if you like it. Don't know whether we'll have it next time we do a quilt kit show. So, yeah, again, if the price is coming down, they prove to be very, very popular, then it's, yeah, sometimes it's gone as well. So, as all of the, all I see is blue. The furthest one away, Ben. Cheers, mate. Levi. Can you hold on to my ankles, mate? No, can you get it for me? Look at that. Just straight there. Straight there. Oh, to be tall. Now, this is a nice one. All I see is blue. Now, this is a big quilt. It's a rectangle, so you can see that. You've got nearly 2 metres by 1.65 metre. I love it. Gorgeous. Price is coming down. Oh my goodness, again, you've got massive saving on this one. Over 8 metres of fabric, 14 fabrics in total. Can you imagine getting 14 fabrics and kind of auditioning them to make a quilt? And you don't know what it's going to look like either, do you, when you start bringing your own fabrics in? And it can be a hit, sometimes it can be a miss. But when you actually got a kit, you know it all works together because all the thinking has been thunk. All the thinking has been thunk. Right, I can't get the cover off. Is it going to come off? Why is it stuck so hard? Thank you. Oh, I'm being pathetic today, aren't I? Oh, he's just done it. There you go. I didn't want to rip it. Right, so the box, in the box. Now, can you believe it? This quilt is actually classed as a beginner's quilt. So £43.33. That is your first split pay. Second one in a month's time. Third one, final one the month after that. And you are looking at a beautiful big size quilt. Big quilt. So, beginners, as I say, very easy for you to put together. All your colours there detailed, A through to N. And then you've kind of got your coordinations of your colours featuring there. So when you do come to put your blocks together, you're only actually creating one block with this one. So very, very easy. Some of the fabrics you're only needing 30 centimetres of. So if you consider all of these different fabrics and you're going to have to size up for each one of these and go for 50 centimetres in each, you're probably paying for a couple of metres worth of fabric that you don't need. I mean, we always find a need for it, don't we? Find a use for it, but yeah. Oh my goodness, look at all of this. This is beautiful. So you've got all of your feature fabrics, so you can see those all featuring here. You've got polka dots in here. Beautiful fabrics, all of these featuring in here. And these are all the ones that you'll actually see in your illustration on there as well. So no guesswork, you know exactly what goes where. Then you've got that gorgeous blue. I mean, look at that. But then you might look at this and think, well, do you know what? I fancy the idea of actually substituting that and using a black fabric instead. Let's have a quick look. So the blue is K. So you've got 2 metres and 35 of that one. N, oh, you haven't got as much in the N. But if you had got some black fabric of your own, it might be that you think to yourself, well, actually, I want to use the black fabric as the outside, and then you could use that blue to frame those pieces. So you've got a certain element of design scope with it if you're wanting to. But if you make it just as it is, then you are creating a beautiful quilt, and you've got an absolute bargain price of that one, £129.99. Brilliant value for me. Like that one a lot. So there you go. You like the look of that one? Pop it into your basket, but more importantly, check your basket out, because we don't have huge quantities of those ones either. Thank you very much for that one. What are we doing next? Blue Cezanne. Ooh. This is one of my favourites, I must admit. I've seen this a few times and I do like it. I love the way, and hopefully you can pick it up, I think you can pick it up from the imagery there, that you've got those sections in those circles that have been free motioned. Or it could be that you've got an embroidery machine that will allow you to do that. Got the quilt here as well, so let's have a little look, see if I can find them on here. Should be relatively easy to find. This is a big quilt. This one is 183 centimetres square. So this one that was released August last year, was it? Because he had a new book come out, didn't he? And I think it was one of the ones that came out around that time, and it's usually around Festival of Quilts time. So there you go, that's what I was talking about. Can you see how you've got that? And they're big circles there, look at that. Big circles. And not 1, 2, 3, 4 hands widths across. So you've got so much room now. I mean, that would be a lovely one to embroider. I mean, these actual flourish wreaths that you've got, they may well be embroidery designs. But even the smaller ones, you've got the opportunity that you could actually put something in there. All of these here, I'd be doing either applique. I mean, you could applique a flower in those. Can you? If you've got applique patterns, oh my goodness, you've got some of Delphine's patterns that would fit within there. You could actually applique something in each one of those big circles. It's almost like a canvas, isn't it? Blank canvas ready for you to fill whatever you fancy filling it with. Because it's almost like they're framed. You've got that fabric that's coming around the edge, framing it and showcasing that. Now with this one, how many we've got four large circles, so it could be, I mean, we've seen lots of animals that Delphine's done. It could be seasonal, maybe. You have the 4 seasons of the year. You've got all of these around the edge. This is the kind of project that I like, because, I mean, I haven't counted all of these up, but each one of these could be, I don't know, a day through the year. So you could be making up one of these and embroidering them. There's probably more than the days of the year there, to be fair. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16. So that's 16. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 16, 32, 64. I don't know. It could be that you're kind of doing them through the seasons, or using these as individual little projects. So then it kind of all comes together as an end-of-year project, or there could be people's names, members of your family, friends. Turn it into a project, maybe to do with your craft group. And your craft group could potentially be a case that you all make one of those and put it together. So this particular one, the instructions aren't included. All of the fabrics are detailed, but because it was one that came out with the release of Cave's book, you do need to make sure that you've got the book. So, yeah. So if you've got, what was the book called? Sorry, Timeless Themes. That was it. That was the one last year, wasn't it? All of your fabrics feature in there, though, as you can see. And again, it's a good way of shopping for a big selection of fabrics. You know that they're all going to work together. They're all on that gorgeous blue theme. They've almost got that kind of worn look. So if you've got the book, maybe you bought the book when it came out and you're yet to actually create a project or another pattern maybe. You've got a lot of fabrics within this one. So I don't know how much you've got of each of those, but overall you have got 11.5 metres. So, yeah, the Blue Cezanne, I remember seeing it in the book, actually, and it being a very dramatic quilt in the book. So, yeah, 11 fabrics. Was it the cover one? Is it the one on the cover? I can't remember now. It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Let me move that out of the way because the fabrics are gorgeous, but let's face it, it's when you actually look at the quilt, isn't it, it's huge. I can't hold this up on my own, but let's, whoop. Look at that. I could just have a little nap now. Isn't it beautiful? Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And as I say, sometimes when you look at the cover, you don't, the packaging, you don't realise just how big those panels are. So big pieces of fabric, again, perfect for you to do applique, to do embroidery work, a foundation for so much more that you can do with it. Love it, absolutely love it. So there you go. We're down to single figures with this one now. I don't know whether we'll get more stock of these in the future. Quite often we'll find that there's new quilts coming out. We've got a new collection being released tomorrow. We need to make room for obviously new stuff as it comes through. So what tends to happen is when there's a release, then we do find that we kind of have to retire other things. So we may see it again, I don't know. But at the moment, I think we've got about 3 chances left now. And that's about it. And we had more than that, certainly, at the start of the show. So, yeah, if you like the look of that one, then do take advantage. I think that's one of my favourites, I have to say. I love that. Now, we've only got 15 minutes left. So, this is something that I must very quickly... I'm going to show you them all together so you can jump ahead on the website and have a little look. Because I don't think we'll have time to go all of them. So, let me just turn those over. Look at that. So all of these are going to be available, well, they are available on the website now. They're all extra wide fabrics and they are designed to maybe use as a backing for a quilt. But you see, when I look at extra wide fabrics, I don't necessarily see them as a backing, I see them as a showcase. So for instance, I've got my eyes on this one because when I look at that, I think that is a shirt fabric. And that is something that you would definitely make something that's going to be a conversation starter. So it's sold in 1/2 meters, the same as we spoke of before. When we bring the details up, let me just make a bit of space for you. I love that, all those labels, doesn't it look cute? So this one, width-wise, it's 2 meters and 75 centimeters. Now my go-to cut for a fabric tends to be around a 3 meter piece. So you could, if you wanted to go for a couple of repeats of this one and have a big piece of fabric that would be perfect for making a garment quite easily. It's $12.99 a 1/2 metre. That is a brilliant price. Bearing in mind, it's 2 3/4 metres wide. So that, if I hold that up, that is half, it's folded. So that is half the size. So garment making, okay? And now I know you can't see my legs and my feet, but that is going to go from my shoulder down to my ankles. So if you were making a dress or a shirt, you can see you've got a lot of fabric there. Go for a metre, 1.5 maybe, and you will have a gorgeous fabric to work with. And the beauty is, if you do find that you've not quite got enough for a particular pattern, because it might be that you've not got a pattern in mind at this moment in time, although I'm thinking my jacket, it could be a case of that you buy the fabric, as many of us do. It could be years before you use it because you haven't found the right pattern for it. Well, this fabric has got all those other colours in there. So you've got greens in there, you've got golden tones, you've got you're almost like a navy, French navy, black featuring in there as well. This is a brilliant fabric. Can I just show you this? I don't know how close we can get to it. There's not often you will come across a fabric that it actually looks like it's kind of got a shine to it. But look at that. The definition that you have got with this is fabulous. It's brilliant as a project fabric as well. You know, we had Becky on earlier on with her bags. Becky with her fabulous bags and that project bag. Again, it would make a fabulous project bag. Again, I'm looking at this and thinking about my hobby bag. That would look nice in that as well. Oh, my mind's gone into overdrive. This is one of the ones that's gone onto my wish list. So yeah, £12.99. Oh, that's a good point. Well, you won't make the honey, the bees will make the honey, but I know what you mean. So if you are what are they called? Is it an apiarist? An apiarist, I think, who looks after bees, or a beekeeper. You might make honey, you might jar up your honey and sell it. Well, you could actually make, you know how you get the jam jars and you cut a circle and make almost like a little dolly cap to go on top? You could do that, or make little gift bags, or maybe you do, I don't know, beeswax candles, all sorts of different things. That is a lovely fabric, and it's a very popular one. So, yeah, Dan Morris, brilliant designer. It's called Midnight because I think it's the blue. There may be other variations of it, I don't know. But yeah, if you do like the look of that one, then do pop that one into your basket. I like it. I like it a lot. So there we go. That one is definitely going in my basket. I like that one. Next one we're looking at, which was it, Ben? Sorry? Anyway, I like this one, the blue one, because we've been talking a lot about blue fabrics. So this one is another Dan Morris one. Nice non-directional fabric, this particular one as well. So you can see there you've got kind of your higgledy-piggledy design. So I like that one. Again, if you like the look of this one. Extra wide, so again, it's 2 3/4 meals. So gorgeous, love it. Beautiful fabric. So yeah, if you like the look of that one, pop that one into your basket as well. We've got another one. Is this another Dan Morris one? I'm not sure actually. It's more of a muted tone, this one. I like this. This is pretty. It's a Dan Morris one. Doesn't he adapt himself to different styles? Well, do like that. Gorgeous botanicals. It always reminds me of this one. You remember like kaleidoscopes that you turn and you look through and you'd see different kind of different elements. Beautiful. Love it. Now, £12.99 is going to get you a ½ metre cut. So let me just turn that round. Oh, actually, we're zoomed in, so you can't really see. Isn't that lovely? Love it. So there you go, £12.99. ½ metre piece, you're going to get your 2.75 centimetres width with that one, so nearly 3 metres. Again, lovely one. Garment weight as well, so if you did want to use it. They are designed as extra wide backing, so that's too pretty to put on the back of anything, isn't it? Way too pretty. So there you go. I'm going to leave you with the details of that one. Oh, can I choose next? Can I choose? Can I go for this one? I like this one. Now, that is funny because Ben's just said that reminds me of jelly and jam, and for some reason I've got strawberry jam in my head. Well, not in my head, but yeah. There's something about it. What's it called? Strawberry. Oh, the strawberries. There's no actual strawberries on it, other than the strawberry red. Oh, that's a bit spooky, isn't it? Is it a full moon? Are we all kind of aligned or something like that? I don't know. Now, this is something that I'm going to mention. We've got this one here, which is your strawberry, or jelly and jam strawberry. We've got another one, though. So can I mention this one at the same time? Because, personally, I would suggest, if you're going for one, go for the other. Because these two together will be brilliant to use either in a garment. You could have the top part of a garment, the bottom part of a garment, or vice versa. If you're doing a quilt, it could be that you're doing things like log cabins. We were talking about log cabins earlier on. Having your light and your dark fabrics, perfect for those. So do bear in mind we've got that one as well. But for the time being, the one on the screen we have got is your strawberry extra wide. Lovely bright red. Pretty, very pretty. So there you go. That is the red. The biscuit. I don't know what we're calling this. Camel's a popular word today, isn't it? What are we calling it? Pie crust. Okay? It's to do with the jam, isn't it? It's a jam pie. Jam pie, jam tart, I don't know. It's food related, so it's a pie crust. At least it's not brown. Or milky tea. There's probably something that's called milky tea, isn't there? Right, so that's that one. But I must show you this one. This is another one that I love. This reminds, is this a Tim Holtz fabric, this one? I don't know. It looks like a Tim Holtz fabric. I really do need to get out more if I'm recognising things so well. Is it a Tim Holtz one? It is. I love this one. Time, return and delay report of engine and train employees. I love this. I wish I could read it. Because this is actual from history, isn't it? This is going to be something that was actually created. And he's taken the details and popped it onto fabric. It does do some amazing fabrics, I must admit. So there you go. If you like the look of that one, again, it's a nice one. It's kind of like a what I would call a blender with interest, because you've kind of got your biscuit tones with that, your natural tones, neutral tones, if you will, which is what we're calling it. But then you've kind of got the added interest that it's not just a flat colour with that. So that is a nice one. So there you go. $14.99 if you're wanting that particular one. So if you like the look of that one. We've got 3 more fabrics and 3 more minutes. Should we see if we can get them in? Oh, we've got way more than 3 more because they're all over there. I'm going to bring in that one as well, because if you like the Tim Holtz, then that's one. They're all going to be on the website there, so yeah, don't worry. You'll be able to go and have a look at that. See, that's another Tim Holtz one, isn't it? Is it not? Oh, it's not actually, no. It's inspired by maybe. See, look at that with those big circles. Love it. So that one is available for you. That's the World Globe one. We've got a couple that are going to be useful if you like something a bit more kind of muted for your backings. So again, it's backing with interest. There you go. Gorgeous. Very useful one to have. And it's just nice, isn't it? Nice. It's like a bread and butter fabric, as I would call that, because it's one you can kind of go to time you like. Paisley linen. It's nice weight as well, actually. Delicate paisley linen. Beautiful. Like that one. And if you do like kind of like your paste fabrics, now this is one, we've got a couple of white fabrics that are on the show as well. So you've kind of got like the white on white. Now this one is HMU I51. So again, if you want something with a very kind of subliminal pattern, then do have a look at that one. So this one is Touch of White versus Rose, or V Roses. Touch of White, V Roses? Touch of White, 5 Roses. I don't know. But anyway, those are the details on the screen. Now, as I mentioned, we've got loads of others on the website. We're completely out of time. Took it right up to the wire, so apologies for that. I'm back with you tomorrow. I am very excited for tomorrow, though, because we have got a brand new launch, not just any old launch. We are looking at a brand new collection from Kaffe. So this is the autumn launch, so much so that we've got 2 hours back to back with incredible fabrics, which I know you are going to love. Now, in addition to that, we have got the lovely Helen McCook. She's going to be here with some of gorgeous embroidery, and she's going to be with us twice, so I'm looking forward to that as well. And we've got the most amazing rainbow fabrics popping up at 11 o'clock as well, so it's going to be a fabulous hour. An NHS hour. Oh, I'll be interested in hearing about that. Oh, it's because of the rainbows. Okay, fair enough then. Don't say it in my head because it'll come out my mouth. So there we go. So yeah, if you like the idea of getting hold of that one, the rainbow fabrics will be at 11. And then we are back with Helen. And we're talking needles in the last hour. So do make sure you tune in tomorrow. I'll actually see you in a little while. I'm going to be over on Hobby Maker from 5 o'clock. I'm going to be handing over to Dave the other side of this.